Third uncle, long time no see. My third uncle still looks young and approachable, wearing a black uniform with a sword tied around his waist. Behind him are two unpredictable female swordsmen, both wearing cat face masks. As far as he knew, these two seemed to be his third uncle's concubines, but he didn't know whether they were true or false. 7 or 8 years, my dear nephew. Bauman stepped forward to hug Varen, smiled and patted him on the shoulder. I've grown a lot taller, and I look more and more like your father. Wylan did not shy away from breaking his third uncle's white lie. My father didn't say that. You think I don't know? He often said that the third brother is the most like him. You brat, I'm trying to ruin your third uncle's performance. Your butt is itchy again, isn't it? Bauman clenched his fists and looked at Varen kindly. No, 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 third uncle, leave your iron fist to your cousin. I'm grown up, so forget it. Varen held Bauman's hands in his hands and begged for mercy. Third uncle, let's go into the camp. Upon seeing this, Bauman lowered his right hand and followed Varen into the camp. As for the two female swordsmen following Bauman, they guarded the entrance of the camp and acted as temporary guards. I've met Lord Bauman. Flora saw the two people coming in, stood up and saluted. Seeing this, Varen explained to Bauman, Third uncle, this is Aunt Flora from. It's been a long time, Flora. You've grown so big in a blink of an eye. Before Varen could finish speaking, Bauman said kindly. Unexpectedly, his third uncle and his aunt actually knew each other, and Wylan did not introduce them further. After Bauman sat down, Varen came forward with a teapot and poured tea. Third uncle, Mr. Medmonkey came to visit me just now and told me a lot. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Although he said this on the surface, the smile on Bauman's face betrayed his true thoughts. In front of his juniors, he did not put on a mask and showed his true feelings. I just didn't expect that you would actually know Madam Monkey. It really surprised my third uncle. Bauman sighed while sipping tea. Thanks to my aunt, I was able to meet Lord Medmonch. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy. Maybe I am still a pioneer knight now. How can I become a baron? Yes. Varen, you are promising. But I didn't pay much attention to it. My nephew has become a baron. Bauman praised with a smile, and even Flora looked at him in shock. She knew that new rules had been changed this year, and the difficulty had been increased several times compared to before. She didn't expect that Varen could become a baron ahead of schedule. I still remember that when you were a child, you used to show off every day. You said that when you grew up, you would stay in Windsor Castle and never come out for the rest of your life. Why did you suddenly change your mind? People have ambitions, why can't they stand up? The salty fish turns over, but it is still the salty fish. Bauman joked from the side. PFFT. Flora couldn't hold it back and laughed directly. Wylan looked at his third uncle with dissatisfaction, rolled his eyes, and suddenly said, I heard from Grandpa third uncle you. Look what this is, a fist the size of a sandbag. All right. Looking at Bauman's iron fist, Varen decided that he who knows the current situation is a hero. Dressed up to look gentle and elegant, behind the scenes he is a rough guy who likes to solve problems with his fists. Who would have thought? For his own sake, he decided not to be like this reckless man. Do you need my help? Back to business, Bauman said seriously. Not yet. Apart from preventing the Harks family from causing trouble, I don't seem to need your help. My aunt can help me solve some things. Wylan thought about it carefully and answered seriously. Upon hearing this, Bauman took out a small magical instrument from his pocket and threw it to Varen. This is a magic protection device, newly developed by a magician friend. It can form a magic shield against gold-level attacks. It's useless if you leave it with me. So I'll give it to you. Wear it on your body, and it will automatically activate when an attack is detected. Thank you, Uncle. Wylan looked at the magic protective device in his hand and quickly put it into his pocket with the thought of not wanting it for nothing. Is there anything else? I still have official duties. Yes, Wylan said immediately. I would like to choose a time for my third uncle to recognize the clansmen in the Serop Corps. Well, you can arrange this matter, and it will be scheduled for January 10th. There will be nothing to do on that day. I understand. Third uncle walked slowly. Varen got up and sent Bauman away, then returned to the camp. Wylan sat on the bench again, drank the tea in one gulp and said to Flora, Aunt, I will contact my cousin and the others, and I will leave it to you. Well, I will contact him. Then Wylan took out the magic protective device from his pocket and handed it back to Flora's hand. Auntie, this thing is useless to me. You should hold it for self-defense first. Your third uncle gave this to you. What are you doing for me? Flora quickly declined. In the battle at Lumen Mansion, Aunt. You probably know my trump card. It would be a waste to keep this kind of thing here with me. Wai Ling Xiao used emotion and reason, and finally made Flora, who was entangled, accept the magic protective device. Varen, thank you. Aunt, we are family. You have helped me so much. What does this little thing mean to me? Well, it's okay. I'll go back first. Aunt, take care. After seeing Flora off, Wylan returned to the tent and lay on the newly made bed. The next morning, Wylan took Kyle to stroll around the camp. Except for some important areas that cannot be approached, most camps allow other people to move around. In the military camp, many nobles began to contact acquaintances, discuss important matters, and strengthen the relationship between the two sides. If there were no soldiers patrolling from time to time, Wylan almost thought that this place had become a city. Turning left and right, asking around for more than an hour, Wylan came to the 6th Legion of the Serap Corps, a legion formed by the noble army of the Cardro province, with a total of less than 30,000 people, and a legion composed of 17 nobles. So may I ask where Baron Orcott Station is? Wylan stopped a noble and asked politely. The noble young man was a little dissatisfied at first, but after hearing the name of Alcott, his face was instantly filled with smiles, and he answered enthusiastically. Baron Alcott's residence is in the northeast. You can get there by going from here and passing the residences of the two barons. Thank you. After Wylan thanked him, he took Kyle to the northeast. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. It took more than 10 minutes to pass through the camp of the two barons and arrive at a well-planned camp. In addition to necessary patrol personnel, most soldiers train at the training ground within the camp. Looking from a distance, Wylan saw that his uncle was wearing training clothes, holding a whip, and shuttled through the military formation, constantly correcting the soldiers' movements and explaining the key points of exerting force. Sir, what do you do for me? A knight stopped Varen and asked calmly and politely. Kyle stepped forward, showed his noble badge, and explained to the officer. This is the nephew of my master, Baron Alcott, who is here to visit. The knight looked at the eagle badge in Kyle's hand, immediately saluted and replied respectfully, Please wait a moment, sir. I will go and report to my master. Yes, Wylan nodded in response. Upon seeing this, the knight warned the officers at the gate of the camp not to neglect him. He then smiled apologetically at Wylan and turned around to enter the camp. How many people did my cousin bring this time? With nothing to do, Wylan looked at the officer and asked gently, My lord, I'm sorry, but I'm not responsible for answering your question. The officer replied respectfully, without revealing any information. Ha, you did the right thing, I was presumptuous. Wylan smiled apologetically at the officer and then changed the subject. I think you are a warrior, and your strength at the intermediate level of bronze is about the same as that of my cousin. Years. To my lord, I have been following the Baron for 8 years. However, my talent is limited, and I feel a little ashamed of the Baron's training. The officer's expression softened a little, and when he saw that the other party no longer asked about military matters, he knew everything. How is your family situation? Wylan looked at his resolute face and asked curiously. The officer heard the words and immediately replied respectfully, My father is now the Baron's horse servant. My mother is the head maid in the castle kitchen. My wife is a maid in the castle, and I have an only son who is studying with the eldest grandson of the Baron. The way of knighthood is more talented than mine. As a listener, Varen noticed that when the officer talked about his family, he had a smile on his face, but it was not obvious on his dark face. What did your grandfather do? His grandfather's name is Kate. He was once my warrior. He died in the early days of developing the territory more than 50 years ago. Hearing this unique voice, the officer turned around quickly and saluted. My lord Baron. Uncle, long time no see. Varen looked at Alcott, who suddenly appeared, and said hello with a smile. "It's been a year since our last farewell, and you have been promoted to Baron, much better than me." Alcott looked at Wylan with some confusion, his face a little melancholy. Seeing this, Wylan replied humbly, "Thanks to the family's early assistance, otherwise I wouldn't be able to compare with you, my cousin. Even if you are a direct descendant of the current generation, the family will not give too much. I don't know the reason, but you must have contributed to the family to get more assistance. In the end, it is still your ability. You don't need to be so humble in front of me." Alcott smiled and responded to Varen. "Ha ha ha, my uncle can see clearly." Afterwards, the two entered the camp and talked while walking. "I heard that you were assigned to the logistics force again. Thanks to the help of Lord Medmonchi, I was lucky enough to enter the logistics system. Otherwise, with my current strength, I would be cannon fodder on the battlefield." Wylan touched his head and sounded a little ashamed. "That's good. Get more military experience in the early stage and train your abilities." Alcott turned around and warned, "In addition, the logistics force also has children of military families from the royal capital and children of other big nobles. Make more friends and expand your own connections." "Uncle, I know, but thank you for reminding me." As they talked, the two came to the camp. "Why did you come to see me this time?" Alcott asked Wylan after he asked him to take a seat, ordered his subordinates to serve tea. Wylan did not hold back and went straight to the point. "My third uncle Bamon's 17th Army Corps was incorporated into the Serap Corps. He is now the deputy commander of the 17th Army Corps. I plan to find a time to let my cousin, Ed, Uncle Garang, my cousin, and my aunt get together to meet each other. I just don't know how long Lord Bamond will be free. On January 10th, 14 days later, I will notify Aunt Flora and the others. I know, I'll let Edgar and Brian know as soon as possible." "Okay, cousin." As for Cousin Edgar and Cousin Brian, they had not arrived yet, and Cousin Alcott was in the same regiment as them, so it would be convenient to notify them. Afterwards, the two chatted for more than 2 hours about the current situation. Near noon, after Varen and Alcott finished their lunch, they got up and left the camp. At the gate of the camp, Wylan looked at the familiar officer, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Uncle Alcott still remembers your grandfather's name, which means that he still misses your family. Let your son take good care of you. Work hard and don't live up to the expectations your grandpa sacrificed his life for." The officer thanked Wylan from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you, sir, for reminding me. I understand. Everyone has their own way out, just work hard." After encouraging the officer, whom he had only known for less than half an hour, Varen took Kyle away and wandered aimlessly in the camp. The rest of the time was boring. Since the war hadn't started yet, there was no transportation mission. As a result, Wylan had nothing to do. He could only instruct Kyle on how to train his troops and gave him 300 auxiliary soldiers for training. During this period, Edgar and Brian arrived one after another, and the four of them had a small gathering to keep in touch. 6 months later, the 7th batch of exchange students from the Ash Magic Kingdom will arrive in the Aaliyah Kingdom. Once again, the news brought by fate seemed to have nothing to do with him. Time soon came to January 10th. In another 20 days, the Serap Corps will officially send troops to the Grey Wasteland to launch military revenge against the Monster Clan. On this day, Wylan asked people to arrange the venue, prepare food and fruit wine, and wait for the arrival of his uncle. Half an hour later, several people arrived one after another, and sat on the table in turn according to the order of the meal-sharing system, waiting quietly. After a while, Wylan looked at the figure of his uncle and went forward to greet him. "Uncle, today's banquet is handed over to you. Don't worry if your uncle can't do this little thing well, he is not worthy of being your uncle." Bamond patted Wylan's shoulder, his tone full of confidence. When the 5 people of Alcott saw Bamond coming in, they all stood up and saluted him, saying, "Hello, Lord Bamond." Whether in terms of status or strength, Bamond was above them, so they should salute first. "Ha, sit down, it's rare for us to get together today, don't be restrained." Bamond went straight to the main seat and said to the 5 people present. 2 female swordsmen with cat faces knelt beside Bamond and served their master attentively. After seeing that the elders had all sat down, Wylan came to the lower seat of his aunt and sat quietly, leaving the main stage to his uncle and being at ease as a foil. Let's toast to celebrate our gathering here. Bommand picked up the wine glass and said to everyone. The 6 people sitting below raised their glasses, and when they saw Bommand drink first, they drank it all. Bommand put down the wine glass, looked at the familiar face on the left, and said with a smile, "Alcott, I didn't expect to meet you again after so many years." "Lord Bommand, it's been almost 30 years since we parted at Windsor Castle. Time flies," Alcott also said with emotion. "It's really a long time ago." Bommand couldn't help shaking his head and said, "The last time we met was when my eldest brother inherited the Earl of Eagle. I didn't expect so many years to pass. Cadkey, Flora, you two are good brothers and sisters, and you have achieved success now." Sitting in the first position on the right, Cadkey smiled and said, "Lord Bommand, thank you for your guidance to us brothers and sisters back then. If you want to thank someone, thank my eldest brother. Without him calling me back from the army, I would not be able to give you special training. It's just that time flies a little fast. In the blink of an eye, the 2 little ones have grown up. I heard that you are engaged to the daughter of Madmonchi. When you get married, remember to invite me to drink." Of course, Cadkey responded a little at a loss. Then Bommand turned his eyes to Flora and said gently, "Flora, I heard that you are still unmarried." "Yes, Lord Bommand." Flora looked directly at Bommand and said neither servilely nor arrogantly, "I plan to consider my life after breaking through the gold level. I don't have this idea now. I am still the little girl back then, and my temper is still so stubborn." Bommand recalled the scene more than 20 years ago, shook his head and said with a smile, "Follow your inner thoughts. After breaking through the gold level, if you can't find a satisfactory man, come to me and I will introduce you to a few." After hearing this, Flora nodded with a blush. This was the first time that Wyland saw his aunt blushing. It was really away from Dapu. "Brian, why don't you stand up and say hello when you see me?" Bommand stared at Brian, who was sitting opposite Wyland, and said to him, "Well, Uncle Bommand, long time no see." Brian stood up reluctantly, looked at Bommand, and recalled the scene of being beaten before and couldn't help shivering. "You have been reckless since childhood and have no business sense, but it is also your luck to meet the right subordinates." "Uncle Bommand, you are wrong. That was me in the past. Now I have changed." "Well, you are right. I still need to correct it." Brian looked at the familiar smile on the opposite side and immediately changed his words. "Follow your magic, knight, and learn well. Don't be lazy." "Yes, Uncle Bommand." Brian nodded timidly to avoid being beaten later. Finally, Bommand looked at Edgar and said in a casual tone, "Edgar, although you and I meet for the first time, we are blood-soluble relatives. If you have any troubles that cannot be solved, you can come to me at any time during this period." "Thank you, Lord Bommand." Edgar stood up, bowed and saluted, and thanked respectfully. "Come, have another drink. I am very happy to see you today." The banquet lasted for more than 2 hours. The unfamiliar relatives became more familiar. Seeing the third uncle and the cousin talking and laughing, Wyland felt that this banquet was not held in vain. However, this time, Wyland also looked at his uncle with new eyes. Unexpectedly, in the midst of his busy affairs, he also took the time to get to know several other tribesmen, and calmly found connections among them, and skillfully handled the relationship to bring the 2 sides closer. Wyland was shocked and said he had learned something. 10 days later, the Seiluapu Corps set out, and a large number of combat troops left the Brazilian camp in batches and rushed to the Grey Mang wasteland. In less than 10 days, more than half of the camp, covering an area of 40 square kilometers, was empty, leaving less than 100,000 logistics personnel and auxiliary soldiers. After a few days of meetings, Wyland was appointed as the commander of the 13th Transport Battalion. Together with the 14th Transport Battalion, he was responsible for transporting the military rations of the 6th Legion. In addition to the 800 people in the headquarters, 200 regular soldiers and 2,000 auxiliary soldiers will be transferred to his command, as well as 50 Kakaro's beasts. According to the requirements given by the Seiluapu Corps, regular soldiers are apprentices of intermediate level and above, and auxiliary soldiers are apprentices of low level and ordinary human soldiers. The origin of these 200 people is also complicated. They are the military service tasks assigned by the kingdom to the baronies in the provinces of Cadlo and Serop that did not meet the military requirements. In other words, these people are important military forces in the hands of local nobles in their hometowns, responsible for maintaining the security of the territory and an important tool for the rule of the nobles. But here they are just a group of logistics personnel, a group of cannon fodder assigned at will, and they fill in wherever there is a shortage of people. Kyle, go and count the noble children here and give me an accurate number. Yes, my lord. After receiving the order, Kyle took a team of soldiers and began to clean up the noble children. After a while, looking at the more than 60 noble children standing in the front row, he was speechless. Wearing iron armor and holding iron weapons is already considered to be in good shape, barely considered to be what a noble should be. Some noble children even wear half-body armor, and their weapons are still weapons, with a sloppy image. Wylin walked back and forth, randomly pointed at a nobleman and said, "What's your name? Which family are you from? And what's your occupation?" The nobleman pointed at by the scabbard stood up in fear and said in a trembling voice, "To answer your words, my name is Cook Doslin, from the Doslin Baron family, the sixth son of the contemporary Baron, and my profession is a low-level bronze warrior." "How many people did you bring?" Looking at this nobleman in iron armor, Wylin frowned and asked. The nobleman Cook saw that Wylin looked bad, and replied tremblingly, "According to the governor's request, I brought 5 bronze professionals, 50 regular soldiers, and 350 auxiliary soldiers. Who are the other 4? Please stand up." As soon as Wylin finished speaking, 4 noblemen stood up. 2 of them wore iron armor, and 2 wore leather armor. "You are all descendants of the Doslin Baron family, and the 50 regular soldiers are all collateral descendants of your family." "Yes, sir," a mature and steady middle-aged man replied respectfully. Wylin waved his hand and asked them to return to the team. Perhaps this is the truest appearance of the bottom-level Baron family in this world. They send their children to the battlefield to complete the mission and to get to know a noble. And he, in the eyes of these people, is a big shot. But then again, he is. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. After roughly understanding the situation, Wylin gave up the organization method he had thought of before and chose to retain the nobles' command over their own personnel, but he had to appoint 2 flag officers to supervise and control the army. The combat effectiveness of this group of people was originally very low. If they were disbanded, they would really become scattered soldiers. Then Wylin explained the reorganization plan to Kyle and sat quietly waiting. Kyle got this precious opportunity and began to reorganize the 200 people step by step, and at the same time arranged suitable personnel to serve as flag officers. From the initial unfamiliarity to the final calm response, it took only 5 hours to complete the reorganization. "My lord," Wylin took the roster from Kyle, which recorded the roster of officers above the squadron level. The 800 headquarters were organized into the 1st Battalion of the 13th Transport Battalion, and the other 200 people were organized into the 2nd Battalion, the 3rd Battalion, and the Kakaro's Behemoth Transport Battalion. In addition to the 1st Battalion, 2 flag officers were arranged in each squadron of the other 3 battalions. As for the commanders of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, they were Imogen and Greg, while the captain of the Kakaro's Behemoth Transport Battalion was concurrently held by Wylin. Looking through the names of the flag officers on the roster, most of them were reasonable, except for a few people. Wylin made temporary changes and then signed his name on the cover of the roster. "Make a copy of the roster for record." "Yes, my lord." Kyle took the roster and stood quietly behind Wylin. Wylin looked around, and no noble son in the army dared to look at him, and they all lowered their heads. "Raise your head." Everyone heard this majestic voice, straightened their chests, and looked at Wylin's figure. "From today on, you are my subordinates, I am your officer, and my words are military orders. One person retreats, and both the left and right will be beheaded. No matter who it is, disobey my order. Behead." The scene was silent, and no one dared to speak. The solemn atmosphere rose instantly, and many people's legs trembled, but they did not dare to lower their heads. In this camp, even if Wylan executed them in public with other excuses, no other nobles would stand up for them, and their family would even have to apologize to the other party overnight to avoid angering the entire family. Imogen Gregg, the subordinates are here. Two fully armed, powerful silver knights stood up and said loudly. 10 days later, I need to see their new look. Yes, sir. After a glance, Wylan took Kyle and the surrounding alert knights away from here. As the commander of an army, he did not need to do it himself, and such trivial matters could be handed over to his subordinates. The next morning, noisy sounds came from the training ground of the camp. It was obvious that it was Imogen and Gregg who were training these 200 people. In 10 days, Wylan did not ask for much improvement in the strength of this group of people, but only asked for a neat formation, to follow orders, and not to be like a group of scattered soldiers. My lord, the roster has been copied. At the door of the tent, Kyle was waiting here with the roster. Well, come with me. Wylan was very satisfied with Kyle's efficiency and ordered immediately. Since there were only logistics troops in the Brazilian camp, there were many blank areas in the camp. Naturally, the camp of each transport camp was much larger. Wylan passed through the camps of 2 transport camps and came to the logistics camp. After entering a tent, Wylan watched Flora carefully check the data and stood quietly beside her without disturbing her. 10 minutes later, Flora signed her name at the end of the material list and handed it to the messenger, asking him to give it to the commander of the 7th transport camp. Aunt, good morning, I'm so bad. I'm almost bored to death checking material data every day. Flora stretched and couldn't help complaining. Although it's boring, it's safe, isn't it? Wylan took the roster from Kyle, put it on the table, and found a stool to sit down casually. But I still want to go to the front line. I like the feeling of fighting. Flora felt a headache from reading documents and checking the logistical material data that needed to be output every day. At this time, the tent curtain was opened. Layla came in with a plate of snacks and said to Flora with a smile, Okay, don't complain. I heard you complaining outside. Layla, you are so considerate. You know I'm hungry so soon. Flora hurriedly said in unison, took the plate from her friend, picked up the pastry and put it in her mouth, looking intoxicated. He who asked me to be your sister-in-law. If you didn't have a brother, you wouldn't know who is whose sister-in-law. If you want to blame you for being born a year later than your brother, little Flora, my lovely sister Flora. Aunt, Sister Layla, I'm still here. You can quarrel later. Wylan looked at the 2 people bickering and couldn't help reminding. In an instant, the 2 suddenly looked at Wylan and then sat quietly as if nothing had happened. Looking at the silent atmosphere, Wylan coughed a few times and spoke to break the damn atmosphere. Sister Layla, how long will it take for my 13th Transport Battalion to carry out its first mission? Oh, wait and see. Layla heard this and took out a notebook from the cloth bag she carried with her and opened it to check carefully. A few minutes later, Layla found the information of the 6th Legion. According to the current information, the 14th Transport Battalion will transport the first batch of military supplies to the 6th Legion in 13 days, and your 13th Transport Battalion will transport military supplies to the 6th Legion in 28 days, and there will be no other tasks during this period. I know. Wylan was not surprised by this result. In the early stage of the war, the combat effectiveness of the 6th Legion was relatively weak, and it generally only performed some cleaning tasks, so the consumption of military supplies was not fast. As far as he knew, there were as many as 5 transport battalions that provided military supplies to the 17th Legion, which was the busiest transport unit in the entire logistics camp. Moreover, the specifications of the transported military supplies were extremely high, so the combat effectiveness of these 5 transport battalions combined was not much weaker than that of the 6th Legion, and even exceeded it. Wylan sometimes thought that if the higher-ups did not want to give the nobles of Cadlo province an opportunity to gain a lot of military merits, most of the nobles would have to spend their days in the logistics unit. Wylan, if you have nothing to do during this period, you can go and take a look. Just take a seat. It's 50 kilometers west of the Brazilian camp. Auction this place, isn't it a bit? Haha, it can be seen that you are participating in a large-scale military operation for the first time. Flora looked at Wai Lin's confused expression and couldn't help laughing. Layla looked at Wai Lin's pure eyes, covered her mouth and smiled, then explained. Large-scale military operations usually last for a long time, at least 2 or 3 years, and at most 7 or 8 years. In addition, there are many nobles, so naturally there are merchants gathering around here. Among them, some nobles bring some specialties from their hometowns, and they will also let their servants sell them in the surrounding markets. After all, there are not always large numbers of nobles gathering here. Flora also explained. And these nobles are fighting on the front line. What's the use of these merchants gathering here? Occupy the position in advance. The war cannot continue. There will always be troops coming down from the front line to rest. And there are many good things in the Grey Wasteland, and some chambers of commerce are specifically here to purchase these things. Wylan nodded. It was true. Then he thought of a rumor, so he asked, Aunt, I heard that this war will last for a long time. Is it true? Yes, it will last for a long time. Flora nodded and said, the higher-ups need to train soldiers starting from the western border provinces this year, and will gradually rotate to the inner provinces next year. After Flora finished speaking, Layla continued, when my father was communicating with the commander of the corps, Bulborn, I happened to hear a few words, saying that this military operation will last for 8 years, and it is expected to rotate 6 magic corps, 10 silver knights and 15 corps to prepare for the dwarf war 9 years later. That should be right. It seems that I have to ask someone to take a good position in advance. Maybe I can make a lot of money. Wylan touched his chin and muttered to himself. 9 years later, it will be the time when the kingdom of Elijah and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom terminate the Northern Treaty. At that time, the kingdom of Elijah wants to expand northward, and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom wants to invade southward, and war will break out again no matter what. Aunt Sister Layla, you guys are busy, I'll leave first. Wylan, wait. Flora looked at the bastard who had disappeared and looked at Layla pitifully. Call me sister-in-law, I'll help. Sister-in-law, sit down, I'm waiting for you to say that. Flora immediately stood up, vacated her seat, and took the cakes to lie down on the hammock next to her to rest. Seeing this, Layla shook her head helplessly, came to Flora's seat and sat down, quickly dealing with the documents on the table. Flora turned her head and looked at her good friend who was working hard, which was really pleasing to the eye. On the other side, Wylan felt that he had escaped a disaster after leaving his aunt's workplace. Before the military training, he had been caught by his aunt several times to handle affairs. This time he was more careful and took Kyle away in advance while his aunt had not reacted yet. Let's go back and get the horses, and go to that place to have a look. Yes, my lord. Soon after the two returned to the camp, they left the camp with 6 knights. 50 kilometers away from the Brazilian, a camp, the Chamber of Commerce that received the inside information has already occupied a good feng shui treasure land in advance, and many chambers of commerce and personal stores have begun to open. Many noble children from the logistics camp and nobles from the surrounding noble territories are strolling here with their followers. Don't miss it if you pass by. The half-elf from the Kingdom of Cube only costs 3,000 gold coins. You can't buy it at a loss. A merchant was standing in front of the iron cage, introducing it enthusiastically to the nobles around. Wellen was mixed in the crowd, looking at the half-elf captives trapped in the iron cage, and was very surprised. Merchant, why is your half-elf covered with wounds? How many times can you use it after buying it back? A noble child looked at the half-elf in the iron cage and asked arrogantly. My lord, don't look at this half-elf covered with wounds, but it has a strong vitality. It will be fine in a few days after returning. It is absolutely durable, the merchant explained with a smile. Where did you get this half-elf? You didn't hunt him somewhere, you bought him and got into trouble. A nobleman dressed in flashy clothes asked. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. He didn't even know that the Third Icelandic War broke out between the Kingdom of Cube and the Kingdom of Is half-elves. This must be a prisoner of the half-elf army that failed in the war. A noble young man in black uniform replied disdainfully. When the half-elf in the iron cage heard the term Icelandic War, his empty eyes had a little light, but soon dimmed. You Looking at the followers behind him, the flashy young noble could only hold back the words in his mouth, lowered his head, and dared not refute. This lord is right. These half-elf prisoners of war will not cause you any trouble. Many nobles took action and began to buy male or female half-elves. For this scene, Wylan just shook his head and then took his men to other places. My lord, is it really okay to sell half-elf captives in our country? Kyle looked back at the crazy nobles and turned to Wylan and asked. There is no legal problem. Our country has signed a treaty with the Kingdom of Iz that prohibits the capture and sale of half-elves, but these half-elves are from the Kingdom of Cube. As long as the nobles trade directly with the merchants of the Kingdom of Cube and do not trade with each other afterwards, this treaty cannot restrict them. And most importantly, they pay taxes, so the kingdom will naturally turn a blind eye. What if the Kingdom of Iz condemns us and asks us to return these half-elf slaves? How should we respond? Kyle asked again. It's very simple. They are at war with the Kingdom of Cube. Unless they want to fight us, they can only acquiesce to this kind of thing. There is no other way. However, after the war, the Kingdom of Iz half-elf asked to redeem these half-elves, and the kingdom also acquiesced, provided that they can find their compatriots. Wellen patted Kyle on the shoulder and said with emotion, during the war, the economy of our southern border province was promoted, which is also a big factor. Kyle remembered the trade fair last year and suddenly figured out a lot of things. He said respectfully to Wylan, thank you, my lord, for clearing up my confusion. After wandering around this simple camp for more than 2 hours, Wylan found a site in the northwest of the commercial camp and asked the knight to plant the flag on this land. You go and take people to the woods to cut some wood, build a fence and a house first, and occupy the land first. Yes, my lord. Then he took 4 knights and knight swords into the jungle. In less than half an hour, a large pile of neatly cut wood was carried back to the camp. The other 2 knights were not idle either. They directly surrounded the open space around the flag and directly drove the wood into the soil with brute force. In less than 3 hours, the 6 bronze knights and the silver knight Kyre built this 300-square-meter yard. My lord, do you need to leave any manpower? Kyle patted the dirt on his body and said to Varen, leave 2 people behind first, and then send someone back to inform Baird and ask him to inform Raimundo to organize a caravan to station here and ask them to transport some goods. Yes, sir. Kyle took the order and immediately assigned the task. Wylan looked at this scene and was very pleased. With a capable attendant, he felt relaxed. After arranging a piece of commercial land, Wylan looked at the sky and saw that it had darkened. Not long after, a bonfire was lit in the center of the yard. The 2 knights took off the iron pot they were carrying on. Their horses found some strong wooden sticks, built a simple tripod on the spot, and hung the pot underneath. Then Kyle acted as the chef, and the other 2 knights helped to cook the food on the spot. Excuse me, can I join? Wylan turned around and saw 3 people at the entrance of the fence. The leader, a noble, greeted them very politely. Yes, you are welcome to join. Wylan stood up and responded politely. The young nobleman approached with 2 followers and introduced politely. Hello, sir, you can call me Krell. Hello, Krell, my name is Varen. As you can see, I am now a baron. Varen simply introduced himself. Krell sat down next to Valen, while his 2 knights tied their horses and sat with Valen's men. Your accent sounds like you're from the central region. Seeing that Wylan didn't speak, Krell took the initiative to bring up the topic and asked kindly. So be it. Wylan threw a piece of wood into the bonfire, looked at the fire, and replied calmly. Then you are really awesome. You are already a baron at such a young age, and now I am relying on my father's strength to earn a living in the army. Creel praised enthusiastically. Wylan turned around and responded with a smile. Compared to truly starting from scratch, which of us does not rely on the strength of the family? That's not wrong. Seeing a smile on the other person's face, Krell continued, you are here today because of those half-elves. No, I don't have that kind of fun. I'm here just to occupy a place. After all, this war will last for a long time, but it's a good opportunity to make money. You are really a far-sighted lord, much better than those nobles who only know men and women. Krell had already learned from the other party's hint that Wylan's status was not low, but his expression remained unchanged and enthusiastic. respond to the other party without any change in tone. You're not bad either, a friend from the royal capital. Varen looked at Krell and replied calmly. Varen, how do you think I'm from the royal capital? Krell thought that he didn't reveal any information, so how did the other party know about it? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Wylan did not answer directly, but went through a roundabout way. Lies, Krell replied without hesitation. Wylan's expression became a little frozen for a moment, looking at the faint smile on the other person's face. He calmed down his turbulent mood and replied. From your clothes, the mounts of the three of you and the horses of your two followers, dress up. After hearing this, Krell looked at himself, then looked at his two subordinates, shook his head and said, It is indeed a lie, and it is also polite, but what about the truth? Your accent, Varen replied without hesitation. Accent. It shouldn't be right. Creel was very curious and asked Wylan, I specially disguised it. So you shouldn't be able to tell. In other words, you once went to the royal capital to survive for a period of time, otherwise. Wylan shrugged and said, Look. Varen, I jumped into your trap. Claire looked at the smile on the other person's face and suddenly understood. If I hadn't been exposed, could you guess where I was from? Your collar, Varen pointed to his neck and said to Krell. Claire subconsciously touched the silk scarf wrapped on the inside of the clothes and the material on it, and suddenly realized. Yun silk cloth, it turns out that this is the real answer. It seems that I didn't cover it up enough. I happen to know about it and have observed it carefully. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult to tell who you are, Varen explained to Krell. Krell looked at Wylan seriously and asked, I'm curious, Wylan, which central province are you from? I can't tell just from your current attire. Krell, it's a wonderful thing to find out for yourself, isn't it? You are right, the answers you are looking for are interesting. Since you are in the army, I will report to the regiment soon, so I can always know your identity. Sir, the soup is ready. Kyle stepped forward and respectfully reported to Wylan. Prepare a bowl for Krell and his entourage as well. Everyone was amazed by the soup Kyle cooked. Even Varen almost thought that Kyle would be a bit of an underachiever if he didn't become a chef. An hour later, Krell stood up and said goodbye to Wylan. The time is limited, I have to report to the front line, and I have to travel all night, so I won't chat. Krell walked slowly. Creel rode on the horse, looked at Varen and said, Next time I will get your information, I can't wait. Goodbye, Varen. Goodbye. After Krell left, Wylan sat by the campfire to rest. The night passed quickly. Wylan finished a night of practice, stretched his body, looked at the scenery in the morning, and felt that it was another beautiful day. After walking around the commercial district, Wylan left 2 nights to guard the site and wait for the caravan sent by Raymondo to take over, and then left with the remaining 3 people. As the commander of the 13th Transport Battalion, he could not leave the Brazilian camp for a long time. If there was an emergency, he would be responsible. Arriving at the gate of the Brazilian camp, Wylan asked the guards at the gate of the camp and knew that Krell should have reported to the front line, but he didn't know which legion it was. The next period of time was leisurely. Wylan observed the training of 200 people while practicing druidism. Occasionally, he was caught by his aunt and forced to handle official business. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was February 26th. In the morning, 50 Kakaro's beasts were loaded with various compressed military rations, replacement weapons, crossbows, magic potions, diluted holy water of life, clothing, and other supplies. Kakaro's beasts are 13 meters long and 4 meters high. They are supported by 8 thick legs. They can carry compressed military rations for a 1,000-man team for half a month at a time. They are well-deserved transport beasts. Wylan rode on a red phosphorus horse and inspected the team back and forth. Everyone was in high spirits. The 200 people assigned to him were initially able to obey orders, and their appearance had changed greatly. Let's go. With Wylan's order, the 13th Transport Battalion began its first transport mission. Along the opened road, it approached the 6th Legion step by step. According to the information sent back from the front line, the 6th Legion of the Serap Corps is 200 kilometers away from the Brazilian, a camp in a straight line, and the actual distance is 500 kilometers. Therefore, he needs to deliver this batch of supplies to the 6th Legion within 12 days. Entering the Grey Mang wasteland, you can find the burned camps of monster clans from time to time, and large areas of forests that are easy to block the view are violently blown away. On the sixth day of transporting supplies, Wai Lin looked at the big pit in front of him according to the instructions on the map. No one can imagine that this was a hill a month ago, but now it has become a big pit with a diameter of 600 meters, and there are still a lot of charred black charcoal scattered around. The magic army's attack is still so brutal. A good hill just disappeared. Wylan put away the map, shook his head and said, then asked the team to walk around the road next to the giant pit. My lord, do you think that the combined skills of Lord Orlando's knights can achieve this effect? Kyle looked at the giant pit and asked Wylan. It's not clear now, but we will know later. Wylan shook his head and replied that he also wanted to know whether the knights led by Orlando and Hebrew could achieve this effect, but it would take time to test. Notify everyone to cheer up. From here on, we will really enter the Grey Wasteland. There are many small tribes that have not been cleared. Yes, my lord. Near noon, everyone took out the compressed military rations they carried with them, swallowed them into their mouths and chewed them slowly, getting energy from them, and then continued on their way. Compressed military rations, as a mature war material, can be processed in a specific war magic workshop to compress 3 kilograms of food into a sphere with a diameter of 4 centimeters, which is enough to support soldiers in a high-intensity battle. Since the advent of this war magic workshop, it has become popular in various countries in an instant. In order to save marching time, in the past 6 days, they have been marching almost from dawn to nightfall, and there is no extra time to waste on making fire and cooking. After marching forward for 30 kilometers, the sky darkened. The 13th Transport Battalion set up camp on the spot around the Kakarot's beast, firmly protecting the supplies in the center. At this moment, a large number of fish that escaped the net in the previous war gathered in the distant forest, staring at the fire in the distance with greedy eyes. Lord Guga, the human army has at least 4,000 people, and the goblins we have gathered are less than 3,000. A lizardman came to a silver high-level lizard warrior and reported with his long tongue. Enough, our mission is to burn military rations and slow down the speed of human attack, not to defeat humans. The lizard warrior Guga knew his mission very well. Attacking the logistics of the human army was his primary goal in sneaking into this place. As for why no gold-level monsters came in, it was naturally because they were detected by the magic instrument of the magic energy biological fluctuations. Before they crossed the line, they were all killed. Not a single one left. Uga's former boss was consumed in vain, and he found out that the newly emerged magic instruments of the human army can only detect the traces of gold-level and above creatures on a large scale, and cannot detect silver-level and below creatures. In this war, gold-level warriors may lose their lives at any time, not to mention cannon fodder like him, so caution is the premise of survival. Send goblins to attack from the left wing. You lead 50 warriors to go around the other side, and when the main force of humans arrives at the left wing, immediately launch an attack and launch rockets. The main target is those giant beasts that transport food. Lizard warrior Guga used his brain and issued a task to his capable subordinate, a lizard warrior. Yes, Lord Guga. The lizard warrior felt honored to be valued by his superior. He left with his 20 lizard warriors and 30 lizard servants and headed for the right wing of the 13th Transport Battalion. At about 2 a.m., when ordinary lizardmen were drowsy, Guga ordered the goblins and dog-headed men to attack. 10 lizard warriors and 40 lizard servants drove groups of goblins and dog-headed men to attack the left wing of the transport battalion. Enemy attack! The soldier in charge of vigilance shouted loudly. All troops quickly stood up, holding their weapons tightly, and formed a formation under the leadership of the officers to prepare to resist the enemy. In a short period of time, 3,000 people gathered on the left wing, surrounded by bonfires and braziers everywhere to provide vision for the soldiers. Another 1,000 people gathered on the right wing to defend it. Wylan stood on the back of a Kakarot's beast, looking at the orderly dispatched troops with a calm face. If you don't obey the order, you will be killed. This is not a joke. Everyone is highly focused. No one wants to die at the hands of their comrades. Oh, Hundreds of strong goblins took the black magic potion provided by the lizardmen, and their bodies instantly expanded 3 times, turning into pure beasts. They kept running forward in the unique rhythm of the lizardmen, and many skinny goblins were trampled into meat paste. Attack! Imogen drew out the knight's sword and gave orders calmly. 600 archers kept shooting arrows until they were exhausted. At this time, killing one more monster would reduce their pressure. Defend! Greg looked at the monster less than 100 meters away and gave orders loudly. The warriors in the first row stuck their shields into the soil and tried their best to resist the first wave of impact. The soldiers standing in the second row extended their spears through the gaps, forming the first killing force. Dang! The goblins transformed into giant beasts hit the shield wall fiercely, and the foul-smelling green blood splashed everywhere, corroding everything around. The third row will go up. Greg looked at the soldiers who were constantly injured and killed indifferently, without a trace of emotion in his eyes, and kept adjusting the formation. At the same time, the lizard men on the right wing began to move, using their own racial advantages to quickly approach the transport camp. Wylin turned around suddenly, looked at the sound coming from the dark, jumped off the Kakero's monster, snatched the spear from a soldier, sensed the front, and threw it into the darkness. The leading lizardman just wanted to come down to release a rocket, but was pierced by a sudden inferior spear. The surrounding lizardmen were in chaos when they saw the silver low-level lizard warriors being nailed to the ground. Charge forward and set the supplies on fire. That's honor. The deputy captain of the lizard warriors took over the command and ordered loudly. Kyle, guard the right wing. I want to see how strong I am. Wylin drew out his knight's sword, threw the scabbard to Kyle, and then rushed forward. A high-level silver warrior, facing a high-level bronze warrior, plus a dozen bronze-level lizard warriors. Some cannon fodder that he looked down upon, Wylin had no pressure at all. He split a lizard warrior in half with one sword, without any pressure. Blood splattered everywhere, and every time Wylin swung his sword, he would take the life of a lizard man. Warriors siege him below. Other servants throw rockets, don't get entangled with him. As the deputy captain, the high-level bronze lizard warrior always hid behind, ready to retreat at any time. As a wise warrior, he was very different from these brainless fellows. He didn't want to be nailed to the ground by a spear like his unlucky captain. When he saw the fire in the inner circle, the cunning high-level bronze lizard warrior grabbed a fellow and ran back quickly. Wylin watched the big fish leave, swung his sword to cut off the 3 lizard warriors blocking the way, pulled out the spear stuck in the lizard warrior, and threw it at the fleeing lizard man. Looking at the spear in the air, the high-level bronze lizard warrior threw his fellow lizard in his hand and ran as hard as he could. What a cunning creature! After cleaning up the low-level lizard warriors and lizard servants around him, Wylin looked a little gloomy as he looked at the leader who had disappeared. He actually used his own people as a shield to reduce the power of the spear and change its trajectory. My lord, the lizardmen fired rockets and burned some fodder. There was no loss of other things. It was within the normal transportation loss range. After extinguishing the sparks, Kyle came to Wylin and reported to him. Strengthen vigilance, there may be attacks later. On the other side, after seeing the flames coming out of the right wing of the transport camp, the lizard warriors acting as the supervisors automatically retreated, and the goblins who were entangled as cannon fodder were directly abandoned. 10 minutes later, the goblins who took the black magic potion ran out of vitality and fell on the battlefield. In just 1 minute, they decayed into a pile of rotten meat. The remaining goblin cannon fodder lost their restraints and fled in all directions into the dark jungle. As the main person in charge of the attack, the lizard leader Guga began to evacuate the moment he saw the fire. It didn't matter whether the action was successful or not. What mattered was that he took action, and that was enough. If he really mentioned the battle axe and went forward to fight, he would have died countless times. Although his name was rough, he cherished his life very much. There were more than a dozen lizard beauties waiting for him at home. He couldn't waste his life in vain. A sneak attack that was more formal than actual ended, and the troops began to count the casualties. At dawn the next day, the final losses of the troops came to the commander Wylin. My lord, last night, The 1st Battalion suffered 37 casualties, the 2nd Battalion suffered 113 casualties, the 3rd Battalion suffered 69 casualties, and the Kokolos Transport Battalion suffered no casualties. Most of the casualties were ordinary human soldiers who had not entered the profession. Whelan looked through the statistical report, then threw it to Kyle and said, "Leave some people to collect and burn the bodies, and most of them continue to move forward. We have limited time and cannot delay." "Yes, sir." The order was issued quickly, and 100 soldiers from 2 squadrons were left to clean up the battlefield. The transport battalion continued to move forward without stopping. The frequency of attacks became more and more frequent, but the casualties were getting smaller and smaller. After taking off the valuable monster clan head, Whelan ordered the transport battalion to continue moving forward. "My lord, the latest news is that after crossing this hill, it is only 20 kilometers away from the temporary base of the 6th Legion." Kyle took the note on the messenger Green Falcon, opened it to check, and reported to Whelan. "It's time to end it. We are getting closer to the border, and more attacks." Looking at the disappearing shadow of the messenger King Falcon in the sky, Whelan said a little tiredly, "Although the task of transporting military rations is safer than fighting on the front line, the countless attacks that pose no threat have caused serious mental exhaustion. Hurry up and hand over, hurry back." After half a day's journey, Whelan finally arrived at the 6th Legion's base. Compared to the last time they set out, the number of people in the 6th Legion has obviously dropped a lot. From the number of military tents, it can be seen that the 6th Legion still has about 23,000 to 25,000 people, which is 5,000 to 6,000 less than before the war began. Even so, the 6th Legion is only responsible for the second-line battlefield and has not participated in the most intense first-line battlefield. This is the cruelty of war. Military merits need to be obtained at the cost of life, not only ordinary soldiers, but even the lives of nobles. The monster army in the Grey Wasteland does not tell you any international rules or noble demeanor. If it falls into their hands, it will most likely become military rations. "Please show me the order document." At the entrance of the garrison, an officer said tiredly, with blood still on his armor. Whelan motioned Kyle to show the order document of the logistics department and asked, "What happened?" "Yesterday afternoon, the monster attacked and broke through the camp from the left wing, killing and injuring many people, and the medical supplies were lost. Now there are many wounded in the camp," the officer replied with a wry smile. "There are a lot of medical supplies in this supply. You can notify the Legion to move them as soon as possible." "I understand, sir. This is your order document." Hearing this news, the officer smiled slightly, handed the document back to Whelan, and then ordered his men to remove the roadblocks and let the 13th Transport Battalion enter the garrison. After entering the camp, after connecting with the 6th Legion's logistics and military supplies, they immediately arranged for personnel to urgently unload medical supplies. After Whelan put away the stamped order documents, he took Kyle to other camps to see if he could find his uncle and his friends. After some searching, Whelan first found his cousin Brian. "Whelan, you're here." Brian, with his right arm hanging, looked at Whelan palely. "Lord Whelan." Magic Knight Adrian saluted and then changed Brian's medicine. "Kyle, did you bring the ice blue potion?" Whelan turned his head and asked. Hearing this, Kyle took out an ice blue potion from the cloth bag he carried with him and handed it to Adrian. "What is this?" "A potion for healing injuries." In response to his cousin Brian's inquiry, Whelan explained on the side. Then Adrian took out the cork and served Brian to take the ice blue potion. After a while, Brian's complexion improved a lot. "Cousin, was the attack so serious? Even you were injured?" Whelan asked with a worried look on his face. "It was indeed dangerous. If Adrian hadn't arrived in time, I would have died at the hands of that jackal." Brian recalled the scene last night and couldn't help showing a scared expression. "You still need to be cautious on the battlefield. Don't be reckless," Whelan couldn't help but remind him. "I will restrain myself in the future." Brian smiled bitterly. The war of millions is indeed cruel. Even the second-line battlefield is not so easy to fight. It's not easy to get military merits. I have been attacked frequently during this trip. Although I can deal with it, I have also suffered many casualties. This is the cruelty of war. No matter what you do, there are risks. Brian deeply agrees. In the future, recklessness will also be based on occasions. In the future, the war will definitely be based on Adrian's opinion. He doesn't want to walk on the edge of life and death again. Lord Wylan, do you still have this kind of magic potion? At this time, Adrian interrupted the communication between the two and asked suddenly. Seeing his master nod, Kyle reported to everyone, "We brought 50 bottles of ice blue potion this time. 13 bottles were consumed on the road and 1 bottle was given to Lord Brian. There are 36 bottles left." "Why, Lynn, how many gold coins are there per bottle of ice blue potion?" "I want to buy 20 bottles. Brian has a deep understanding of the efficacy of this potion. The treatment effect is also the same as the diluted life potion. The most important thing is that the pain in the body is more than 3 to 5 times weaker than before. It is definitely a potion with a very high cost performance. 2 gold coins per bottle," Wai Lin said without hesitation. "Really, don't lie to me." Brian looked at Wai Lin hesitantly, his tone a little uncertain. "Of course I didn't lie to you. I supply 3 gold coins per bottle to the Nanka Chamber of Commerce." Wai Lin smiled and said nonchalantly, "Veland, I want to know how much of this potion you have left in stock." "There are about 2,000 bottles left." After hearing this, Brian hesitated. "Velen, I hope you can sell me 200 bottles. "No problem, cousin. I'll leave you 20 bottles this time, and I'll deliver the remaining 180 bottles together during the next transportation." After thinking for a while, Wylan agreed. "Go get 600 gold coins." Brian then ordered Adrian beside him. "Cousin, 2 gold coins per bottle. There's no need to take so much." Wylan hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "Although I'm reckless, I know the value of this kind of thing. Although it's weaker than the diluted holy water of life, the pain-relieving effect in it is definitely not available in the diluted life potion. I've made a profit." Not long after, Adrian took out 6 gold notes of 100 gold coins and handed them to Wylan. "Lord Wylan, this potion is very valuable. The church's price for diluted holy water of life is 5 gold coins per bottle. I suggest that you sell it to the public for 10 or 15 gold coins per bottle." "Thank you for your suggestion, Adrian." Wylan nodded and agreed with Adrian's suggestion. Pricing the diluted holy water of life lower than the life church or the same price is to steal business from the church. Although it is only a partial snatch of business, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction from the church. But if it is 1 to 2 times higher than the church's price, it can help screen customers and not affect the church's interests in the bottom market. "How are my cousins?" Wylan raised his head and asked Brian. "They are fine, but the troops have suffered a lot of losses. Uncle Alcott's troops suffered a 10% loss, and Uncle Edgar's troops suffered a 15% loss." "So serious?" Wylan was surprised by this. "That's still good. Some noble armies have a casualty rate of up to 25%. How long will you fight? If you keep going like this, I'm afraid that the troops you have worked so hard to train will be wasted." According to the news received by the Legion commander, Viscount Sigro, the main force of the Legion is advancing smoothly. It will take about half a year to complete the first phase of the military goal, and then we should retreat to the Brazilian camp. It seems that the goal is very clear. First, suppress the opponent's arrogance and then train the troops. It's just a bit cruel to the troops participating. In the first phase, Wylan was silent for a while and then said, "Brian was very open-minded and did not feel angry. Someone has to do this kind of thing, but we are just on the border. But then again, the more brutal the war, the more military merits you get." "That's right, think about it from another perspective. The nobles in the inland provinces may envy you." Wylan nodded in agreement. "By the way, cousin, how many military merits do you have now?" Thinking of this, Wylan asked curiously. "A little more than you, with 3 military exploits. But still a long way from becoming a Viscount," Brian replied with a smile. "It's really far. Let's see who will become a Viscount first." "Okay, let's compete." Brian clenched his right fist and stretched it out in front of Wylan. Seeing this, Wylan also clenched his right fist, palm down, and touched it with Brian, forming an informal bet. It's getting late, I still have to go to see my two cousins. Cousin, you should take good care of your injuries and don't go to the battlefield recently. Wylan stood up and said goodbye to Brian. I understand. Be careful when you go back. Although there are no monsters higher than silver level in the rear, there are also many difficult monster clans. I remember. After Wylan left, Brian lay on the bed and said to his guardian knight Adrian, I have a feeling that my cousin will definitely become a Viscount within 10 years. My lord, why don't you make this informal bet with Lord Wylan? Ha, you don't understand this. It's good to put some pressure on my cousin. But I don't think you can put pressure on Lord Wylan, Adrian answered seriously. Why is that? Brian asked puzzled. When you were communicating with Lord Wylan just now, I observed the young man next to him. He has the strength of a silver knight, and he is not one of Lord Wylan's 14 guardian knights. This means that this young man was trained by Lord Wylan from scratch. Is it so outrageous? Brian looked at Adrian with shock in his eyes. It's so outrageous. Adrian nodded heavily and confirmed again. Well, actually I was a little motivated just now. Now, I decide to lie down and watch how Wylan rises as a witness. Brian collapsed on the bed again and said without any image. Seeing this, Adrian covered Brian with a quilt and left the tent. In this case, he had no choice but to obey the master's decision. What else could he do? On the other hand, Wylan visited Alcott and Edgar separately and placed an order with them for 600 bottles of ice blue potion. On the morning of the third day, the 13th Transport Battalion began to return to the Brazilian camp. In an underground cave on an unknown hill, a lizard warrior was feasting, listening to the reports of his men and laughing from time to time. That idiot has lost his life in vain. His wife and women are mine. Lizard warrior Guga said to his capable subordinates with a beaming look on his face. Lord Guga, what should I do with Lord Karen's troops? A lizard warrior stood up and asked respectfully. Guga waved his hand and said directly, leave it to you to replenish losses and recycle waste. Next time there is an action, let them rush to the front. My lord is wise, a group of lizard men boasted. Suddenly, a lizard warrior hurriedly entered the cave, with an anxious expression on his face, and reported, Lord Guga, a human transport team has been discovered. There's another human transport team coming from which direction? Guga swallowed the meat in his mouth with a very serious expression. Coming from the 6th Human Legion. Upon hearing that it had nothing to do with his mission, Guga suddenly became unhappy. Go aside. Without transporting supplies, there is no value in action. Let the boys not act rashly. If anyone dares to act without authorization, I will eat it. Yes, sir. The lizard warrior quickly exited the cave, not daring to stay for long. Returning to the Brazilian, a camp from the 6th Army was smoother than I imagined. Along the way, there are only a handful of monster attacks. 50 kilometers away from the safe zone, a group of 500 goblin cannon fodder was killed, and all the lizard men as the main force were annihilated. Kyle put away the knight's sword, came to Varen's side and reported, My lord, it seems that the monster clan also has a brain. Now a strange phenomenon has formed in this area. The monster clan with brains is pretending to be a show-off, sending out cannon fodder to attack the transport team. If it has some success, it will retreat and never stop. Wylan stepped on the corpse of a low-level silver lizard warrior, pointed at the corpses of more than 30 lizardmen around him, and said contemptuously, As for the brainless ones, this is what they will end up with. They are perfunctory, and it's easy for us to do things. I just don't know how long this situation can last. After thinking carefully, Kyle replied, It should be related to the battle on the front line. If the Corps advances further into the gray wasteland, this strange phenomenon will definitely be broken immediately. That's correct. Wylan glanced at the dark forest in the distance and continued, When the fool dies, they will add more brainless monster clans into the safe range. Treat these lizard heads with lime. Yes, sir. Without the interruption of the monster clan, Varen was happy to have a leisurely time, lying on the Kakaro's beast to bask in the sun during the day, and meditating and practicing the druidry at night. On March 17, the 13th Transportation Battalion returned to its station. When we left, there were 4,000 people in the 13th Transport Battalion, and when we returned, there were still 500 people. Although the number of people has decreased, the combat effectiveness has been greatly improved compared to before. The noble children in the transport camp grew from fear to respect for Varen. This operation was easy for Wyland's troops, but for them it was like a hell trip. Many aristocratic children have made breakthroughs in this operation, and their strength has been greatly improved. After arriving at the Brazilian camp, Varen went to his aunt's camp, returned the order documents, and completed the final procedures for the transportation task. "Did you encounter any danger this time?" Flora asked while stamping her seal skillfully. "There is danger, but it's not a big problem for me," Wyland replied to Flora with a relaxed expression. Flora handed the document to the clerk on the side and asked him to file it for storage. Then he said, "It's okay. The transportation battalion that transports supplies to the frontline troops has suffered a lot of losses recently." "Is it so serious?" Wyland asked, sitting on a stool nearby. Flora nodded solemnly. The 3rd Transportation Battalion returned to the Brazilian camp the day before yesterday and is resting and recuperating. When the entire Transportation Battalion performed the 3rd Transportation Mission, there were 3,000 people. The proportion of bronze warriors reached 10%. When we returned to the main camp, there were only less than 1,000 people left. 50 Kokolos behemoths were also lost, and the battle damage rate reached 60%. If it were not for the commander of the 3rd Transportation Battalion, who had 30 years of military experience, he would not have been able to fight. With rich experience, I'm afraid the 3rd Transportation Battalion will be delisted. After Wyland heard this, he took a breath of air. It seems that the battle on the front line is more intense than I thought. By the way, how about the 6th Army? It's on the 2nd line, so there should be no problem. Flora looked at Wyland and asked suddenly. Wyland shook his head and said, "The situation is also a bit dangerous. When I arrived at the 6th Army 8 days ago, they had already encountered an attack. The camp was breached and a lot of medical supplies were lost. If I hadn't arrived on time, I wouldn't have known what will happen. If you don't want to continue carrying out the transportation mission, I can ask the Minister of Logistics, Mr. Bakshi, to replace you," Flora said after thinking twice. "No, with the existence of magic biological wave magic instruments, it is impossible for gold level and above monsters to come to the rear. I can easily deal with other silver level monster clans." Wyland refused with a smile. "Remember to be careful. Do you need to replenish manpower? There is another group of recruits here." "No, my transport battalion has finally formed a tacit understanding. The additional manpower will lower the average combat level of the transport battalion." "Okay, you go back and rest first." "Then I'll go, Aunt." Wyland came out of the tent and looked at the increasingly sparsely staffed Brazilian camp, feeling a little melancholy. As the battle line advanced, the transportation tasks became more and more arduous, and the rest time was shortened. "Kyle, tell Greg and Imogen to rest for 3 days, and then further strengthen the training after 3 days. I have a hunch that the transportation tasks in the future may become more and more difficult. Also, write to Baird and ask him to deliver a batch of weapons and ice blue magic potion. The situation is urgent, and he may not stay in the Brazilian camp for much time. In addition, send someone to tell the personnel in the commercial camp that the price of ice blue magic potion, well, it is priced at 12 gold coins per bottle, mainly to promote the pain relief effect." Kyle took out the notebook he carried with him, recorded it at a very fast speed, and then put it in his pocket, waiting to arrange it as soon as he returned. "Or I'll look for 2 people to share some affairs for you." Wyland turned his head and looked at Kyle, smiling, and asked, "My lord, it's not necessary at this stage. I think I can handle everything." Kyle blurted out with a very firm tone. "Forget it, it depends on you. We can talk about it if you are too busy." "Yes, my lord." Kyle lowered his head and replied, "Those who want to steal his job must be eliminated in the bud." After returning to the Brazilian League camp, life returned to its normal state. Before he knew it, it was April. It had been 4 months since he arrived at the Brazilian camp, and there were still 5 months left before the estimated first phase of military operations. At night, Wyland lay on the bed, looking at the dim light around him, and waited slowly. The war will last for 8 years, and the mutant moonflower is 1,000 kilometers away. It is now the base camp of the monster clan and is impossible to obtain. Regarding this valuable information obtained in October last year, he wanted to disguise it as an accidental information and hand it over in exchange for a high value. The gift of moonlight flower, as one of the 3 main ingredients of the moon scar potion, has the special effect of repairing the soul. No matter how he thought about it, Wylin was reluctant to part with it, but he had to compromise with reality. First, write a letter to my father in code words and see what plan he has. Wylin made a decision in his heart. If he couldn't get it with his own ability, he would rely on the family's means. If nothing happened, he would repay it to the kingdom. After thinking about this matter, I felt much relieved instantly. At this time, the familiar voice came again, which made Wylin miss him very much. 2 months later, there were 3 mutated griffin eggs in the Brazilian, a commercial camp. They were soaked in ice blue magic potion in the 7th, 11th, and 15th boxes of the 23rd stall for their hatching. Wylin's eyes lit up after receiving this exciting news. The flying mount that I have longed for is here. Isn't it? And it's still a mutated griffin. But I don't know how it looks different from an ordinary griffin. The next day, Viren asked Kyle to stay outside the camp, recalling the family code words he had learned before, and began to write a letter to inform his father about the mutated moonflower. As the letter went out, he just had to wait for the news. 10 days later, Baird ordered someone to bring the supplies requested by Viren, in addition to 2 letters and 20 bottles of luminous wine. A letter came from Rakas, the manager of Shuyu Manor. Viren opened the letter and read it quickly. In the second half of last year, the luminous grapes of Shuyu Manor matured, and a total of 120 bottles of luminous wine were produced. The second letter was written by Baird. He took it upon himself to send 20 bottles of luminous wine as a social gift to Viren. The other 100 bottles was stored in the wine cellar, waiting for him to make a decision after his return. Bring the wine, let me have a taste. Viren collected the letter and ordered Kyle. After a while, Wylin took a bottle of luminous wine and looked through the glass. It showed a light red color. When he opened it and smelled it, the aroma of the wine overflowed. At this time, Kyle found a bowl from nowhere. Viren poured the glowing wine into the bowl, brought it to his mouth, and drank it all. Suddenly, Wylin felt his body start to heat up, and his head felt a little dizzy. Kyle, with quick eyesight and quick hands, immediately supported Wylin and took the bottle to prevent it from falling to the ground. Lord, how do you feel? It's very strong. Drinking so much in one breath, even I can't bear it. Slowly, Wylin started breathing. His mind gradually cleared, and he felt better than ever. Take one of the bottles and share it with Greg and Imogen. Keep the others. I'll give them away. Viren took the luminous wine from Kyle's hand and took out another bottle. Walking towards the outside of the camp, Kyle tilted his head and looked at his master's shaky steps. He wondered if this wine could make people drunk so easily. Sir, may I ask where to put this box of things? An officer's words brought Kyle back to reality from his thoughts. The weapons will be put into storage and summer clothes will be distributed. In addition, the ashes of the fallen soldiers will be handed over to the transport team for them to take back. I will handle this box personally. Yes, sir. Kyle picked up the box and headed towards Viren's camp. 10 minutes later, Wylin finally recovered and was no longer drunk. Good stuff. I wonder what it will feel like the longer it is stored. As a non-drinker, Viren fell in love with the texture and taste of glowing wine. After a while, Wylin arrived at his aunt's tent. The guard standing guard at the door saw Wylin's figure and did not stop him, but let him go directly. Aunt, why are you here? Flora asked Wylin with a pair of not-so-obvious dark circles under her eyes. Of course, I have something good, and I want to share it with you. Wylin skillfully put down the 2 bottles of wine he was carrying, took out 2 teacups from the tea set, picked up the unopened bottle, and filled them skillfully. Taste it, remember. Before Wylin could finish speaking, he saw Flora pick up the teacup and drink it all in one gulp. What's wrong with your wine? Why do I feel like you're shaking? Viren, with quick eyes and quick hands, hurriedly helped Flora to prevent her from falling. Why do I feel dizzy? I haven't felt this way for a long time, and my body is a little warm. Flora leaned on Wylin and said weakly. This is brewed from the fruit of a silver-level plant. In other words, Auntie, you just drank the excellent wine in one gulp. It would be strange not to get drunk. Damn it, why did you tell me earlier? Flora felt very comfortable, but her body lacked strength. Seeing this, Wylan could only help her to the bed and let her lie down to relieve herself. Half an hour later, Flora slowly sat up and felt her body relaxed as never before. You can repair hidden injuries now, Flora looked inward and said in surprise. It seems that Auntie already knows, Wylan said with a smile. Flora got off the bed and skillfully poured herself half a glass of wine. While tasting it slowly, she asked, "With this thing, you kid has made a lot of money." "Auntie, I don't have the idea of selling luminous wine." Wylan shook his head and said, "This kind of thing has a very small output. I don't think it's enough to give it to others or use it myself." "So the moment you got the wine, you sent me a bottle without stopping." "Sister Layla is to the west of the Brazilian Soraya camp, a little far away, so I sent you a bottle first." Flora heard this and looked at her nephew Siriausel. "Why, thank you, Wylan." Hey, that's okay. The first time you gave me the Dawn token, the second time was the Moonstone, the third time was the magical protective device, and this time it was the wine that can repair hidden injuries, but I didn't do much for you. How should I put it? Aunt, to be honest, in my opinion, my relationship with you may be closer than those of my brothers and sisters, so you don't have to feel guilty. Although there are many things you didn't tell me, I know them very well. Since you said so, I will accept it with peace of mind. Seeing his aunt's expression on gradually relax, Wylan smiled and raised his glass to clink with Flora. The two chatted like this from afternoon to evening, and the two of them drank a bottle of luminous wine. During this period, Flora also had several plates of beef delivered to her as food and drinks. "Auntie, I'm going back first, you have a good rest." "I understand, there are still 3 days until your second transportation mission, so be prepared." "I see." Varen opened the curtain, looked at the bright night sky, and found Kyle sitting on a wooden box not far away. "Gone." Kyle, who was in a daze, heard Wylan's voice and stood up directly, naturally following behind his master. The two of them did not communicate, just walked on the way back to the station, in tacit understanding. The next morning, after Wylan brought a bottle of luminous wine to Layla, he began to make preparations for the trip 2 days later. On April 15, the second transportation mission began. I received news from the commander of the 14th Transportation Battalion that monster night attacks are becoming more and more frequent on the transportation road, whether heading to the 6th Army or returning to the Brazilian camp. Thinking about it, there are too many people fishing in troubled waters. No matter how stupid the leaders of the monster clan are, they all know how to send a supervising team. Carrying a month's supply of military supplies for the 6th Army, a mighty 500 people once again left the Brazilian camp and embarked on the road to the 6th Army. In a cave on an unknown hill, the lizard warrior Guga, the leader of the place, stood tremblingly in front of a half-dragon. The natural suppression of his bloodline level made him try to restrain his inner fear. "Lord Neural is very dissatisfied with your progress. Sir, the human transport team is large in number and powerful, relying on cannon fodder like goblins. Even with the effect of the maddening black potion, it is difficult to cause effective damage. So is this the explanation why you have more and more people under your command when other teams are annihilated?" The high-ranking silver half-dragon said expressionlessly. Listening to the other party's emotionless tone, the lizard warrior Guga tremblingly took out his treasure, 3 intermediate magic crystals, from the bag he carried with him. "Sir, this is a small bit of sincerity." The half-dragon warrior unceremoniously grabbed the 3 intermediate magic crystals from the lizard warrior Guga's hand. There was still no unnecessary expression on his face, but his tone was more cheerful. "I'll give you a month. If there's no results, you'll be ready to become the original body of the Dark War Beast." "Yes, sir, I will definitely try my best." Guga was so frightened that he broke into cold sweat and responded hurriedly. The Dark War Beast is an evil dark magic that integrates the soul into the body. Once it becomes the original body of the Dark War Beast, it is truly dead when it dies. There is no chance of ascending to the kingdom of God or falling into the river Styx. At this time, the half-dragon warrior took out a bottle of magic potion and threw it to Guga. This is an advanced version of the maddening black potion. The duration is reduced to 1/3, and the combat power is increased by 5 times. Make good use of it. Thank you, sir. Afterwards, the half-dragon warrior left alone. Guga looked at the others leaving figure and felt like he was walking through the gate of hell for a while. If it weren't for his 3 intermediate magic crystals, I'm afraid his head would have been taken away by the other party to scare the bosses in other areas. Although they are both high-level silver, the gap between races is so huge that it is unimaginable. If you fight hard, you will either succeed or die. No matter what, you cannot become the original body of the Dark War Beast. Lord of the Lizards, bless your faithful followers. After Guga prayed to the gods for half an hour for spiritual comfort, he began to mobilize his subordinates. 3 months ago, he came here with only 2 lizard warriors, 50 lizard warriors, and 150 lizard slaves. Now he has 8 lizard warriors, 300 lizard warriors, 800 lizard slaves, and more than 3,000 cannon fodder goblins. He does not trust the lives of these monsters to annihilate a human transport team. For a time, a large number of monsters appeared, laying traps on the roads opened by humans, changing the previous perfunctory attitude of taking advantage of others. At this moment, the 13th Transportation Battalion, in accordance with the previous plan, maintained the policy of traveling at sunrise and stopping at sunset. As long as it was not dark, they would never stop. When they arrived at the giant pit, a green falcon fell from the sky. Kyle reached down, let it fall on his arm, and removed the letter from his calf. My lord, the 6th Army's station has shifted, and we need to change the direction of our advance. After reading the letter, Kyle reported quickly. How much is the offset? Wyland frowned and asked. According to the previous instructions, we need to walk from the left side of the giant pit, but this time we need to walk from the right side, bypassing the forest and heading northwest. Then follow the instructions. Varen nodded and then ordered the transport team to change direction. 6 days later, Guga seized time and led all his troops to lurk in the forests on both sides of the road, quietly waiting for the arrival of the human transport team. But from night until the next night, there wasn't even a ghost on the road. What's going on? Where is the human transport? Where is it? As time passed, Guga became more and more irritable and kept questioning his subordinates. Sir, according to the intelligence from the reconnaissance a month ago, this road is definitely the only way for human transport teams to pass. A lizard warrior lowered his head and replied with a trembling body. Then where is the human transport team? Tell me where it is. Guga pinched the lizard warrior's neck and kept questioning. Sir, maybe those humans are walking slowly. They should arrive tomorrow, another lizard warrior explained. Humph, it's better to see it tomorrow otherwise. Guga let go of the suffocated lizard warrior, and the warning look was self-evident. 3 more days passed, and Guga's eyes were full of bloodshot. He had not slept for 5 days and 5 nights. As long as he closed his eyes, he would dream that he became the original body of the Dark War Beast, slowly lost his soul, and became a Dark War Beast with only instincts, fighting tirelessly until he died, a true death. Or run away. This time, the human transport team did not appear. The idea of running away kept magnifying in his mind. Looking back at his subordinates, he didn't know if there were any half-dragon spies here, so he had to be careful. You wait again, I'll go back to the cave to rest, and I found that the human transport team called me. Captain, you can rest here too. A lizard warrior raised his head and said this. Guga's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he attacked the lizard warrior without warning. In an instant, his sharp claws pierced through the lizard warrior's chest. A beating heart appeared in Guga's hand, scaring the other 7 lizard warriors to retreat one after another and take a fighting stance. If you commit the following offense, this is the consequences. Guga put the bloody heart into his mouth, swallowed it in one gulp, and said coldly, Captain, you're not trying to escape, are you? A lizard warrior standing behind Guga suddenly spoke. Do you want to die too? Guga turned his head and stared at the lizard warrior, spitting out his blood-red tongue and warning expressionlessly. The lizard warrior knew that he had no way out and said directly, Master Guga, If you run away, we will die. The other 6 lizard warriors reacted and surrounded their former boss. If I run away, so will you. Who knows? Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Guga became alert and advised the lizard warriors around him. Several other lizard warriors looked at each other as if what they said made sense. If the adults run, they will run too. No one can catch them. Everyone, the envoy said that watching Guga will be a great achievement. Seeing that the situation around him was not good, the rebellious lizard warrior spoke loudly, trying to arouse the greed of several other colleagues. This 25-year-old guy has only been here for a short time. He might have bought you two in a blink of an eye and done a great job. He might have become the original body of the Dark War. Beast. Guga gradually became murderous and interfered with the others with his words. Lizard warrior. Lord Guga is right. This newcomer has only been here for a week, and we have been working with him for 2 or 3 months. There is no need to say more about what is right and what is wrong. A lizard warrior suddenly said. Seeing that the situation was not good, the lizard warrior took a few steps back, took out the black potion that the half-dragon warrior gave him before leaving, and poured it into his mouth. Ugana, who was always prepared, would give him the opportunity to stab him violently at the moment he drank the potion, crush his chest, and tear his body apart like a catharsis. The 6 lizard warriors around them did not make any unnecessary moves. On the one hand, Guga was powerful, and on the other hand, this young man was immoral. Brothers, we are dismissed. After achieving his goal, Guga left this place and headed towards the cave with a few confidants and not very powerful lizard warriors. The other 6 lizard warriors looked at each other and dispersed with their trusted subordinates. In just a short moment, Nuoda's monster army turned into a pile of scattered sand. After a few days, Varen arrived at the headquarters of the 6th Army. I don't know if the 6th Army moved, but there were few monster attacks along the way, so it was basically smooth sailing. After entering the 6th Legion station, Varen handed the ice blue potion to his cousin and 2 uncles, along with a bottle of luminous wine. It was already dark when we came out of Edgar's place. Wyland, you are actually here. A familiar voice reached his ears. Varen turned his head and saw that it was the noble Krell whom he had met in early February. Claire, long time no see. Krell came over, hugged Welland naturally, and invited with a smile. If you have time, come to my camp for a drink. Very happy, Wyland responded with a smile. 10 minutes later, Varen arrived at the place where Krell was resting. He looked a little surprised when he saw the flag hanging next to him. Those were assigned to me by my father, mainly to protect my safety. They are not my people, so don't be so shocked. It seems that, as I thought, your father is indeed the commander of the regiment, His Excellency Bulborn Silvis. Wyland looked around and visually estimated that there were only 200 people in this escort, but each one was a bronze professional. Hahaha, you're not bad either. Your father is actually Mr. Angus, the famous Earl of Eagle. If Lord Medmanchi hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have been able to find out your information. Claire held Y's arm. Lin Kyankian smiled. So, what are you doing here, supervisor of the 6th Army? A position assigned to me by my father, Krell said nonchalantly and did not hide anything. It's a good position to add to your resume. Your father is paving the way for you, entering the tent. Krell invited Varen to sit down, ordered his servants to bring some wine and food, and sat on the cushions without any image. But I don't really want to do it. This position is too cumbersome. Why? Varen asked while looking at the surrounding environment. Inspect the camp every day, check the number of noble troops, check the quantity of supplies, participate in Legion-level meetings, conduct preliminary checks on the reported achievements, and supervise everything on my own. It is indeed troublesome, but with this level of experience and your royal status, you will be able to do better in the future. That's true. Finally, Krell sat up and whispered to Varen, I'm going to tell you a piece of news, but don't tell anyone else. Varen looked at Krell and listened attentively. I heard that the kingdom is preparing to organize the 7th batch of exchange students from Ash Magic Kingdom into the Dani Corps. The East Corps, the Lensa Corps, and the Serap Corps. Why, as exchange students, shouldn't they stay in the capital to study? Claire looked around, leaned into Wyland's ear, and explained in a low voice. Really? Varen looked at Krell in shock. My father told me please don't tell anyone. Krell enjoyed Wyland's shocked expression, put his middle finger to his mouth and whispered, but it's okay. A war in the north will also be good for the future war between the kingdom and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. By the way, these exchange students are sent to the front line to learn war experience. Don't they have to pay tuition? Wyland asked curiously. Krell smiled mysteriously and answered, how can they not pay tuition? A full 12 floating warships were sold to us at 30% lower than the market price, and they will be delivered in 5 years. Wyland suddenly reacted and stared at Krell and said, your father paved the way for you, wouldn't it be? Wyland, you are really smart. Congratulations. When you arrive in the capital in the future, you must let me, a country bumpkin, see you. Krell joked. Okay, you come to the capital, I will be your tour guide then. Drinks and food were brought in, and Wyland and Krell ate and chatted, through Krell's sharing. Wyland learned about the real scene of the war on the front line of the Serap Corps. Similarly, Wyland shared some interesting stories to heal Krell's tired heart until the second half of the night. Wyland returned to the camp with the help of Kyle. This sleep was very comfortable. It was not until the next afternoon that Wyland woke up slowly and rubbed his temples. Claire's wine is very strong. I have to drink less next time. As night approached, Kyle entered the tent and reported to Wyland. My lord, Lord Orcott brought a strange nobleman to see you. Please let them in, Wyland replied. Inside the tent, Varen looked at the strange nobleman next to Alcott and smiled kindly. Varen, let me introduce you. This is Viscount Algernon Barrett, my longtime friend. Alcott introduced Varen enthusiastically. Uncle Algernon, it's our first meeting. I'm glad to meet you. Varen put his left hand on his right chest, slightly bent forward, and said to the strange Viscount. Sure enough, a handsome man, young and promising. Algernon also put his left hand on his chest, slightly bent his body, and saluted Varen. Uncle Algernon, please sit down. The three of them sat on the cushions one by one. Kyle brought the tea and placed it on the small round table in the middle, and then left the tent. After more than 10 minutes of communication, Varen figured out the purpose of his cousin bringing his friend here. Algernon accidentally saw the effect of the ice blue potion, so he asked Alcott to introduce him, hoping to buy a batch of potions. According to the letter Baird sent him before, the second batch of ice blue potion has begun mass production. In addition to the 6,000 bottles paid to the Nankir Chamber of Commerce, 2,000 bottles are reserved for inventory. There are more than 3,000 bottles available now. The rest are waiting for the second batch of ice blue grass to mature in the second half of the year. Production is expected to reach 10,000 bottles. Uncle Algernon, I sell ice blue potion at price of 12 gold coins per bottle, but since you are my cousin's friend, I can give you a preferential price of 10 gold coins per bottle. The maximum quantity I can give you is 1,000 bottles. After all, the production is limited, Wyland said to Algernon with a smile. Wyland, I appreciate your generosity. Then Algernon took out a document and pushed it in front of Wyland. This is a leisure manor located in my territory. I am giving it to you now. Thank you again for your generosity. Wyland politely declined. Uncle Algernon, you don't have to. It's not like you didn't pay. Seeing this, Alcott said, Wyland, just accept it. I have been coveting that leisure manor for a long time, but he refused to give it to me. Since my cousin likes it so much, I have to accept it. When Algernon saw Wyland accept the leisure manor, his expression relaxed. Wyland, you are welcome to visit my territory in the future. Algernon invited enthusiastically. Wyland Xing'an responded, of course, I really want to see what kind of scenery the leisure manor that my cousin wants has. Please tell me when you come. I will definitely entertain you with all my enthusiasm. Afterwards, Wyland and Algernon signed an order for 1,000 bottles of ice blue magic potion. After Alcott and Algernon left, Kyle entered the tent and packed up the tea set. With the opening of the market for ice blue potion, I'm afraid that more and more nobles will come to buy it in the future. Wyland looked at the order worth 10,000 gold coins in his hand and felt that it seemed to be easier to make money. Kyle informed them that we will leave the day after tomorrow. We should go back. Yes, my lord. Kyle left with the tea set. Wylan put away the order and lay on the bed to continue sleeping. Anyway, it was dark and he didn't want to practice, so he just went to sleep. Half a month later, in mid-May, Wylan returned to the camp to deliver the second transportation mission. Calculating the time, there was still half a month before the 3 mutant griffin eggs, which should be around the third transportation mission. At this moment, the expedited letter had been delivered to Windsor Castle, in Eagle territory. In the study, Angus opened the letter written by Wylan to himself, looked at the secret mark on it, and read out a piece of garbled text through a riddle. The gift of moonlight flower, in a cave 1,000 kilometers away from the border. The explosive information made Angus fall into a brief state of absent-mindedness, with the previous experience of Wylan providing information and preventing a crisis from breaking out in Yingsing City. Angus believed 70% of the content of this letter, but this 70% was enough for him to take a risk. Windsor, the old butler who was waiting at the door of the study, pushed open the door and saluted Angus respectfully, saying, "Master, prepare a griffin. I'm going to Zih province. Tell Alyssa that I may be away for half a month." "Yes, sir." In the afternoon, Angus drove the griffin and spent 12 hours from Windsor Castle to a manor outside Zih province. After some disguise, he entered the provincial capital and entered the teleportation array as a clan member to go to his father-in-law's territory, the Dukedom of Moravia. After Angus entered Moravia City, he directly activated a magic star mark in his hand. A moment later, a team of flying dragon knights descended from the sky, cleared the people around, and took Angus directly to the Darakuran Hills, 200 kilometers away from Moravia City. 10 years have passed since the last visit to the Dalakuran Hill, and it still looks the same as Angus remembered. As the war fortress of the Duke of Moravia. This is his nearly 200 years of hard work. A large floating city that has not yet been completed. In the airspace next to the Dalakuran Hill, there is a small floating city with a total area of about 400 acres, which is the temporary residence of the Duke of Moravia. This small floating city named Kara, most of the people living on it are the students of the Duke of Moravia. Crossing the street, Angus entered a wizard tower more than 20 meters high in the center of the small floating city, which is also the core of this floating city. "Angus, why are you alone? Where is my daughter, little Alyssa?" The figure of the Duke of Moravia, who was dozens of meters away, flashed and appeared in front of Angus with a very dissatisfied tone. "Father-in-law, there is something important this time, so Alyssa didn't come." "Tell me what's the matter." The Duke of Moravia waved his hand lightly, closed this space, and asked Angus. Seeing this, Angus told the Duke of Moravia in detail about the mutant moonlight flower. "What you said is true." The Duke of Moravia asked Angus with his eyes shining. "I am 70% sure." Then the Duke of Moravia lifted the space blockade, opened a space channel casually, and pulled out a young man in a black wizard robe who was in low spirits. "Teacher, what are you doing? I am doing an experiment." Seeing this, Angus bowed and said, "Hello, Lord Clarence." "Angus, why are you here?" The black-robed young man Clarence looked at Angus next to him and greeted him with a smile. "Clarence, teacher, I have a difficult task for you. Do you think you can?" "No, I still need to do experiments." Soul-level shadow mage Clarence refused without hesitation. Suddenly, the Duke of Moravia knocked on Clarence's head with a staff. "Teacher, don't knock." "I'll go. Isn't it okay for me to go?" Finding that the surrounding space was extremely solid and unable to enter the shadow world, Clarence hugged the Duke of Moravia's thigh at the speed of light and took the initiative to plead. "You are indeed my good student. Have you ever forced me to do anything?" "No, absolutely not," Clarence said with great emotion. The sincere expression on his face moved Angus. The Duke of Moravia then tapped Clarence and passed on the memory of his conversation with Angus. "Go and come back quickly." The Duke of Moravia mobilized the energy of the large element pool under the mage tower to form a long-distance space channel. He picked up his student's collar and threw him in skillfully. Accompanied by Clarence's screams, the Duke of Moravia mercilessly closed the channel. "Father-in-law, since there is nothing else, I will leave first." Angus suddenly had a bad feeling and prepared to run away. "Since you are here, why don't you keep me company?" Duke Moravia smiled kindly but his tone was so jealous. It just so happens that little Alyssa didn't come and no one disturbed us. Angus couldn't help but step back a few steps, ready to run away at any time. Next time, I'll bring Ilyssus to keep you company. My grandson is here, I naturally like it, but you can't run away this time. Suddenly, a space channel appeared under Angus' feet, and the whole figure disappeared instantly. Duke Moravia closed the channel, tapped the ground with his staff, and the mage Tattering appeared in front of him. "Master, what do you want me to do?" Tattering saluted. "Wait for Angus to pass those levels and take him to the Star Mark pool. It's been more than 20 years, and it's time to improve his strength. In addition, send a letter to my little Alyssa. Her husband may be back a few months later." "Yes, master." After Tattering finished speaking, the virtual figure slowly dissipated. After being thrown into the space channel, the shadow mage Clarence complained about his teacher while shuttling forward. But his strength was not enough. Otherwise he would definitely, forget it, don't dream about it. For more than 300 years, his teacher has reached the middle level of legend, but he is still in the high level of soul. In another 100 years, if he cannot be promoted to legend, he plans to go to the main continent, join the Star Expedition fleet of the Anata's Empire, and go to other worlds to fight and see if he can cross this threshold by increasing the world's attention. 6 hours later, Clarence left the space channel and arrived at the western border. He identified the direction a little and sneaked into the shadow world directly. The other side of the world is gray and white. Clarence disguised himself as a black and white crow and headed southwest. As the other side of the main world, the shadow world is chaotic. If you don't have shadow creatures or practice shadow-like power, it is easy to lose yourself if you rashly enter the other side of the world. In addition, Clarence also used his unique soul skill shadow invisibility. As long as he did not take the initiative to make any reaction, no one would know that he, the black and white crow, was transformed from a human. Even in front of a legendary strongman, the other party could not find him. At a distance of 1,000 kilometers, Clarence changed direction 7 times and successfully arrived at the shadow world of the destination. Through his eyes, Clarence looked at the countless monster clans on the other side, and there were many beings with similar auras to him, which made him more cautious. Slightly turning the direction, Clarence flew around nearby, constantly exploring the situation outside. There were many black and white crows around, watching the strange movements of the kind around them, tilting their heads curiously, and I don't know what they were thinking. Found it. A few days later, Clarence found the hidden hole 300 kilometers underground. After precise calculations and finding a suitable exit, Clarence passed through the passage and came to this hole. The cave was dotted with starlight emitted by the mutant moonlight flower, like a dream. 87 blessed moonlight flowers. Clarence flapped his wings and flew around the cave, quickly figuring out the number. Moonmark potion, 300 high-level magic crystals per bottle. These blessed moonlight flowers, converted, are almost equal to his entire worth. This is just a rough calculation. At a higher level, who would exchange such a treasure for a mere high-level magic crystal? Soon, Clarence took out the special space equipment, directly starting from 3 meters below the cave, uprooted, and put all into the space. Looking at the new cave, Clarence nodded with great satisfaction, and then returned the same way. Come quietly, leave quietly. At this moment, in the base camp of the monster clan on the ground, a red-haired strong man stood up and walked out of the camp. The half-dragons guarding the surroundings knelt on the ground and saluted respectfully. Is it my illusion? Looking around, he did not find anything, and the red-haired strong man muttered to himself. Great Lord Amroth, do you have any questions? A low-level half-dragon mage came to the red-haired strong man, knelt on the ground devoutly, and asked respectfully. Nothing. Yes, Honorable Lord Amroth, the half-dragon mage replied. In the Brazilian camp, troops came down from the front line one after another and began to rest, which also meant that the first phase of the military operation was about to end. If nothing unexpected happens, in another 2 months, new troops will be added to the Serap Corps, and some troops will also end their service and return to their hometowns. During this period, the commercial camp outside the Brazilian camp gradually prospered. Commodities from the central province, specialties from the border province, and unknown items from the Grey Wasteland all appeared in the business camp. On June 1, Wylan, wearing simple clothes, took Kyle and several bronze knights to the business camp. On the one hand, it was to observe the operation of his own chamber of commerce, and on the other hand, it was the main purpose of this trip picking up bargains. After investigation, Wylan found that the owner behind the 23rd stall was the Harks family. It seems that I have to use some acting talent. My lord, do you need to put on makeup? Kyle asked after hearing this. You can put on makeup too. Wylan looked at Kyle and asked curiously. Kyle replied, I studied with Eunice in the castle for a while. Okay, let me see how your learning progress is. Wylan looked at Kyle with interest. Half an hour later, Wylan looked at himself in the mirror, and compared with before, he was like two different people. Tell me the truth, what else can you do? Wylan stood up and Kyle asked. Cooking, disguise, flower cultivation, pet training. Painting, architecture, I know a little bit of these, Kyle answered while thinking. Wylan suddenly felt a bit like a failure, knowing less than his personal attendant. You also go and disguise yourself, and then go out with me, Wylan said a little discouraged. Yes, sir. After the two dressed up, they wandered around the business camp. Compared with more than 4 months ago, this place has almost become a commercial town, with everything available for food, drink, and entertainment. Half an hour later, Wylan and Kyle arrived at the 23rd stall. It's called a stall, but it's actually an open-air shop, crowded with people who come to pick up the missing items. How do you buy this? Wylan came to a wooden counter and asked the clerk. Sir, this is a blind box launched by my master. You only need 6 gold coins to choose one to take home. The clerk saw Wylan's dress and immediately introduced it enthusiastically. Oh, what kind of treasures are inside? Oh, they are so expensive. Wylan asked curiously, looking at the carefully packaged wooden box. When the clerk saw that the other party was interested in buying, he immediately promoted. Sir, you don't know something. These boxes contain treasures restored from gray mango, specialties from the central region, and magic materials from the eastern coastal areas. They are worth the money. You will never suffer a loss. Wylan glanced at Kyle calmly, and he immediately understood and took out 30 gold coins and placed them on the counter. Sir, please quote the number you want, and I will take it out for you. The clerk accepted the gold coin and said respectfully. The 3rd, 7th, 11th, 15th, and 23rd boxes. After hearing this, the clerk took out the corresponding boxes one by one and handed them to Kyle. Sir, do you want me to open it for you? When Wylan heard what the other party said, he immediately declined. No, I don't like others opening things that belong to me. Excuse me, my lord, I have offended you a little. Seeing the other party apologizing, Wylan said nothing more. Since he had achieved his goal, why would he still stay here? After wandering around for another 2 hours, he entered a hotel, took off his disguise, handed 5 boxes to his subordinates waiting in the next room, and carried them back to his store pretending to be food. You don't know if the other party will follow you, so the best policy is to be careful. However, it was obvious that Wylan was overthinking it. After the business records were reported to shop No. 23, the Harks nobleman in charge just smiled contemptuously. Those bad guys were bought by one person. Thomas Hux hugged a half-elf and asked the store manager. Yes, sir. That nobleman picked 5 new blind boxes at once. 3 of which are the bad guys you brought back. Ha ha ha, what a fool. I really want to see the other party look so angry. Okay, come on down. I'm going to do serious business. Yes, sir. The store manager had the good sense to exit the backyard and ordered the door to be guarded so that Thomas Hux was not disturbed. On the other side, Wylan bought some interesting things around and put them back in his store. The surging customers almost filled the front yard, and a large number of nobles waved their golden tickets, hoping to buy the ice blue potion. Through publicity and the personal testing of many injured nobles, the valuable value of this new potion has been determined. Grown-ups. When Duke, the business leader here, saw Wylan coming in, he stopped recording work in his hands, put his left hand on his right chest and saluted. How's it going? There are many nobles buying. Even if my subordinates add 20 gold coins per bottle, they still can't stop their enthusiasm for buying. After hearing this, Wylan was a little surprised. So crazy. Sir, there are potions that can relieve pain and heal wounds at the same time. There are magic potions that can achieve this effect. In addition, these little nobles have no channels to buy them, so they basically take this opportunity to stock up. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Duke has done a good job, so there is no need for him to intervene. He can just let the other party handle it with confidence and boldness. Back in the backyard, Varen couldn't wait to take out the 5 beautifully wrapped boxes. He placed the 3 mutated griffin eggs on the table alone, pointed at the other 2 boxes and said to Kyle, "These 2 are given to you. What you get out of them depends on your luck." "Really, Lord?" Kyle asked with some uncertainty. "Then there is still a holiday." Wylan, who knew the rules well, nodded indifferently. Then Kyle couldn't wait to open the box on the spot. The first wooden box was opened, and an ordinary pearl appeared in front of the 2 people. Kyle picked it up and looked at it carefully and found that the pearl was an ordinary coastal product and had nothing else. Then, unwilling to give up, he opened the second wooden box, which contained a book. When I opened it, I found that it was not the extraordinary knowledge I imagined, but just an ordinary book of poetry, worthless at all. "Aren't you disappointed?" Hearing his master's words, Kyle said angrily, "These thieves only have 6 gold coins in a box, and these things are in it. It's a shame these people can think of it." "Don't mention it. People in the Harks family are still so short-sighted. Other families really can't do this kind of thing. It wouldn't be surprising to them," Wylan said unceremoniously. "Then you still want to buy it, my lord?" Kyle was a little confused after hearing this. Wylan smiled mysteriously, pointed to the 3 wooden boxes on the table and said, "Of course there are treasures in them. Otherwise you would think that I would buy such things. I am not stupid. You will have someone take out the contents later and keep them well until we return to the territory." "Yes, sir." That afternoon, Varen returned to the Brazilian camp with 3 mutated griffon eggs. 2 days later, the 3rd transport mission arrived as scheduled. The 13th Transport Battalion, once again, set out to transport supplies to the 6th Legion. Half a month later, they arrived at the 6th Legion's base again. Compared with the previous serious atmosphere, Wylan obviously felt that the 6th Legion was a little relaxed. Wylan had just come out of the 6th Legion's logistics director and ran into Krell. "Wellen, I'm here." Krell raised the wine and packed food in his hand and smiled at Wylan. "Kyle, these are for you first." Wylan handed the documents in his hand to Kyle and led Krell to his resting tent. As soon as the 2 sat down, Krell opened the package and put the marinated beef on a plate. Wylan opened the bottle and began to pour wine. "Is the first phase of the war about to end?" "Almost. In early July, the front-line troops will begin to withdraw, and in mid-July, the second-line troops will begin to withdraw." Krell picked up a piece of beef with his hand and put it in his mouth to chew. "What are your plans next?" Wylan took a sip of wine and asked. "According to my father's arrangement, I will most likely continue to stay on and be responsible for the exchange students of the Ash Magic Kingdom." "What a good job." "It's good, but there will be no leisure time in the next 3 years." Claire smiled bitterly. "By the way, what about you? What are your plans?" "Manage my territory, strive to gain military merits, and upgrade the rank of the noble." Wylan held the bowl and smiled at Claire. Claire drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp and said with a little drunkenness, "You have a clear goal." "Naturally, since I have chosen this path, I must go on, even if it is not for me but for those who follow me." Wylan shrugged and replied to Claire. "Responsible," Claire praised generously. "When we return to the Brazilian camp, I will introduce you to a friend of mine, my lifelong friend." "I am looking forward to it." The 2 raised their bowls and clinked them, and then drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp. Gradually, the sky darkened, and Claire's 2 followers helped him back to his camp. With the help of Kyle, Wylan lay on the bed and fell asleep. Looking at the mess in the tent, Kyle took a deep breath, cleaned up lightly, then extinguished the oil lamp and left the tent. At noon the next day, Wylan stood up with his head covered and said to himself, "Next time I must not drink so much with Claire." "My lord, there is a messenger from Lord Orcott visiting." Kyle lifted the curtain and reported to Wylan. "Let him in." Wylan sat up from the bed, smoothed the hair that was blocking his eyes to the back of his head, revealing his handsome face. "Lord Wylan, my master invites you to his tent tonight for a private banquet." The messenger entered the tent, knelt on one knee, bowed his head and said respectfully, "I know, tell my cousin that I will be there." Wylan looked at the messenger and said to him, "Yes, I'll take my leave." The messenger stood up and bowed his head to leave the tent. Standing on the bed, he began to be in a daze, then rubbed his face and began to wash. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wylan, wearing a black dress, took Kyle to the camp of his cousin. At this moment, an open-air venue has been deployed in the middle of the camp, and many nobles have arrived, gathering in groups of 3 or 2 to chat. Among the crowd, Wylan soon found his cousin Brian, who was talking to a young noble. "Cousin." Brian turned his head and found Wylan, and then introduced enthusiastically, "Cassius, this is my cousin Wylan." "Hello, Wylan, my full name is Cassius Loic. I often hear Brian talk about you. If you don't mind, you can call me Cassius." Wylan stroked his chest with his left hand, bent forward slightly, and smiled. "Nice to meet you, Cassius." "Okay, Cassius, Wylan, you also know each other. Let's sit next to each other and chat." Brian put his left and right hands on the shoulders of the two and walked towards the round table next to him. After a conversation, Wylan gradually learned some basic information about Cassius. But he didn't expect that, as the eldest son of Viscount Monkas Loic, the commander of the 6th Legion, he would directly participate in this dangerous war. "Velen, I will get married after this war is over," Brian said with some melancholy. "Good news, cousin, why are you so depressed?" Wylan looked at Brian's face, pushed his shoulder and said with a smile, "What a bullshit, my mother must not be used to my carefree life, so she specially found a woman who is stronger than me for marriage. I just received the news recently. 3 months ago, my mother asked the family to send out the marriage certificate." Cassius comforted on the side. "Be at ease, Brian, the other party is the 3rd daughter of Count Mildo, and she must be good. I think it's impossible to have this opportunity. Cousin, this matter can't be changed, just accept it with peace of mind." Wylan can only express sympathy for his cousin's experience. Callida Akers, Brian's mother, is his father's cousin, and the source is his grandfather's sister. As a small branch of the main line, this branch is basically controlled by his aunt Mapel Akers. Mapel Axe's husband is called Dokun, an adventurer of civilian origin, and a life-and-death comrade she met during her adventure career. Later, under Mapel's persuasion, her husband chose to marry into the Axe family. After that, the two gave birth to a son and 4 daughters. The eldest son joined the kingdom's military, the eldest daughter and the 2nd daughter married out. The other 2 daughters inherited their mother's glorious tradition and chose their other half from their adventure career. Callida Axe is the youngest daughter of the 2, and her husband is also an adventurer of civilian origin named Ryans, who married into the Axe family. After marriage, the 2 gave birth to 2 daughters and a son, and Brian, as their eldest son and the youngest grandson of Aunt Mapel, was loved by their small family. However, excessive pampering has a price to pay. He was married off before he was 30 years old. But I haven't even seen the 3 daughters of Count Mildo, and I made an agreement with him to get married in 2 years. Cousin, relax. Aunt Mapel and Aunt Callida will personally check it out. They will never harm you. Maybe they can help you take your career to the next level. Alas, Wylan, you are still free and easy. Brian looked at Wylan with a face full of complaints, which made him laugh out loud. I have my eldest brother to support me, and my father is a precedent, so I can be relaxed. Okay, Brian, look at it more openly. There are many benefits after getting married. Cassius comforted his friend again. Please be quiet, gentlemen. Now, please invite the respected Legion commander, Viscount Monkas, to speak. The surrounding nobles politely stopped communicating, turned their eyes to the center of the venue, and cast a respectful look at a serious middle-aged gentleman to express their respect and cultivation. Wylan and the other 2 also stood up from their stools, ready to listen to Viscount Monkas's speech. Good evening, gentlemen. Tonight is a private banquet hosted by Sir Alcott. I am honored to be the first guest to speak. If a Viscount spoke at a banquet of an ordinary baron, there would be no need to be so polite. But for a baron with a big background who was promoted to Viscount soon, it was normal. After our hard work for half a year, we are finally going to usher in a phased victory. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, 3 Viscounts will be born for our Cadlo province, which will enhance the overall strength of our province and increase our voice in the noble parliament. Aye. 10 minutes later, Viscount Moncas's speech ended, and the banquet officially began. As for why his cousin Alcott did not speak, it was probably because he wanted to keep this important moment at the banquet for his promotion to the knighthood. The day after the banquet, Varon led the 13th Transport Battalion back to the Brazilian camp. As the last transportation mission, after Varon returned the order documents to Flora, he asked Greg and Imogen to suspend the training of the troops. Half a month after returning to the Brazilian camp, troops gradually withdrew from the front line. Gradually, the desolate camp became lively again, making the commercial camp 50 kilometers away more prosperous, accompanied by an increase in the sales of half-elf slaves. In addition, the old officer of the 14th Transportation Battalion, who was previously stayed, sent someone to invite him. However, Wylan politely refused. He didn't know who the other party was, so it was inappropriate to contact him rashly. In the next half-month, the other party still refused to give up, making frequent demands and vowing not to give up until the goal was achieved. A mask hiding the power of a curse appears in the Brazilian camp, and the contaminated human nobles are plotting to overthrow the magic army. Wylan, who had just been lying on the bed to rest, suddenly sat up, his expression changing unexpectedly. His subconscious told him that he must escape from here. Then Wylan shook his head to wake himself up. No, we have to find a way. After some careful consideration, Wylan decided to go find his third uncle. But a question posed before him: if his third uncle doubted the source of the information, how should he explain it? Wait a minute and think of a solution in the next few days. If there is really no other way, then consider this path. After tossing and turning until late at night, Wylan could barely fall asleep. Early the next morning, Kyle entered the camp and woke Varon. My lord, Lord Krell invites you to go to his camp before noon today. I see. Wylan sat up from the bed, rubbed his swollen head, and recalled that he had thought of countless plans last night, and it seemed that he only told himself that the third uncle's risk was the lowest. Near noon, Varon came to the camp where Krell was resting. Seeing Wylan's face, the other party asked worriedly, What's wrong? You don't look good. It's nothing, it's just that something confuses me. Varon sat cross-legged on the right side of the short round table, resting his chin on his right hand as he responded to Krell. Okay. Seeing that Wylan didn't want to say anything, Krell didn't force it. Then a thin priest entered the camp and took off his priest's hat, revealing an exquisite face. Alva, this is Varon. As I told you before, the interesting people I met are almost my friends now. Later, Krell introduced to the young priest. Varon, this is my good friend Alva, a disciple of Bishop Camille, and I grew up together. Nice to meet you, Pastor Alva, Varon said first. Me too, it's our first time meeting you. I can feel the worry in your heart. My friend, what's on your mind? Alva said softly. Alva, there is something. I don't know how to say it, because I can't tell where it came from. Varon looked at the priest of the goddess of life with some hesitation, and said in a deep voice, I can feel the fear in your heart. If you don't mind, you can tell me, and the goddess will bless you. Alva still maintained a warm smile while using magic to heal the soul. Wylan, as friends, Alva and I can share your worries. Although we have only known each other for less than half a year, I think the person I am looking for must be right. After struggling in his heart, Varon sighed and said to the two of them, Krell, Alva, if there are humans who have been confused by evil gods in the Brazilian camp, how can we identify them? The simplest way is to activate camp monitoring, which is the most commonly used method, but the easiest to cover up. The second is to have the priest take action and use large-scale purification magic on the Brazilian camp to discover the power of the evil god. Wylan. Why are you thinking about this problem suddenly? Krell keenly sensed something was wrong and asked Wylan. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Alva and I didn't talk about other things when we met for the first time today. Afterwards, the three of them slowly began to communicate after lunch. Wylan was the first to leave. Claire turned to look at his friend and asked curiously, Alva, did you notice anything wrong? Alva turned his head and looked at Krell and said, Wylan's hypothesis reminds me of the Slan mystery incident 300 years ago. That evil god incident, why do you think of it? 600 years ago, the kingdom's sixth magic legion all turned into corrupted black spirits overnight. No one knows the specific reason. In the end, it can only be blamed on the evil god. So, there's a problem in the Brazilian Soraya camp. Alva closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "There are always some people in the world who are loved by gods. Their behavior is different from ordinary people. They can rise quickly when they are weak and achieve unimaginable achievements. My teacher and I studied the secret history of ancient history and compressed tens of thousands of years of history into a short period of time. You will find that there are countless such characters. Some are as bright as stars, disappearing from the world at the top of glory, heading to unknown places. Some rise with the trend and then quickly decline in an instant without any reason. What's more, those who are from legendary races, at their peak." "So, Alva, you want to say that there is something wrong with Varen?" Krell suddenly asked. Alva opened his eyes, shook his head and said, "No, he doesn't fit. I just used my special soul skill, the wonderful eyes, to see him. There was nothing abnormal, or maybe I was too low in practice to find his abnormality." Knowing Alva well, Claire asked curiously, "So, what are you going to do next?" "Of course, I'll ask my teacher to do a comprehensive and in-depth investigation of the Brazilian camp." Alva said calmly, "He can't bring it up because he can't give a specific reason, and no one can believe him, so it's just right for me to do it quickly and bravely and eliminate the danger in the midst of Zumi." "Okay, Mr. Alva, the future bishop, it's up to you." Claire shrugged and said to Alva. After returning to the tent, after thinking over and over again, Wylan made up his mind and sent someone to invite his third uncle over. Then there was a long wait until night. "Wylan, what's the matter, so urgent?" As soon as Baumann received the news, he rushed over without stopping. Wylan stood up and said straight to the point, "Uncle San, please pay attention to what I am going to tell you next. As for the source, I can't tell you." Looking at his nephew's serious expression, Baumann nodded seriously. "It's like this in the Brazilian camp." Suddenly a divine light swept across, followed by a panicking scream. "Humph, what a good plan." At this moment, Baumann rushed out of the tent quickly, looking at the cursed spirits fleeing around quickly, and attacked directly. The entire camp was blocked by divine magic, and hundreds of cursed spirits could not escape. Under the attack of many powerful people, they were quickly eliminated. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250. Placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250. Target type. Mix. A priest wearing simple clothes and holding a staff fell from the sky. The surrounding corps, Commander Bulborn Silvis, and other nobles all bowed their heads and saluted to express their respect. A nobleman with a strange expression saw this and hurriedly ran back. Before running a few steps, Bamond removed the head, strode to the priest, and said respectfully, "Bishop Camille." The priest nodded and tapped the noble's head. The outer disguise was broken, and a strange mask appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, hundreds of aristocratic children's heads exploded across the Brazilian camp and died suddenly on the spot. In the edge area, Wylan witnessed this moment with his own eyes and touched his head, feeling a little scared. Not far away, one of the nobles whose head exploded turned out to be the commander of the 14th Transportation Battalion. An old officer with rich war experience, he died inexplicably in front of him. Bishop Camille looked around and activated the magic that enveloped the entire Brazilian League camp. Except for some nobles' facial distortions and wails of pain, he did not find any evil god's power. "Bulborn, the evil god's conspiracy has been solved, and the next step is left to you." "Bishop Camille, I know." Bulborn leaned over and saluted. After a while, the guards directly affiliated with the Serap Corps headquarters took away all the nobles who had appeared strange just now. Wylan looked at the frustrated nobles, shook his head without saying anything, and then returned to his tent. Bishop Camille just launched the magical test to determine the alignment of the entire camp. As long as the camp is biased toward the evil camp, stress reactions will basically occur. Normally nothing happens and everyone is harmonious. Once the church discovers that the camp has shifted, then wish yourself good luck. Not long after returning to the camp, Baumann came to Varen's residence again and asked the two female swordsmen wearing cat face, masks who were following him to guard outside and prohibit anyone from approaching. Third uncle. Varen looked at Bamon's unprecedented serious face, but there was no panic in his heart, and he said calmly. Bamond asked seriously, Varen, did you know about this in advance? Yes. No explanations, no lies, Varen said bluntly. The two just stared at each other without any communication. 10 minutes later, Bamond was the first to break the weird atmosphere. I know what you are worried about. If something like this happens in the future, you can come to me directly. You have grown up and think more, but the third uncle, I still have to say, we are relatives, and I won't delve into it if you don't want to talk about it. Uncle Third, I understand. Varen put a smile on his stiff face and said to Bamond. Bamond stepped forward to help Varen and comfort him softly. Afterwards, Bamond left the camp, and Varen sat alone on the bed, constantly recalling the previous scene in his mind, and the long-lost fear surged into his heart. Almost, if he agreed to the invitation of the commander of the 14th Transportation Battalion, he might become the body of the evil god and be controlled by that strange mask. Danger is indeed everywhere. Maybe I will almost die without a burial place. Be careful, be cautious. In the future, you must be wary when doing things. You must be extremely wary of people who are suddenly hospitable. In the next half-month, the situation gradually calmed down. As for the nobles whose camps had shifted, some serious nobles were executed in public. The next class was deprived of his nobility and put into the church's atonement camp. The lighter punishment was to have one's personal property confiscated to use as military expenses, to be sent to the army's miscellaneous service camp to serve for 10 years to atone for one's sins. Regarding the plight of this group of people, some people gloated and others felt sympathy. As for Wylin, he certainly belonged to the former. The reason is that 60% of the noble disciples of the Harks family in the Serap Corps have problems, and the entire family is about to be scrutinized by both the kingdom and the church. 50% of the members of the entire family have a shift in alignment. The Harks family will not only face the risk of being downgraded in title, but the entire family will even be taken to the royal capital and imprisoned for 200 years. At that time, it was up to them whether their family's territory still belonged to their family. That's great news. Kyle, please sit down and have a few drinks with me to celebrate. Varen immediately took out a bottle of ordinary wine, asked people to serve 2 side dishes, and celebrated directly with Kyle. As Varen's personal attendant, Kyle naturally learned from his master that the Hacks family had once ambushed Varen, but failed. He was equally happy to see the misfortune of his lord's rival family. The villain takes revenge. From morning to night, I think about the Harks family's misfortune every day. I didn't expect it to come so soon. Lord, if the Harks family first cleanses the inside and reduces risks, will it avoid the scrutiny of the kingdom and the church? Kyle asked doubtfully. Havava, do you think the kingdom and the church didn't think of it? Varen couldn't help laughing and then said, the moment the review order is issued, it means that the Hacks family has been controlled and all personnel have been under house arrest. Even suicide is impossible. The sudden collapse of a Millennium Marquis family may cause panic among other families, but I don't know how the kingdom will deal with it. Thinking of this, Wylin said with some melancholy. However, I am very happy to see the Harks family in trouble. When Kyle saw this, he didn't ask anything and concentrated on drinking with his master. At this moment, on the other side of the camp, the 11th Magic Legion and the 17th Legion of the Kingdom suppressed the 2nd Legion of the Serap Corps led by Armand Harks of the Harks family, and conducted a more detailed review of the relevant personnel. During the whole process, Armand, the Earl of the Harks family, did not resist. As a core figure of the family, he knew very well what was going on inside the Harks family. Late at night, a man in a black robe entered the tent where Armand was imprisoned. He took off his mask and revealed his true face. It was Bulborn Silves, the commander of the Serap Corps. Armand, if your branch is not a big problem, I will try my best to make your direct line independent. Armand looked at Bulborn and smiled bitterly. Brother Bulborn, it's difficult. I know the situation in the family very well. I should have started to rectify it 100 years ago, but unfortunately I was soft-hearted. In addition, the Aches family will not miss this opportunity. They will definitely push the kingdom to increase the punishment on our family to set an example. Hearing Armin's words, Bulborn was silent for a rare time. The Aix family has great power in the military and has a close relationship with the church. At the same time, it has a deep connection with the Duke of Moravia. As long as they push behind, basically all forces will give in. After all, no one is willing to wade into the muddy water of a Marquis family that is about to be destroyed. Brother Bulborn, I don't want our 150-year friendship to be tainted by this matter. Please leave and don't interfere anymore. Wearing the magic forbidden shackles, Yaman said to Bulborn affectionately. Bulborn looked at Yaman and couldn't help but sigh. Why do you have such a family when you are such an upright and kind person? Maybe this is fate. Everything I have is inseparable from the help of my family. Since I have it, I must bear the corresponding responsibility. This is not to blame others. It is what we deserve. Yaman smiled with relief as if he let go. A branch does not have much say in the royal family, but it is still no problem to ensure that your branch can live normally in the kingdom. Leave it to me next. I will use my power to try to gain some convenience for you and your direct line. Afterwards, Bulborn left the tent without giving Yaman time to refute. Yaman looked at Bulborn's back with a complicated expression and sighed deeply. In the following days, Claire invited Wyland to the party again. After several exchanges, Wyland became familiar with Alva, the disciple of Bishop Camille. However, in front of this priest, Wyland always felt that he was seen through. I don't know if it was his illusion. At the end of July, the war merits were calculated. Wyland led the 13th Transport Battalion to complete 3 military food transportation tasks. He was awarded 0.6 war merits for the first time, 0.8 war merits for the second time, and 0.6 war merits for the third time. He also received 0.5 war merits for fulfilling his obligations and responding to the war, totaling 2.5 war merits. Adding the 2 war merits he obtained before, Wyland has a total of 4.5 war merits and still needs 25.5 war merits. It can only be said that large-scale wars are good, and it is better to have a good position, and you can get war merits at a lower cost. Many nobles spent more than 10 years to cultivate their troops. This time, more than half of them were lost, and they only got 3 or 4 war merits. It will take more than 10 years to develop until they are able to participate in a war of this scale next time. On the morning of August 1st, Madmanchi sent someone to invite him to a small meeting. Wyland immediately accepted the invitation and asked him to reply to Madmanchi and promised to attend on time. What do you think is the main purpose of this small meeting? Wyland put the invitation on the round table and asked Kyle beside him. The Knights of Lord Madmanchi are in the expansion stage and are currently short of people. In the war, there are always some lower-level nobles who have outstanding performance but no connections, so this small meeting is held for them. Kyle combined the previous information, thought carefully, and gave the answer. Smart. In this way, the participants will become the benefactors of those lower-level nobles, and Lord Madmanchi's knights will also gain talents that can be cultivated. After all, no one will recommend mediocre people. So this is a win-win situation. My lord, what do you need me to do? Kyle asked proactively. Wyland smiled knowingly. You, Imogen and Greg are the 3 most familiar with the outstanding lower-level nobles in the 13th Transport Camp, so I need you to select the outstanding talents and make a list. I understand. I will give you a list in 3 days. Go. After sending Kyle away, Wyland began to practice Druid with peace of mind. The next night, Wyland went to the 16th Silver Knights headquarters alone and handed the invitation letter to the knight at the door for inspection. My lord, please put on this mask. The knight exchanged the invitation letter and then took a half-face mask from the side, with the number 6 written in the middle. Wyland took the mask, put it on his face naturally, and entered the small tent. At this moment, many invited people have entered the tent. No one talked to each other. They all sat quietly in the position where their numbers belonged, waiting quietly. Looking around, there are 30 seats in the whole interior, representing the 30 invited people. Wyland found the seat marked with number 6, sat at the low square table, and waited quietly. Not long after, Madmanchi entered the tent and whispered to Kadeki beside him. After a while, various foods was served, and placed one by one on the low square table in front of everyone. 30 people stood up and saluted respectfully, saying, "Meet Mr. Madmanchi. Everyone, please take a seat." Madmanchi sat in the main seat and said to others. After everyone sat down, Madmanchi directly began to talk about the purpose of holding this private banquet. "Today I invite you here not for official business, but for private matters. You are all generals. The first phase of the war is about to end. The knights I lead are in the expansion stage and need a lot of plastic talents. For the talents recommended by you, the knights will evaluate them. According to their contributions, they can exchange corresponding breathing methods and various military special supplies in my knight's warehouse." Everyone was very excited when they heard it. Then a book was distributed to everyone's low square table. Wylin opened it and saw various supplies and corresponding introductions written on it. Looking back, the third item on page 67 turned out to be an ice blue potion. Wylin was a little surprised, but not surprised. The knights may have a clearer view of the value of this potion than he did. Then the banquet began. Since everyone was wearing a mask and could not identify each other, they only communicated with the people around them in a small amount. About an hour later, the banquet ended and everyone left one after another. Wylin mixed in the crowd and left the knight's station. 2 days later, Wylin received a list submitted by Kyle, which recorded 20 noble children who could be trained. "Prepare a banquet and invite these 20 people over. I will meet them." Wylin closed the list and told Kyle. "Yes, sir." That night, 20 lower-level noble children dressed neatly and entered the tent one by one, sitting cross-legged in front of the low wooden table. Wylin raised his head and looked at the 20 people. Everyone's face was full of anxiety and excitement. They didn't know why a big man like Wylin wanted to invite them to a banquet, but he would never do such a thing without purpose. "You have been assigned to the 13th Transport Battalion for half a year. Although I don't know you, being nominated by your captain shows that they value your future." The calm and majestic voice made the 20 people sit up straight and gradually raise their heads. "The 16th Knights are short of available reserve junior officers. I will recommend you to them. The opportunity is given to you. Whether you can grasp it depends on you." "Thank you for your gift, sir." 20 people knelt on the ground with great excitement and thanked Wylin. "Get up, today's banquet is prepared for you. Get to know each other well," Wylin said calmly. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the 20 noble children left with hope. Their departure was accompanied by the further improvement of Wylin's reputation. It can be predicted that people with ambitions but no connections will try every means to join his army in the next war to gain a chance. It seems that he is just the benefactor of these 20 noble children, but the benefits behind him are indeed huge. Everyone has his own circle. Even these lower-level nobles have their own level and communication circle. On August 10, as more and more noble troops from other provinces in the west arrived, Wylin's transport camp was officially disbanded. After saying goodbye to Flora and Layla, he embarked on the journey home. There were 800 people when they came, and only more than 600 people were left on the way back, but the combat effectiveness was indeed qualitatively improved. 8 months after leaving Kixing Lake, Wylin returned to his real home. Compared with Kixing Town before leaving, it is more appropriate to call it Kixing City now. My lord, Kixing Town is now divided into 3 districts: North District, East District, and West District. Baird stood beside Wylin and explained with some pride. Among them, the North District is the administrative center, with a city defense army barracks, a garrison, police station, an underground prison, and more than 20 other buildings. In addition, there is a small manor covering an area of 30 acres, which is a place for the lord to rest and meet guests in the city, with a total area of 2,000 acres. The East District is a residential area, with a total area of 4,000 acres, and is expected to accommodate 30,000 people. There are currently 12,000 people. Only people who meet the requirements can enter the city to live. The West District is a commercial area, with a total area of 2,000 acres, and 280 acres have been used. After listening to Baird's report, Wylin nodded with satisfaction. As the governor of Kixing Town, everything will be done according to your plan. I hope that Kixing Town will become a beautiful and distinctive city under your governance." "Yes, my lord," Baird replied respectfully. The next day after returning to the castle, Wylan asked someone to bring 20 bottles of ice blue potion and pour them into the basin. Looking at the 3 mutant griffin eggs placed on the table, Wylan was looking forward to what these little guys would look like when they hatched. Compared to the agate-like patterns on the shells of ordinary griffin eggs, the shells of mutant griffin eggs showed snowflake patterns, and the size was only 2/3 of that of ordinary griffin eggs. Then Wylan carefully placed the 3 mutant griffin eggs in the basin filled with ice blue potion one by one, and waited at ease. As time passed, the snowflake patterns on the shells of the mutant griffin eggs continued to extend, and the remaining yellow earth-colored shells turned light blue. After an unknown amount of time, the 3 griffin eggs with weak vitality began to shake. Just when Wylan thought the griffin was about to hatch, he saw that the shell gradually became translucent, and the appearance of the creature inside could be clearly seen. There was no difference in appearance from ordinary griffin cubs at birth, with a bald and hairless body and a pair of enlarged flesh wings on the back. Kyle, who was standing by, watched the scene and recalled the illustrations he had seen in the book. He could not connect the majestic aerial mount with such an ugly creature. "My lord, has this mutation degenerated?" Hearing Kyle's doubtful tone, Wylan was not so happy, but he still kept his composure. After these mutant griffins hatched, he fed them for a few days. If they really mutated in an ugly way, he would stew them in an iron pot directly, so as not to be embarrassed when riding them out. After they hatch, you raise them for a few days and see how they go. "I understand." Half an hour later, the mutant griffin eggs broke, and 3 hairless birds crawled out of the eggshells. They drank the remaining ice blue potion and ate the eggshells, starting their first meal in their lives. Looking at these 3 ugly creatures, Wylan was in a very bad mood. Why was it different from what he thought? Then he asked Kyle to take the basin and the birds out together. "Goddess, please don't let my expectations be dashed." Leaning on the chair, Wylan couldn't help but pray to the goddess of life for psychological comfort. In the following days, Wylan resumed his previous routine, practicing in the morning, handling official business in the afternoon, and using an immersive gaming helmet at night. Until a week later, Kyle brought 3 creatures to Wylan, which made him overjoyed. The creatures with snow-white feathers on their bodies, blue feathers on their heads and wings, and fully grown appearance with crystal blue eyes, are more majestic than ordinary griffins. Go up and pick up one and feel the coolness through it, making people unable to help bury their heads in the feathers. "My lord, the goddess's favor, these 3 little ones have not grown crooked." Touching the heads of the other 2 griffins, Kyle was very happy. "Good, good." Wylan admitted that he was a one-sided person. When he thought of riding on such a griffin in the future, his mood instantly became beautiful. "Shah." The griffin cub turned its 2 crystal blue eyes and made a cry. "My lord, the one in your hand must be hungry again." Seeing the puzzled expression on Wylan's face, Kyle took out the iron box he carried with him and took out a piece of dried meat strips made of black-skinned pigs. Wylan took the dried meat strips and put them next to the mouth of the griffin cub. Looking at the unfamiliar owner, the griffin cub tentatively snatched the dried meat strips from Wylan's hand, and after seeing that the other party did not react, he ate it contentedly. "Shah, I was prejudiced at first, but I didn't expect it to be so handsome after it opened." Wylan stroked the feathers of the griffin cub and couldn't help but admire it. "My lord, what should we do with these 3 cubs?" Kyle asked Wylan. "Give orders to build a small house for them. Let someone be responsible for their meals in the future. Try to feed them food containing magic energy. You should always pay attention to their conditions and deal with emergencies at any time." "Yes, sir." Kyle took on the task directly without any dissatisfaction. For him, feeding these 3 mutant griffin cubs every day is also a relaxing thing for him. Wylan picked up the cub in his hand, looked at its gender, and then looked at it seriously and said, "My air knights depend on you, you must work hard for me." The griffin cub looked at the expression of the human in front of him, listened to the incomprehensible language in his mouth, tilted his head curiously, and called a few times. Regardless of whether the griffin cub in his hand could understand it, the mission of the reproduction of this new tribe fell on its head. After teasing the griffin cub for half an hour, Wylan began to deal with the official business in his hands. After a year and a half of development, the area developed by Andrew became larger and larger than the combined area of Kixing Town and Orlando Town. But the infrastructure and industry were less than one-third of the former, which forced Wylan to redivide the administrative areas. As of August, the area developed by Andrew has reached 500 square kilometers. A year ago, the newly developed area was only 400 square kilometers. Now it has expanded to this extent, which truly explains what horse racing means. The newly developed area has a population of more than 30,000 people and is dotted with villages of various sizes. Some villages have 3 to 5 households with more than a dozen residents. This kind of existence exists purely for the purpose of declaring sovereignty. Therefore, Wylan is now faced with a serious problem, replanning the newly developed area and exploring its value as much as possible. The impact of the famine sacrifice has passed, and the territory's population growth will slow down, which will also lead to a slowdown in territory expansion. After all, the bigger the land area, the better. Only with a reasonable population structure, loyal governors, and complete rules and systems can the territory you develop truly belong to you. On September 1st, Wylan took several knights to the newly developed area. Under the leadership of Andrew, Varen carefully inspected various areas, just like when he first arrived at the Lake of Star Prayer. He had a comprehensive and detailed understanding of the information in this area. My lord, the center of the newly developed area is a tributary of the Yellow Sand River. I named this tributary the Lancia River. Andrew pointed to a clear river at the foot of the mountain and explained to Wylan. Why? Looking down from the hill, the river is only 30 meters wide at its widest point, running from southeast to northwest. Master, please come down with me. With curiosity, Varen followed Andrew along the river, all the way down. After more than 20 kilometers, after crossing a hill, a natural lake appeared in front of everyone. Riding on the red phosphorus horse, looking into the lake. The entire lake is like a blue gauze spread flat on the earth. I didn't expect that there is such a beautiful place here. Wylan couldn't help but admired. Andrew pointed to the lake in the distance and explained, My lord, this lake is called Lancia Lake, so the river that flows into this lake is called Lancia River. This place was originally the initial place where a pioneer opened up his territory. The gathering place he founded 3 years ago was destroyed in a monster attack. He himself also died in that disaster, so it became a no-owner's land again. 8. It was occupied by my subordinates a month ago. It seems that this person's life is short. It is a natural and primitive place with no luck but no strength to protect it. Wylan shook his head and commented to Andrew. Andrew did not answer and continued to explain. My lord, this is an excellent place to build a city. My subordinates suggest that we use this as the center to establish and manage the surrounding administrative areas. Okay, I will follow your suggestion. Wylan nodded and said, I will move the Luo New Camel Ranch here in Kixing Town, and you will have to worry about the other things. I cannot give you unlimited resources. I understand, Lord, Andrew replied. Now that the new administrative center has been decided, this town, you can name it. Varen looked at Andrew and gave him the chance to name the new town. Andrew pondered for a while and finally gave up the hint in Wylan's words and chose to follow the naming in his heart. Let's call this town Lancia Town. Kyle heard the name and saw his master nodding, so he recorded the name in a new area on the map Lancia Town, the third town in Kixing territory after Kixing Town and Orlando Town. According to the latest administrative division, the newly developed area will be allocated an area of 850 square kilometers to Kixing Town, and the remaining 650 square kilometers of land will be divided into 2 parts. Part of it is the administrative area of Lancia Town, covering an area of 100 square kilometers. Part of it is a buffer development area, which is managed by Lancia Town and covers an area of 550 square kilometers. For this part of the area, as the name suggests, it is free to develop. At this stage, Wylan will not invest any resources in development. What it can develop into depends entirely on its own destiny. Calculated in this way, the area of Orlando town will become the smallest area among the 3 towns, only 800 square kilometers. In 2 years, we won't be able to expand further because we won't be able to eat. But that doesn't mean we will stop pioneering. So I hope Lancia town can develop within these 2 years. By then, it will at least serve as a hub connecting Kixing town to the northern region. You can do it. After listening to Wyland's words, Andrew fell silent, then saluted and promised. Within 2 years, my subordinates will definitely develop Lancia town. I believe in your ability and hope you can surprise me. After completing this investigation, Wyland returned to his regular schedule. Starting from September, Kixing Ling has officially formed a structure of 3 towns and 2 districts, namely Kixing Town, Orlando Town, Lancia Town, Binghan District, and Buffer Development Zone. In mid-September, the 4 ivy trees produced their first batch of sap, which was personally escorted to the castle by Randolph and others. Varen came to the training ground, looked at the light blue juice in the special iron bucket, and listened to Randolph's report. My lord, this is the first time that the ivy tree has produced fruit, a total of 16 kilograms. In addition, there are 9 ivy trees in Qingtang Mountain, including 4 adult trees and 5 seedlings. Is there any estimate of how long it will take for the ivy tree seedlings to mature? Varen asked Randolph. Randolph heard this and replied, 25 to 30 years it should be in this range. Growth time is a problem, but it cannot be solved at this stage. Wylin recalled the growth acceleration magic recorded in the Druid book. It only requires the Druid profession to reach the silver level to learn, but it is only effective for ordinary crops. For special plants such as the green vine tree, at least a gold-level Druid is required. Suddenly, Wylin thought of a solution. There's a ready-made Druid professional in the Adventurer's Tavern, but he doesn't know if the other party can do it. Get ready, pack the green vine sap, and come with me to visit someone in the afternoon. Yes, my lord, Randolph replied respectfully. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wylin took a few people to visit Uljeta in the Adventurer's Tavern. On the 2nd floor of the Adventurer's Tavern, Wylin and Uljeta sat face to face. Kyle and Randolph stood behind Wylin, and the others waited on the 1st floor of the tavern. My friend, I haven't seen you for a while. Uljeta poured a glass of wine for Wylin and asked in confusion. Wylin picked up the wine glass, put it to his mouth, and took a sip gently. Uljeta, your winemaking skills are getting better and better. Thanks for the compliment. Uljeta was very pleased with Wylin's praise. I came here today because I encountered a problem and hope to get your help, Wylin said sincerely. Uljeta looked at Wylin. Her expression did not change at all. What problem? I have a few precious tree seedlings, and I hope to use growth acceleration magic to shorten the growth time. Wylin replied to Uljeta. Wylin, I'm sorry, I don't know how to use growth acceleration magic. After hearing this, Uljeta shook her head and said regretfully, Okay. Uljeta heard the disappointment in her friend's tone and asked curiously, May I ask, what crop is it? Looking at the silver dragon in front of him who likes to brew wine, Wylin asked Randolph to bring the metal barrel to the table and open the lid on it. Uljeta smelled the fragrance of the sap of the green vine. Tree leaned over and observed it carefully. Velen, please, can you give me some of these things? I can use them as a raw material for brewing wine. I can't wait to experiment. These are the raw materials I use to make defensive armor. Before Velen finished speaking, Uljeta said a little disappointedly, Okay, my friend. Uljeta, I can give you some, but what, please tell me, as long as you don't want my gold coins, you can put forward other conditions. Uljeta asked hopefully. Facing the other party's hot eyes, Velen was a little uncomfortable. Do you have a way to process these juices into silk threads while retaining their characteristics? This is a difficult problem, but I can try. Uljeta thought carefully and answered. Then I'll leave it to you. No problem, leave it to me. Uljeta patted his chest and promised. Looking at the other party's eager expression, Velen resigned and did not stay any longer. After coming out of the Adventurer's Tavern, after a matter was resolved, his mood instantly improved a lot. Baird, why are you here? Looking at Baird waiting next to the tavern, Wylin asked in confusion. My lord, this is an invitation from Lords Alcott and Edgar. inviting you to attend a dinner in Gut on November 1st. Baird handed the 2 invitations to Wylan. Wylan took the 2 invitations and opened them. As expected, it was a dinner for the promotion of the 2 cousins. After this year, the family will have 2 more viscounts, which means that the family's strength has increased a bit. However, what surprised him was that the 2 cousins actually chose to hold it together to celebrate this important moment. At the end of the invitation, he was specifically told to bring a few capable men. Wylan knew this very well. Generally, there is a duel for viewing at formal dinners, which is mainly to show the combat power of each lord, to promote their own strength to other lords, and to provide a stage for those knights to compete for reputation. Who do you think is more suitable to go? Wylan handed the invitation to Baird, wanting to hear his opinion. After reading the content himself, Baird thought for a moment and answered, "My lord, I think Orlando, Hebrew, and Kyle can participate." Why? Wylan asked curiously. First, the 3 of them are young enough. Second, the 3 of them are in the first echelon of the territory. They are more than enough to deal with the extraordinary people under the command of other lords. Third, show your love for talents and attract more people who have no way to climb up to the Lake of Praying Stars. You, Andrew, Randolph, and the other 12, do you want to participate? Wylan looked at Baird and asked seriously. Baird was suddenly asked, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Everything is left to the Lord to decide. After an unknown amount of time, Baird said this sentence after 1,000 words in his heart. Wylan looked at his chief steward and said in a deep voice, "The unspoken rule of the spectator duel is that no more than 3 people from each family can participate. I will give 1 place to the 2 brothers in Orlando, and I will give the remaining 2 places to you 12 people to decide for yourselves. Give me an answer in 3 days." "Yes, sir." Then Wylan took Kyle away from Kixing Town, and Randolph and several of his subordinates stayed behind. Captain, Randolph looked at Baird and said calmly, "Randolph, notify Andrew and the others that we will have a meeting tomorrow night." "I understand." On the way back to the castle, Wylan looked at Kyle with a calm face and asked, "What do you think of my decision?" "I think the master has your considerations. As your personal attendant, your thoughts are my will." Wylan could not see any expression on Kyle's face, but he could feel the changes in his heart. "Baird and the other 12 have been following me since the beginning of my development. I must consider their interests. As for Orlando and Hebrew, they are my first 2 guardian knights, people I trust, and my future external cards. I need to create a stage for them. Kyle, if you stay with me, you will definitely lose a lot of opportunities. If you regret it, I can give you a chance to choose again." As soon as Wylan finished speaking, Kyle answered without thinking, "Since I have chosen to stay with you, I will not change my choice. I will implement the meaning of protection and always stand by your side unless I fall one day. Let's go home." Wylan looked at Kyle and said simply, In Orlando town, after a day of training, Orlando received the news sent by Baird. After a brief thought, he saw his own brother enter the yard without any image. "Brother, why are you looking at me like that?" Hebrew met Orlando's eyes and suddenly had a bad premonition. "Hebrew, brother, I have a good thing here, which is very suitable for you." "Well, brother, I suddenly remembered that there are still some things I need to deal with in the nights, so I leave first." Hebrew felt bad, and while laughing and facing Orlando, he moved his body towards the gate of the yard and took advantage of his brother's inattention and ran away. Orlando held the book in his left hand and clenched his right hand in the direction of Hebrew. The fiery red fighting spirit formed a giant hand and directly grabbed Hebrew back. Hebrew, who was thrown to the ground, pretended to cover his buttocks and pretended to be pitiful. "Brother, when did you learn to control the outer demon group?" "Recently." Orlando looked at Hebrew and sternly reprimanded him. "I told you to study hard every day. The core of the battle method contains a complete knowledge. Inheritance, but you don't know how to cherish it. I know, brother." "Okay." This time the master needs someone to accompany him to the banquet. I thought about it carefully and decided that it would be you. "Leave it to me, brother." Hebrew thought it was some other troublesome matter, but it turned out to be such a good job, so he agreed without thinking. "Don't go to the night station in the next few days. I'm going to give you special training." "Brother, you can't do this, The The fiery red giant hand instantly pressed Hebrew to the ground and separated a small tentacle to block his mouth. Looking at his brother's appearance, Orlando showed a satisfied smile. "Wait until you can beat me, the big brother, and listen to me now." Woo 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 woo. Looking at his big brother's inexplicable smile, Hebrew felt that there would be no free days in the future. On the other side, after discussion, the 12 people of Baird finally nominated 2 silver knights, Dosius and Cassius, who were silver intermediates and the 2 best fighters among the 12. In the next few days, the 2 will put down their affairs and devote themselves to practice and hone their skills. At the same time, Baird and others will also take time to fight the 2. In order to increase the difficulty, they adopted a multi-to-1 match. After all, 1-to-1 could not beat these 2 people. Time passed quickly, and October 1st came in a blink of an eye. Wylin rubbed his hands, hoping that the guidance of fate would not bring news of a catastrophic nature. Otherwise, he would have to be nervous and think about how to solve the problem. The ancient and long-standing they came quietly and will leave quietly, and no creature can find them. Give them gifts, and they will return gifts. I seem to have seen this illusion somewhere. Wylin looked at his head lightly and said to himself, time passed slowly. And with constant thinking, Wylin glimpsed the illusion from the ancient era from his memory, according to legend. 40,000 years ago, a legendary warrior named Keglach once used his most precious wooden sword as a gift when he was a child, and received the gift of a mysterious creature. No one knows their identity, where they come from and where they will go, and no one can answer. When he was 7 years old, Wylin saw this passage and thought it was a later beautification of Keglach's childhood, explaining how an ordinary serf's son could become a legendary warrior in just 200 years. If it is true, but the reason is not explained in detail, or it is just the other party's imagination, and it just happened to match this information. As he thought more and more deeply, Wylin began to feel sleepy unconsciously, and he lay on the bed holding the virtual game helmet and began to sleep without anyone noticing. Open your eyes, or maybe you don't have eyes, but you can only perceive the surrounding scenes. Wylin reached out to touch the helmet floating in front of him, like a phantom, which can be perceived but not touched. Yes, hello. The ethereal voice sounded in his heart, making him naturally understand the meaning of this language. Unknown traveler, welcome to the deep illusion. Excuse me, who are you? No external organs are used to convey information. As long as what you think in your heart, it will be known by the other party. Mengling, why am I here? There is no reason. You came here just because you came here. So can I go back? Of course. This should be the place where the ancient they live, the deep fantasy. I just don't know if the other party's name is Mengling or the race name is Mengling. Suddenly, the other party's voice sounded again. Excuse me, can you give the things in your hand to Mengling? Of course, Wylin answered without hesitation. Suddenly, within the perception range, the virtual helmet disappeared in front of his eyes, replaced by 3 light balls. The colors from left to right are red, yellow, and blue. Thank you for your gift. You can choose one of these 3 light balls as a return gift from Mengling. What are these light balls? Mengling cannot tell you. This is the rule of deep illusion. Mengling cannot reveal information to you. So, is your individual name Mengling, or is the name of the tribe Mengling? Traveler, Mengling is both a tribe and an individual. Is that so? Traveler, Mengling needs to remind you that time is running out. After hearing this, Wylin did not communicate with Mengling and began to analyze the 3 light balls in front of him based on his own subjective analysis. In the end, Wylin chose blue. The next moment, the blue light ball flew towards Wylin and finally merged with him. Traveler, time is up. I hope Mengling can meet you next time. Suddenly, Wylin felt a grayness around him and slowly lost consciousness. The next morning, Wylin got up from the bed in a daze, feeling that he seemed to have forgotten something. Suddenly, Wylin stroked the potted plant on the windowsill and inexplicably cast a druid spell. The plants in the pots grew faster and then quickly withered in a very short time. Wylin looked at his hands in disbelief. The information of the druid spell he had just cast appeared in his mind automatically. This is the soul skill, reincarnation of life and death. When did I awaken? Today is October 2nd. I seem to have obtained some information last night, but I can't remember what it was. He picked up the game helmet on the bed again and wanted to turn it on, but when he pressed the start button, it didn't start as usual. It's broken. Wai Lin felt a little regretful, then took out the spare one and tried it. After finding that it could be used normally, he no longer paid attention to how the virtual game helmet was damaged. Wai Lin also chose not to think about the news he got last night. Everything told him that he had obtained what he wanted through the information given to him by fate. In the following days, Wai Lin was happy to experiment with his newly awakened soul skill reincarnation of life and death. Compared with the growth acceleration spell recorded in the Druid book, reincarnation of life and death is more like an attack spell. The growth acceleration spell uses magic energy to fill the energy of the rapid growth process of plants. The soul skill reincarnation of life and death extracts energy from the body. Although it can show its greatest side in a short period of time, it can exhaust the opponent's vitality at a very fast speed. But this is only the most superficial use. Wai Lin is currently unable to separate life, death, and reincarnation in the reincarnation of life and death and let them play their role alone. However, after half a month of experimentation, he figured out the direction of development of this special skill. Now the main thing is to use it skillfully. The first step is to separate the power of life and death so that life acts on one creature and death acts on another creature, so as to achieve the purpose of rapid treatment. On October 18th, the second star praying day arrives. After spending these 7 days, Varen left the Lake of Praying Stars with a group of bronze knights, Hebrews, Dorcius, and Cassius, as well as his personal attendant Kyle, and headed for Alcott's ancient territory, Special Collar. I passed many noble territories along the way, and compared to a year ago, I lost a lot. Only a few territories still retain their previous population size. Most of the noble territories have suffered a serious population loss, and large areas of land are uncultivated. The famine ritual that lasted for 2 years left the unprepared little nobles in the border areas exhausted. When passing through certain territories, you can even find black and yellow bones on the roadside. You don't have to guess what these bones are. After 10 days of travel, Wai Lin and his party successfully arrived in Gutland. From the moment they entered Alcott's territory, every citizen's face was filled with smiles and excitement, and they were proud of the rise of their lord. "Sir, please show me your invitation." In the guest house not far from the border, a high-level bronze knight came to Varen and saluted with neither humility nor condescension. After hearing this, Kyle got off his horse and handed the invitation to the bronze knight. The other party smiled apologetically at Kyle, then took the invitation with both hands, inspected it carefully, and after finding that the information was accurate, respectfully handed it back to the other party. Then a bronze intermediate knight saw the captain's eyes, stepped forward, beat his chest, and saluted. "Dear Baron, welcome to Gutland, and I will be your guide from now on." "Kindness." Wai Lin nodded and said nothing. Following this intermediate bronze knight, Wai Lin officially entered the core range of the Gut territory. It can be seen that the road from the border to Gut Castle has just been repaired and is smoother than when we arrived here 3 years ago. After more than 3 hours, the decorations on the roadside gradually became more numerous. Looking into the distance, the outline of a castle appeared in front of me. However, the destination of their trip was not just Gut Castle, but a manor 6 kilometers west of it. "Sir, this is the place for rest and banquet. A servant will take you to the room later." The bronze intermediate knight got off his horse and said to Varen, "Thank you for your hard work." Wai Lin smiled. "It's your honor." The bronze intermediate knight replied respectfully, and then returned to the border guest house along the same route. Not long after, a person dressed as a butler came to the entrance of the manor with 2 male servants, saluted respectfully. "Dear Lord Baron, please follow me." Baron led Kyle and 4 others into the manor. As for the guards and mounts, they followed the 2 male servants to a station outside the manor, which was specially used to arrange the entourage of various nobles. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Wai Lin came to a small courtyard. "Lord Baron, this is your resting place. If you have anything to do, you can tell the servants inside." The housekeeper opened the door of the small courtyard, and 6 beautiful maids stood in the courtyard waiting quietly. "I see." Upon seeing this, the butler bowed respectfully and left the place. Varen naturally entered the courtyard, followed by Kyle, who began to take over the 6 maids and arrange various affairs. Hebrew, who was ignorant of the opposite sex, stared intently at the maid who was lowering her head to work, and her ears were lifted directly by Varen. "See if you can, but don't do it." "Yes, Lord, I understand." Hebrew covered his ears, his tone a little disappointed. "You guys take good care of him." Varen was a little worried and ordered Dosius and Cassius. "Yes, sir." The 2 of them saluted. After a while, Hebrews watched his master enter the house, come to Dosius and Cassius, and asked curiously, "Aren't you excited?" "Hebrew, we have experienced spring, but you have to learn to control your desires." Dos looked at the silver intermediate knight who was 10 years younger than him and advised with a smile. Upon seeing this, Cassius made a rare suggestion. "You must be clear about the difference between your identity and theirs. To put it bluntly, your future wife will definitely not be low in strength and status, so you must control yourself even more. Desire." "Why do you 2 talk so much like my eldest brother?" Hebrew muttered softly. But Dorcius and Cassius were ordinary people, so they naturally heard Hebrew's complaints. They just smiled and said nothing more. Their duty is to keep an eye on this immature child and not let him act recklessly. Wylan came to the room, took a brief look, then sat on the bed and began to think. There are 2 main purposes for participating in this banquet this time. One of them was to congratulate his 2 uncles on their promotion to a noble title and to show off his military power. The other is to find suitable children of nobles or knights to find suitable spouses for the 12 bachelors under him. As long as Wylan releases some news, those minor nobles will rush to send suitable unmarried women over for marriage, but this is not what he wants. In his eyes, ordinary women cannot match his guardian knight. As their suzerain, Varen is responsible for them. 12, the heads are a bit big. I hope I can collect enough information this time. Otherwise, I will have to go to the elders to seek some resources. As for the marriage between Orlando and Hebrew, Wylan saw further ahead, so he did not allow his wings to do anything out of line now. The next morning, Alcott's eldest son Cowell visited. Compared with 3 years ago, his cousin has become more mature and stable. I don't know if it is the result of the stick education or he has really grown up after experiencing some things. "Wylan, long time no see." "It's been 3 years, cousin. You have almost changed your appearance." "Father's title has been promoted, so he must be more mature." Cowell's tone was a little melancholy. Looking at Cowell, who was still at the lower level of silver, Wylan could not help but remind him. "In the future, your uncle's career will be handed over to you. Work hard, cousin." "I know, let's not discuss this matter today. I'll take you to Guttling for a stroll. You only stayed for 3 days last time. As the host, you can't be so perfunctory this time," Cowell said with a smile. "Since my cousin has invited me like this, I will be wrong if I don't go." "Ha, let's go. Let me take you to experience the culture of Gut territory." Afterwards, neither of them brought any followers, dressed simply, rode ordinary horses, and went to other towns and villages in Gut territory for fun. Alcott, who was far away in the castle, was very pleased to learn about his eldest son's actions, and his mood instantly improved a lot. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. In the next few days, Wylan followed his cousin and saw a different Gut territory. On the other hand, he saw the governance results of his uncle for more than 50 years, nearly 60 years. The area of Gut territory is 500 square kilometers. For a baron, such a territory is very vast, but for a viscount, it seems a bit small. However, all these problems can be solved in the laws of the kingdom. There is no territories to be cultivated around Gut territory, so the only option is territory exchange. Alcott can cultivate a barren territory on the border, and compensate the small nobles in other ways, and exchange their territories to the border, thereby achieving a disguised means of expanding the territory. As for whether the other party agrees or not, It depends on whether the nobles who want to exchange territories are big enough and have a deep enough background. In the past few days, I learned from my cousin that Uncle Alcott wants to exchange territories with 7 barons bordering Gut territory. The area of these 7 baronies adds up to 500 square kilometers, which will take 15 to 20 years to complete. For Wylan, there was no such worry. There was a large area of unowned land around. No pioneers would come to the western border to open up in the past 10 years. He could enclose as much land as he wanted. However, this also reminded him that in this precious time frame, he should enclose as much land as possible. With the family's endorsement, as long as he did not get a territory of 50,000 or 100,000 square kilometers, it would be no problem to get an area of 20,000 or 30,000 square kilometers. After the promotion of the title, no one dared to raise any objections. After the short sightseeing trip, when he returned to the manor, it was the date of the upcoming banquet. Compared with 3 days ago, there were gradually more nobles here, and many noble followers were placed outside the camp. Entering the outer circle of the manor, there was a grassland surrounding the manor, covering an area of more than 100 acres. A large number of young noble children sat on the ground and communicated with each other. Many servants shuttled among them, serving tea and snacks and serving with dedication. Crossing the grass and entering the central area, the nobles here are much more serious than the outer circle. Some of them are talking with their friends with their wives, or visiting nobles with prestigious status with their eldest sons, or noble ladies are gathering together to communicate in a low voice. In the left corner, Wylan found his cousin Brian and Edgar's eldest son Alec, who was surrounded by a group of nobles in the center, judging each other. "Welland, follow me," a servant whispered in Cowell's ear, and then took Wylan's hand and entered the core of the manor. Seeing this, Wylan could only extinguish the idea of looking for his cousin. Passing through the gate guarded by knights, Wylan entered the core area of the manor. In a spacious house, Alcott and Edgar should have been the hosts, but at this moment they were sitting in the lower seat. They did not feel the slightest dissatisfaction with the people sitting in the upper seat, and were even quite honored. Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man, and next to him was a young woman. From time to time, she sensed the entire manor and watched the people she cared about slowly approaching and couldn't help but smile. Wylan entered the house and looked at the middle-aged man and young woman facing him. His expression froze instantly. "Little Wylan, long time no see." The next moment, a veiled woman appeared in front of Wylan and touched his messy hair with her hand. "Grandma, why are you and Grandpa here?" Wylan asked in surprise, looking at the young and beautiful woman in front of him. "Of course I came to see you, believe it or not." Pinching her grandson's face, Clotilda was in a good mood. Then Wylan followed his grandmother to his grandfather Ignatius. "My Wylan, we haven't seen each other for 6 years. We didn't participate in your adulthood day. We are deeply sorry," Ignatius said kindly. "Grandpa, why are you here?" Wylan generously accepted his grandfather's apology and then asked. "Alcott and Edgar were promoted to viscounts. Your father is with your grandfather and can't come back for the time being. It just so happens that we have recently returned to the kingdom of Ilia, so I will replace your father and attend this banquet," Ignatius explained calmly. "Are you happy, my dear Varin?" The smile of his grandmother Clotilda was still so healing that Varin didn't know how to reply for a while. "Okay, Clotilda, take Varin outside. I have something to discuss with Alcott and Edgar." Ignatius waved his hand and said to Clotilda with a smile, "I know." As soon as Clotilda finished speaking, she took Varin and disappeared into the room. After watching his wife and grandson leave, Ignatius continued, "According to the rules set by the family, if you become viscounts, some things in the family will be made public to you. Starting from your generation, the direct descendants of your branch can choose to go to various earls for further study. Whether they choose to explore or join the kingdoms. Military, 70% of the corresponding resources will be provided by the family. At the same time as viscounts, you will also fulfill your obligations, discover and contribute talents to the family, and maintain the talent replenishment of the main legion under the family earls. Finally, you too can choose a renewable resource from your family to serve as your pillar industry. Based on this, You can join the upper-level trading market in advance and use it to counterattack your small family. My son Angus will be with you later. This will take time. Lord Ignatius, we know this. Alcott and Edgar replied respectfully, but their eyes could not conceal their excitement and ambition. Next, I will tell you about the upper-class market in the kingdom and give you some useful information for reference. There are also some foreign business channels, including the families in the surrounding kingdoms who maintain close relationships with us. As the mainstay of the Acres family, the Viscount is qualified to know some of the family's secrets. As for Cowell, after sending Varin to the room, he left on his own. In an empty garden, the figures of Varin and Clotilde appeared among the flowers. "Little Wylan, how have you been these past few years? Have you missed me?" Clotilde's tone sounded like she was teasing a child, which made Varin pat his forehead speechlessly and said helplessly, "Grandma, I have grown up." "Well, you were more cute when you were a child, but you are no longer fun when you grow up." Clotilde covered her face with her hands and said, pretending to be sad, "Okay, Grandma, don't try to lie to me." "I won't do this now." Wylan exposed her scam without mercy. "Okay, I'll tell Angus next time and let him take care of you." Clotilde looked at Varin seriously, wanting to see his reaction, but was disappointed. "Forget it, I've grown up, and I'm not cute anymore." Varin looked at Clotilde's aggrieved look and didn't know what to say. "My grandmother is good at everything, but she is a little girlish, and sometimes she does things that make people laugh or cry." "Grandma, tell me where you and Grandpa have been in the past 6 years." Okay, my dear Wylan, let Grandma tell you the adventure story of me and your grandfather." Upon hearing this, Clotilde took out a set of pink seats from the space ring with a wave of her hand, then waved her fingers, heated the teapot, and poured 3 cups of tea. Varin sat on the pink chair skillfully. Compared with when he was a child, this time he did not need to hang his feet in the air. 6 years ago, your grandfather and I went to the west of the Sinapa subcontinent and visited the Ash Magic Kingdom and the Moon Elf Kingdom. There, before long, Varin was completely immersed in the adventure story. Through language and text, coupled with his grandmother's superb language skills, she could sometimes use flowers to combine the shapes of strange creatures, which shocked him greatly. Although an adventurous life is exciting and very desirable, Varin admires stability, and this kind of adventurous life is not suitable for him. However, through the narrations of my elders, I learned that there are so many scenery and strange cultural stories in this world, which is also unique. As time went by, the sky gradually darkened, and under Clotilde's magic, the surrounding flowers emitted a little light, illuminating the surrounding scenery. While traveling through the middle of the Moon Elf Kingdom, we met a fairy dragon. We fought side by side with her and several other temple knights and priests from the Moon Elf Kingdom to destroy a conspiracy of the corrupt order. During that operation, your grandfather— Clotilde, there's no need to talk about this. Ignatius suddenly interrupted. Wylan turned to look at his grandfather, wondering what happened to make his grandfather do such a thing. "Varin, are you curious?" Clotilde said to Varin with a smile. Wylan nodded very honestly. "Because your grandfather is very powerful, and the fairy dragon hopes to give birth to your grandfather's heir." Clotilde said it with a smile, without any jealousy or dissatisfaction in her words, just like telling ordinary things. "Did that work?" Varin looked at his grandfather Ignatius expectantly. Looking at the other man's evasive eyes, the answer seemed to be obvious. However, what surprised him even more was that there was no crack in the relationship between his grandfather and his grandmother. You must know that Clotilde's girlish heart makes it difficult for her to hide her thoughts in front of her relatives. In other words, she has no acting talent. However, in front of outsiders, she always maintained a cold appearance, which was comparable to that of her master. "Grandpa and Grandma, it's getting late. I have to attend the banquet hosted by my 2 cousins, Alcott and Edgar, tomorrow. I still have a lot of things to deal with, so I leave first." Seeing this, Wylan also submitted his resignation, not wanting to disturb the 2 elders' world. "Varin, my dear grandson, this is a belated coming-of-age gift for you." Ignatius put a beautiful ring in Varin's hand, and his kind smile made Varin feel a little dazed. "My child, I hope you can go further on the path you choose. See you next time, my dear Varin." Suddenly, the figures of Ignatius and Clotilda disappeared from sight. Holding the exquisite ring in his hand, Wyland tentatively sensed it and indeed entered a space. There are strange fruits and seeds stored inside, as well as a few ancient books. Thank you, grandparents. I hope you have a happy life. Wyland put the ring on his finger, sincerely blessed the two of them, and stood up to leave. As soon as they came out of the small courtyard, they met Alcott and Edgar. They were waiting quietly outside the small courtyard. When they saw Varin, they stepped forward and asked, Varin, Ignatius, and Clotilde are the two adults still inside? Uncle, my grandpa and grandma have left. Alcott, you two adults are very busy, so we can only wait until the next time to entertain you, Edgar said regretfully. Alcott nodded and responded, that's all. The two adults came and left mysteriously. Afterwards, Wyland followed his two cousins and left the small courtyard. After returning to his residence, Kyle came up to him and reported respectfully, Sir Brian and another noble visited this morning. When they saw that you were not here, they left. I understand you should go and rest too. Yes, sir. After Wyland had a simple dinner, he sat on the bed and studied the few ancient books that his grandfather left in the space ring. With a thought, 3 books appeared in his hands. When I opened it and looked at it, I saw that the handwriting on it was beautiful and smooth. The lines were soft and powerful. The characters were dignified and elegant, and every stroke was exquisite and delicate. I guess it was written by my grandmother. The first book records some knowledge about seeds and fruits. Compared with the things left in the space ring, they basically match. I was still worried about how to distinguish these strange fruits and seeds, but I didn't expect to solve it so quickly. The other 2 books are related to cultivation. One of them is called Kingmu Breathing Method, which is closely related to the breathing method I am practicing now. And it is more like an improved version. The other book has a method for practicing a combat skill, but you need to become a breakthrough gold to practice it, and it will probably take a few years for it to work. Putting away Kingmu Breathing Method and the combat skill, Wyland opened the first book, took out the fruit and seeds in the space ring at the same time, and began to learn about the relevant information in detail. Holly wheat is produced in the Aegean province in the northern part of the Ash Magic Kingdom. It is planted once a year and has a growth period of 8 months. 1 acre can harvest 400 kilograms of wheat. The bread made from this wheat tastes delicious and delicate. According to research, it has the effect of prolonging the life of ordinary civilians and can extend the lifespan by an average of 3 to 5 years. Qingyang fruit, the fruit produced by the Qingyang tree, blooms in 1 year, bears fruit in 1 year, matures in 1 year, and can be harvested in 3 years. It can be used to brew fruit wine, which has the effect of delaying aging, but the survival rate of the tree species is difficult, and it needs to be cultivated by druids. It took more than 2 hours for Wyland to figure out the information of 6 kinds of fruits and 13 packets of seeds. 6 kinds of fruit tree seeds. 7 kinds of grain crop seeds. In addition to holly wheat and Qingyang fruit, the other fruit tree and grain crop seeds have a prominent feature: short growth cycle, large yield, and corresponding poor taste. But they are very good staple food for civilians. It can improve the food structure of the territory and plan the planting area more reasonably. Wyland closed the book and muttered to himself. Compared with these things, this 6 cubic meter space ring is also precious. Finally, Wyland put the book, fruit and seeds into the space ring and began to rest. There are still things to deal with tomorrow. At dawn the next day, Kyle entered the room with a basin of hot water. Lifting the blanket and shielding his sight with his hands, Wyland looked at the sunlight scattered in from the window and sat up slowly. How are Hebrew, Dosius, and Cassius? Wyland asked while washing his face with warm water. I got up an hour ago and am preparing for today's spectacle duel. Kyle handed over the towel with ease and answered respectfully. Let's go. After washing up, Wyland took Kyle to have breakfast, and then took a few other people to an artificial stream site on the left side of the manor, where the banquet was held. At this moment, many nobles arrived early and greeted each other politely. According to the data given by the governor of Cardero province this year, there are 83 noble families in the entire province. Only 18 noble families meet the requirements of whether they can participate in military wars. In other words, in Cardero province, Only these 18 noble families have the right to speak, which is less than half of the number of nobles in the entire province. The title of the weakest province in the kingdom is well deserved. These 18 noble families, including Alcott, Edgar and another viscount who was promoted from baron, have 8 viscounts and 10 barons. As Wylin, who had just become a baron from a pioneer knight, was one of them. When the small nobles around met Wylin, they adjusted their postures and took the initiative to salute. Wylin smiled and returned the salute, being humble and polite, and did not show arrogance because of the unequal status. Sir Varen, long time no see. Baron Wesker, it's been 2 years, and you're still in good health. Varen took the initiative to hug the middle-aged nobleman and greeted him cordially. Wesker Grosvenor exclaimed sincerely, "When we first met, the Sir was still a pioneer. But I didn't expect that he has become a powerful baron now." As a minor noble, he also witnessed the rise of the other party. "Let's go over there and talk." The two came to a leisure chair and sat down and started to communicate. "Duke, your second son, is a very hard-working knight. This is the evaluation of him by the guardian knight I trust." Wesker smiled when he heard this. "Duke can be evaluated by your guardian knight, which makes me, as a father, feel honored. As a lord outside the border, I am very eager for talents. I wonder if the Baron has any recommendations." Hearing Wylin's words, Wesker felt that the opportunity had come and asked respectfully, "I don't know what kind of talents you need. I, the children of the Grosvenor family, hope to meet your needs. I admire knights like Duke who work hard." Wylin did not answer directly, but gave Wesker a sample. "I am honored to get your answer." Wesker looked at Wesker and said, "As my first business partner, I can give you 500 bottles of ice blue potion, a specialty of my territory, for distribution." "Thank you for your generosity, Sir Wylin." Wesker instantly felt like a pie in the sky. He was able to get the sales rights of this precious potion and felt that his original choice was very wise. After the first phase of the War of the Serap Core, the ice blue potion has proved its value. In the market, a bottle of ice blue potion costs 15 gold coins, but the premise is that you have a channel to buy it. Small nobles like them have some spare money, but no channel to buy it. As for the commercial camp, next to the Brazilian, a camp, small nobles like them dare not compete with those powerful nobles for the ice blue potion. Unconsciously, Wesker has put his status below Wylin, and he is willing to do so, as long as the talents recommended by the Baron are in my eyes. Each person is equivalent to the purchase right of a blue and purple horse. Please rest assured, sir, I will do my best to select talents for you." Hearing this news, Wesker was excited and incoherent, feeling that he must have been favored by the goddess of life to have such an opportunity. "Ha ha ha, Baron Wesker, there is no need to be like this. You and I are of the same title, there is no need to talk to me like this." Wylin looked at Wesker and couldn't help saying, "My lord, it's my honor." At this time, Kyle came to Wylin and reported in a low voice, "Baron Wesker, my cousin wants to see me. So I'll go over first, we'll talk next time." Looking at Wylin's back as he left, Wesker had a feeling that he might have to kneel down and talk to Wylin next time. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about those things. With the distribution rights of the ice blue potion and the purchase quota of the blue and purple horse, the opportunity for the Grosvenor family to rise is now. Coming to a pavilion, Brian, Edgar's eldest son Alec, Alcott's eldest son Cowell, Viscount Moncas's eldest son Cassius, and another young noble son, a total of 5 people. "Cousin, who is this?" Seeing this, Brian smiled and explained, "This is Mordred Barrett, the eldest son of Viscount Algernon Barrett, Alcott's cousin's friend." "Nice to meet you, Sir Valen." Mordred stood up, put his right hand on his chest, bent his body slightly, and said with a smile, "Nice to meet you too, Mordred." "Varen, Mordred, let's sit down and talk." Brian asked the two of them to sit down. Afterwards, several servants brought tea and cakes into the pavilion and placed them neatly on the stone table for 6 people to enjoy. A few people were chatting, and then they got involved in the spectator duel. "Wylin, who are you going to send to fight?" Brian asked curiously. "Can't I?" Varen said half-jokingly, causing several others to laugh. "You all go up to duel, and we still have to be caught up by our father's stick." Cowell laughed at the side. Upon hearing this, Mordred responded with a smile. Varen, if you go up to a duel, I bet that not many people would dare to compete with you. Okay, let's liven up the atmosphere. If I compete, it will destroy the meaning of the spectator duel. Wylin waved his hand and responded to everyone with a smile. Several people sat together and chatted until noon, without realizing it. At this moment, more and more nobles gathered around, at least 600 people. Although Fix, the governor of Cardero province, did not come in person, he also sent his eldest son Kazakh to congratulate. It is no exaggeration to say that basically all the nobles in the entire Cardero province were present. Wylin even saw his neighbor, Baron Cleveland Brandon, from whom he had squeezed his first pot of gold. The two looked at each other and saw the kindness of each other. Being in the same camp, as long as they were not mortal enemies, both sides would avoid mentioning such things. And at most, they would just avoid each other when they met. Gentlemen and ladies, welcome to the banquet jointly hosted by Edgar and I. After 50 years of struggle, from a young man who had just started out to now halfway through my life journey, I have achieved my life goal and promoted my title from Baron to Viscount. Here, I would like to thank my lifelong friend Algernon Barrett for his help. It can be said that without him, I would not have achieved what I have now. More than 10 minutes later, after Alcott finished his speech, all the nobles at the banquet applauded to celebrate this moment. Edgar then gave a speech. Wylin stood below and listened carefully to the struggle of 2 generations of this cousin, feeling a little emotional. From Baron to Viscount, for ordinary lower-level nobles without opportunities, it takes almost 5 or 6 generations of struggle. For noble children with family backgrounds, it is not something that can be achieved in just a dozen years. Wylin is very fortunate to have the guidance of fate, which gives him a different opportunity to accelerate this process. Let's raise our glasses together to celebrate Viscount Orcott and Viscount Edgar. Viscount Moncas, the leader of the nobles in the province of Cardro, came to the center of the venue and said to everyone present with a smile. The nobles present raised their glasses, sent blessings, and drank the wine in their glasses. Next, it was the beginning of the formal social interaction. The knights of each noble family who were preparing for the appreciation duel came to the courtyard next door to start preparing. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the servants cleaned up the banquet center and laid blankets around it. Other nobles took their seats around the duel center in order of status. Wylin followed his cousin Brian, Cassius, and Mordred to sit in a position with an excellent view, waiting for the start of the appreciation duel. As for Cowell and Alec, they went on stage to host the appreciation duel. There are a total of 163 professionals participating in this spectator duel, including 113 bronze professionals and 50 silver professionals. Cowell calmly told the nobles present, with a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant, which made Alcott nod with satisfaction. There is only one rule of the game, which is not to hurt the opponent's life, and to show your ability as much as possible under the condition of stopping at the right time. As the opening duel, there are 2 silver knights, one from Viscount Moncas and one from Alcott. Looking at the extremely exquisite fighting skills on the stage, Wylin has guessed the result. 10 minutes later, as expected, the knight under his cousin took the lead and won the first spectator duel. Or it may be Viscount Moncas's instruction. Anyway, in the eyes of many nobles, the military strength of this new Viscount is well deserved. As the duel continued, more and more famous and talented knights stood out. The next match will be between the knight Cassius of Kixing territory and the knight Felicia of Shuihu territory. Alec read out loudly. Cassius, the eldest son of Viscount Moncas, who was sitting next to Wylin, heard the knight with the same name as himself and looked at the center of the duel curiously. Begin. The two heard Alec's voice, drew their swords instantly, and began to attack. Cassius's attack was so fast and fierce that Felicia, a female knight who had just entered the silver intermediate level, could not resist. She retreated repeatedly and widened the distance between the two sides. This is your nephew's knight. He is worthy of systematic training. In terms of combat skills and the use of fighting spirit, he directly overwhelmed the knight of Shuihu territory. Viscount Moncas turned his head slightly and said to Alcott beside him. Alcott smiled and answered, "Sir, you have to know that my nephew is the son of Lord Angus. His father chose him as a guardian knight. His talent may be a little insufficient, but his combat comprehension is definitely not bad. It's really amazing. The Knight of the Water Lake territory is going to lose. As soon as Monkas finished speaking, Cassius hit the female knight Felicia with a fierce blow. The winner is Cassius, the Knight of the Praying Star territory. On the grass outside, Brian said in surprise, "Velen, amazing. That Cassius, I think he has golden talent, which makes me drool with envy." Cassius, the eldest son of Viscount Monkas, was very envious and had a better impression of the knight with the same name. "Ha, I thank you all for your praise on his behalf," Varen said with some pride. Cassius defeated the knight of the same stage with great ease, which made him proud. Then Duoxius crushed his opponent with the same strength, making the Praying Star territory famous among many nobles and his reputation soared. The sky gradually darkened, and the spectacle duel also ushered in the last round of the first stage. First, let us welcome our hero, the Knight Temple from the Church of the Cardro Province, Lord Devonshire. As Cowell finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a strong momentum strode into the center of the duel venue. The nobles around couldn't help cheering and celebrating Devonshire's appearance. Brian looked at Wyland's puzzled expression and explained. Devonshire, although he is only a silver medium-level strength, he has been a knight of the Cadlo Provincial Church Temple for 30 years. He has guided many young nobles for free and has a high reputation among the lower nobles. So that's it, Wyland suddenly realized. Then Alex said, "In this world, young geniuses are always the focus of attention. They have extraordinary talents and unlimited potential. Next, let us welcome the Knight Hebrew of Kixing territory. He is only 17 years old and has the strength of a silver medium level." The lower nobles around couldn't help feeling a little ashamed when they heard Hebrew's introduction. After a while, Hebrew stood in front of Devonshire, looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, and his mood was not so relaxed and happy, but a little heavy. I will definitely defeat him. Begin." As soon as Cowell finished speaking, both sides fought with all their strength. The afterimages of the characters, the shadows of the long swords, and the aftermath of the fighting spirit that was constantly wafting outward made it impossible for the nobles with lower strength to look directly at the duel scene. Even Wyland did not expect that Hebrew had grown to this point. "Boy, I'm going to speed up," Devonshire laughed and said to Hebrew. "Come on, this strange uncle." Hebrew held the knight's sword tightly and accepted the other party's words calmly. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. Devon Hill accelerated suddenly, as fast as lightning. The sword light cut through the air and rushed towards Hebrew. Hebrew lowered his body weight and advanced instead of retreating. He held the sword with both hands and swung it to resist. The speed of the two fighting was getting faster and faster, and the nobles below the silver level could no longer see the dueling movements of the two. Time seemed to have stopped, and only the sound of the collision of swords echoed around. Their eyes revealed respect and determination for each other. By this time, it was no longer just an appreciation duel. The light blue fighting spirit and the fiery red fighting spirit are intertwined, which means that the two people are constantly exchanging offense and defense. From constant defense to success, Hebrews understood faster and faster and gradually gained a foothold. Seeing the opponent's increasingly proficient swordsmanship, Devon Hill showed appreciation in his eyes, but the movements of his hands did not slow down because of this, and instead he attacked more and more fiercely. Having been stuck in the silver intermediate level for 20 years, Devon Hill has perfected his sword skills to the extreme. Bang! Hebrew suddenly felt a huge force and flew backwards, falling out of the duel venue. The next moment, warm applause erupted from the surroundings, both celebrating Devon Hill's victory and affirming the young genius of Hebrews. Kyle on the side stepped forward to help Hebrews up, fed him a bottle of ice blue potion, and then helped him aside to rest. "Is everything okay?" Cassius and Dosius gathered around and asked with concern. "It's okay," the uncle kept his hand. Hebrew still couldn't conceal his inner shock. Devon Hill, who had been evenly matched just now, suddenly burst out with power that even he could not withstand. Don't underestimate anyone. Without realizing it, Hebrew's mentality was changing. As the last duel ended, everyone gradually dispersed and returned to their residence to rest. The nobles in twos and threes excitedly speculated who would win the spectator duel tomorrow. Some people guessed it was Devon Hill, some people guessed it was Cassius of the Star Prayer Leader, and some people guessed their favorite candidate. In the corner of the duel field, Wylan and the others did not disperse. The 4 people present were all silver professionals. Naturally, everyone was paying attention to the duel just now, and no exciting moment was missed. Devenhill still has reservations and has not used his full strength. Cassius, the eldest son of Viscount Munkas, said first, his tone full of shock. Upon hearing this, Mordred also sighed. This Devenhill is also a genius in a sense, but it is a pity that his talent limits his development. It's a pity that it can't be used by me. Wylan sighed to several people. Brian looked at Varen and couldn't help but said, "You have several outstanding subordinates, and you still want to recruit geniuses. Everyone has a love for talent. Don't talk about Varen, Brian, don't you have this idea?" Cassius joked from the side. "Come on, QL and Alec are here. Let's go have a drink." "You go ahead, I won't go. I still want to see Hebrew." "All right." After saying goodbye to a few people, Varen returned to his residence, looked at Hebrew who was sitting in the courtyard in a daze, walked up to him and asked, "How do you feel, defeated genius?" "Lord, you are back." Hebrew turned to look at Varen with a somewhat surprised tone. "Your eldest brother told me that you have been floating in the past year. I specifically asked QL to arrange a capable peer for you, but I didn't expect that he used too much force." Varen sat opposite Hebrew's. Said calmly, "There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. This defeat will not make me discouraged. Since the opponent is stronger than me, then I will work hard to practice, hone my skills, and finally defeat the opponent and wash away the shame." Hebrew's tone was very firm, which made Varen look at him differently. I originally thought I was going to enlighten him, but I didn't expect that Hebrew had already conquered it on its own, which also saved a lot of effort. "Have a good rest. There will be a duel tomorrow. Watch more and learn more. With your talent, it is only a matter of time before you surpass him." "Yes, sir." Afterwards, Wylan put his hands behind his back and slowly walked back to his room to rest. Early the next morning, Hebrew, who used to be the latest to get up, unexpectedly got up early and waved his knight's sword in half in the courtyard, which surprised others. After washing up and having breakfast, Wylan and several others gathered together again in a familiar place to continue watching the duel. As the hosts of the appreciation duel, Cowell and Alec had already asked people to list out the names. After screening, there were a total of 12 duels between silver professionals and 24 duels between bronze professionals today. In boredom, the duel between the bronze professionals came to an end. Except for the lower-level nobles who watched with excitement, other high-status nobles had little interest in it. Except for a few amazing duels, other bronze-level duels were boring to them. In the afternoon, there was a duel between silver professionals, which attracted everyone's attention. In the 7th game, Isius faced off against Devon Hill and lost after 200 moves. He lasted longer than Hebrew's. Looking at this outstanding temple knight, Varen wanted to recruit him more and more to serve as his head knight, responsible for training knights and attendants, eliminating the master-apprentice system of knights and attendants training. "Cousin, what is Devon Hill's life experience?" Brian turned his head and looked at Wylan, a little confused but still patiently answered. "Devon Hill, the exact date of birth is unknown. He was born as a branch of the Delessier family, and for some unknown reason, he voluntarily gave up his family name at the age of 20. In the spring of the following year, he passed the church's assessment and became a temple knight. He served in the province of Cardero and stayed there for 30 years. During this period, he taught many children of lower nobles for free. Now many barons or baron heirs regard him as a mentor and respect him. He also has a good reputation in the provincial capital. He recommended many talented civilian children to join the church for free. Now more than half of the church knights in the province of Cardero have some teaching relationship with him." "Is that so?" Wylan touched his chin and thought. "You don't really miss him, do you?" Brian came to Wylan and asked in a low voice. After hearing this, Wylan nodded. "That's a bit difficult. This man is pure and simple. It can be said that apart from his armor, the only valuable thing he has is the house assigned to him by the church. If the church did not prohibit buying and selling, he would have sold the house. As for your desire to poach him, I think it's unlikely. Give it a try. Wylan still didn't give up. Seeing this, Brian stopped persuading him. After failing, his cousin should give up. The whole afternoon, Wylan was thinking about how to recruit Devonshire, his future chief instructor of knights. He had forgotten about gathering information and finding a partner for his guardian knight. Unknowingly, the appreciation duel came to an end. In the end, Devonshire won the championship, a knight of Alcott's cousin won the runner-up, Cassius won the third place, and 6 others won the championship, including Isius. As night fell, a grand banquet was held, and every noble participated in this social dance. In the crowd, he searched for Devonshire's trace everywhere, and finally found him in a corner. "This strange knight, what can I do for you?" Devonshire opened his eyes and looked at Wylan, who appeared in front of him, and asked vigilantly, "Sir Devonshire, you are very alert." Seeing that the other party had no hostility, Wylan sat down not far away with a thick face. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Varen Axe. I admire your ability and hope." Before Varen finished speaking, Devonshire bluntly refused. "I'm sorry, Sir Varen, I have no intention of leaving the church, nor do I want to specifically guide someone." "Okay, I wish you a pleasant night." Seeing the other party's indifferent expression, Varen smiled awkwardly and then left. However, he did not give up in his heart. Only when you recruit people with personality can you feel a sense of accomplishment. After this banquet, Varen plans to go to the provincial capital to investigate Devonshire in detail, hoping to find a breakthrough. Back to the banquet, Brian raised a glass of wine, looked at Varen and said with a smile, "How about it failed?" "Not really, this is just the beginning," Varen responded with a smile. "Well, Devonshire is a man with no desires, and it's hard for him to be moved by external things. If we can find out why he gave up his surname, there might be some hope." "Good idea, cousin." Looking at his excited cousin, Brian shook his head and changed the subject. "Don't think about it today, just relax." "Got it." Afterwards, many small nobles gathered around and talked to Wylan. It was nothing more than some flattering words. Wylan skillfully said polite words to build a good superficial relationship with the other party. After all, he would have to build a good relationship with these small nobles in the province of Cardero for a long time in the future, which would also facilitate his dumping of products in the future. On the 3rd day after the banquet, Wylan said goodbye to his uncle and returned to the Lake of Praying Stars. On the 3rd day after returning to the castle, Randolph came to Wylan's study with a new report. "My lord, this year there are 500 black-skinned pigs that can be slaughtered, each weighing at least 300 kilograms. Excluding bones, there are 110,000 kilograms of meat. Leonucho Beast Ranch, as you ordered, will be moved to Lancia Town at the end of this year. Now the ranch is located in Kixing Town. With a total of 11 Leonucho beasts, 5 of which are newly born this year. 2 males and 3 females. A total of 12 kilograms of black tea were harvested from 6 red tea trees in the Red Tea Tree Canyon. Now 20 branches have been transplanted, and 16 have taken root and survived. It will take another 2 years to observe their normal growth to determine whether they are fully alive. In addition, there are 80 bottles of luminous wine in addition to those distributed. There are also 3,000 bottles of ordinary wine, of which 1,800 bottles are distributed to the 3 towns, and the remaining 1,200 bottles are stored in the castle warehouse." While Wylan was looking at the report, he listened to Randolph's report. "I feel relieved to have you in charge of these." Wylan patted Randolph's shoulder and praised, "You keep 1 pound of black tea and take 10 bottles of luminous wine. I will give you 600 bottles of wine." "Lord, you—" "Don't worry, wait until I finish." Wylan interrupted Randolph and continued, "These things are not all for you. You can keep some. The rest will be rewarded to ranch workers, manor farmers, and garrison soldiers. As for the black-skinned pork, the production is too small, and I still have to train soldiers, so I won't keep them for you this time. I thank the Lord for his gift on behalf of 500 soldiers and more than 1,000 workers and farmers." Randolph beat his chest and saluted, saying loudly, "Keep up the good work, and I hope you can achieve better results." After Randolph left, Wylan began to write orders and asked the messenger to send the orders to the 3 towns. When the black-skinned pork was slaughtered, it was time for Wylan to start the winter training plan. He would spend 3 months to improve the quality of the standing army. Black-skinned pork is tender and contains magic energy, which is useful for extraordinary cultivation. This was the original intention of exchanging this kind of livestock. Less than 3 days after the order was issued, all the standing troops in Lancia Town and Orlando Town, except for a small number of troops left behind, were transferred to the camp 20 kilometers west of Kixing Town. At the same time, 50 black-skinned pigs were slaughtered and transported to the winter training camp. In the winter training camp, Wylan wore silver-white armor and stood on the martial arts stage, looking at the 4 distinct teams below. On the far left is the castle's direct troops, with 800 people excluding the 500 troops of Randolph, and all the casualties from the last battle have been replaced. Next is the troops of Kixing Town, with a total of 200 people, fully armed, some wearing iron armor, most wearing leather armor and long spears standing in rows. The one leading the army in front is Eden, a high-level bronze warrior who has been studying with Baird for more than a year. Then came the standing army of Orlando Town, with 800 people. Relying on the large iron mine in Orlando Town, all the soldiers were armed to the teeth with iron armor and were temporarily led by Cassius, appointed by Wylan. Finally, there was the standing army of Lancia Town. Compared with the other 2 towns, the army of Lancia Town was a step behind in weapons and equipment, and there were only 800 people, but everyone had a murderous look on their faces. In the past year, they have been fighting with the Monster Clan for territory. Fighting a small battle every 3 days and a big battle every 5 days. The leader was Isius. All of these 600 people entered the profession of warrior. As an extraordinary profession that is easy to enter but difficult to climb, most people practice for 50 or 60 years and stop at the bronze level for life. In addition to the influence of talent, the most important thing is the influence of training materials. However, the warrior profession is an extraordinary profession with a dead end in the eyes of the nobles, but it is a bright road in the eyes of the common people. From today, 3 months is the winter training period. There are training materials and healing potions. I have only one request. In 3 months, each of you must improve your strength qualitatively. Those who are unqualified will be removed from the standing army and transferred to the militia. For me, useless people are not worthy of staying in the standing army. Welland's voice was not loud, but all the standing army soldiers present heard it clearly and understood the principle of being eliminated if they did not advance. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. For most of them who were born as serfs, leaving the standing army meant that the road to upward mobility would be closed to them. Their descendants would not enjoy the preferential policies of the territory. No one was noisy, no one spoke. They stood silently, listening carefully to the Lord's speech. A few minutes later, Wylan stopped speaking and began to reorganize the 600 people. As Wylan's attendant and housekeeper, Kyle led several clerks and began to reorganize the army. 10 people were a squad, 55 people were a squadron, 610 people were a battalion, and 600 people were organized into 6 battalions. In the afternoon, winter training officially began, with Cassius, Isius, and Eden as deputy instructor, and 5 talented bronze warriors as battalion leaders, officially training the 600 people. In a wooden house, Wylan called the 3 deputy instructors over and started a meeting. 600 people, 6 bronze warriors at the middle level, 87 bronze warriors at the low level, 327 warrior apprentices at the high level, 126 warrior apprentices at the middle level, and 54 warrior apprentices at the low level. The standing army is divided into the following. 600 people are trained as shield D warriors 1. 800 people are trained as spearmen, 600 people are trained as swordsmen. and 600 people are trained as archers. Kyle stood beside Wylan and carefully reported the results that needed to be completed in this winter training plan. Shield warriors, spearmen, swordsmen, and archers are the four most common professions for warriors to develop into silver professionals. Therefore, in this winter training plan, Wylan directly subdivided the division, stipulated the development direction of each soldier, and trained them in the corresponding direction without wasting the resources he invested. Afterwards, Kyle closed the report, stepped aside, and waited quietly. Wylan looked at the three people present and said, "You all know the effect of black-skinned pork. The output is low in the early stage, but it is definitely not low in the later stage. Therefore, subdividing the development direction of soldiers in advance can greatly accelerate the construction of the army. During the training, each of you will be responsible for the inspection of 2 battalions of soldiers and change the training sequence of soldiers in time." "Eden, have you thought about the direction of development?" Wylan looked at Eden, a high-level bronze warrior sitting in the second row, and asked with a smile. Seeing this, Eden stood up and replied, "My lord, for the silver profession, I will choose to be a swordsman." Wylan looked at Eden and then asked, "How long will it take to break through?" Eden thought for a while and answered, 3 to 6 months. I feel that I can become a silver warrior." "Talented." Wylan praised and waved him to sit down. "This winter training, try to discover good seedlings. Every person found who passes my assessment will be rewarded with 10 gold coins." "Yes, sir." The three answered in unison, among which Eden answered the loudest, and the other 2 treated it with a normal heart. "Okay, go down and start your work. I will come back in 3 months to check the final progress." "Yes, my lord." After the meeting, Wylan took Kyle back to the castle. On the way, Wylan patted the red phosphorus horse, slowed down, and said to Kyle, "Eden is a very talented person. So, my lord, you want to invest another batch of resources in him through my hands." Kyle quickly analyzed the potential meaning from Wylan's words and asked, "Smart, after you go back, take out 4 bottles of luminous wine and a pound of black tea from the private vault in my name. You keep half, and the remaining half you give to him." Wylan nodded and said to Kyle, "I understand." Kyle quickly understood the intention of his master and replied respectfully, "Practice well. After taking the 7-color life flower, your talent is not much worse than mine. Don't try to learn those useless life skills for a day. Also, select 6 bronze knights." "Yes, sir." Kyle replied respectfully. In the future, he had to learn other life skills in secret, and he couldn't let the master find out. Not knowing the other party's true thoughts, Wylan patted the red phosphorus horse, sped up, and returned to the castle. In the next 3 months, he would go to the Duke of Lightend. 2 years ago, through the guidance of fate, he received that the Maple Leaf County of the Duke of Lightend would form a natural space channel in 3 years, a space channel connecting the underground world. There is less than a year left until the natural space channel is formed, and the layout can be started. In addition, he went to Devonshire's hometown to inquire about the news and see how to dig up the knight chief instructor he had appointed. Wylan was very envious of this temple knight with rich teaching experience. Therefore, Wylan named this long journey plan, Poaching Plan, in his heart. Because it was too shameful, he did not intend to tell this plan to others. 3 days later, after explaining some affairs of the territory, Wylan put 1/7 of the territory's cash and nearly 50,000 gold coins in gold notes into the space ring, and left the Praying Star Lake with Kyle and 7 others. 8 days later, a group of 8 people arrived at the provincial capital of Cadlo Province. This time, Wylan did not reveal his identity. He found a hotel to stay at will, and then dispersed the 6 bronze knights to find out the news of Devonshire. "My lord, there is a slave auction held in the western district of the provincial capital recently. Should we go to see it?" Kyle entered the hotel room and reported to Wylan. "Slave auction?" Wylan took the brochure from Kyle with some curiosity and flipped it open. Many shocking pictures were printed on it, and below the pictures were text descriptions and estimated prices. Half-elves, female lizardmen, snake women, centaurs, and some foreign dancers. Everything was there, with pictures that should be there and pictures that shouldn't be there. Wylan squinted and continued to flip through it, and found that most of those published on it were women. and they also had certain characteristics. Those without special skills were not qualified to be printed in the brochure. It seems that our governor is going to make a lot of money this time. Wai Lin closed the brochure and said to Kyle, who looked calm, "Your Majesty is talking about nobles from other provinces, nobles who have just come down from the battlefield, and people from military families." "That's right." Wai Lin smiled and put the brochure on the table next to him, and then said, "Let's not get involved in this kind of thing. We have business to do. After 3 days, when we have collected enough information, we should set off for the county capital of Maple Leaf County, the Duke of Lightend. If we go too late, I'm worried that we won't be able to grab the land." "Yes, I'll ask them to speed up." Kyle bowed and saluted, then left the room. 2 days later in the evening, Wai Lin got detailed information about Devonshire. Devonshire information. Looking at the exaggerated interpersonal relationships above, Wai Lin was amazed. He said without hesitation that as long as Devonshire was taken down, it would be equivalent to gaining the friendship of the Life Church in the Cardero province. Things are a bit difficult, but the more difficult it is, the more sense of accomplishment it will be to dig him over. Wai Lin put away this information and said to himself, "Send the order, pack your luggage, and set off for the Duke of Lightend tomorrow." "Yes," Kyle beat his chest and saluted. The next morning, a group of 8 people left the hotel, led their mounts, and went to the teleportation hall. From the Cardero province to the Duke of Lightend, each person costs 200 gold coins, and a mount costs 30 gold coins. After paying 840 gold coins, Wai Lin and a few people began to wait. "I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how the snake girl will play. I heard it's a bit expensive. I brought 3,000 gold coins this time. I don't know if it's enough. If it's not enough, let's pool our money. At worst, we can play together." Several white-skinned nobles passed by Wai Lin with a dozen guards. The topic of conversation was the slave auction. They left the teleportation hall slowly. Seeing this, Wai Lin shook his head. Not surprisingly, these noble children had high status in their respective families. Otherwise, most of the dozen guards would be silver knights. However, this is also the reason why some families stagnated in development. They were too indulgent to their children, and the resources were unevenly distributed. The collateral line wanted to replace the direct line, and the direct line tried every means to suppress the collateral line. After all, not every family has a strict training system for future generations like the X family. "Let's go, it's our turn." Looking at the prompts of the magic crystal in the distance, Wai Lin took Kyle and others into the teleportation array. 4 mages input magic power into the surrounding instruments, and the element pool located below the teleportation array was activated to provide energy for the magic array. The scene changed, and when I opened my eyes again, it was a different scene. Except for Wai Lin and Kyle, the other 6 people had a stress reaction. It was their first time to use the teleportation array, and their bodies were completely unaccustomed. They looked pale and exhausted. Seeing this, Wai Lin could only take a short rest in the teleportation hall. Half an hour later, after the 6 people recovered, they left the teleportation hall and entered the center of the Duke of Lightend City. The Duke of Lightend has an area of 630,000 square kilometers and a population of 13 million. The ruler is the Duke of Lightend, a legendary mid-level dragon knight. The teleportation hall is located at a higher geographical location. Standing on the edge of the platform and looking towards the center of the city, you can see 4 huge statues in the center of the city. The young man in the middle is the Duke of Lightend, and the other 3 are his wife, a high-level silver dragon of soul, a royal princess, and his teacher. Every time I read the history of the rise of this legendary duke, I feel an inexplicable familiarity. "Sir, do you need a map?" A neatly dressed girl wearing a gray hat came to Wai Lin and asked respectfully. Wai Lin looked up and down and asked, "Do you have a map of the entire territory of Duke Lightend?" 5 silver coins for one, and a sightseeing guide for free. The girl's tone was a little excited, but her behavior was very restrained, for fear of leaving a bad impression on the other party. "Give him 5 silver coins." Wai Lin took the sample, looked at the mark on it, and could barely see the administrative plan on it, so he instructed Kyle. Thank you, sir. The girl took the silver coin respectfully, stuffed a book into Kyle's hand, and left the place quickly, fearing that Wylan would return. Let's go find a place to rest first. Wylan looked at the sky, and it looked like it was about to rain. Sure enough, as soon as he found the hotel, it started to rain heavily, and there was even a slight vibration on the ground. Seeing this, Kyle hurriedly protected Wylan behind him. The other 6 bronze knights looked at each other, wondering why the 2 adults did this again. It seems that the vision has begun. Wylan patted Kyle on the shoulder and told him not to panic. This kind of movement is not perceptible to people below the silver level. My lord, is this the reason why you came to the Duke of Lyten this time? Kyle stood aside and asked in confusion. Otherwise, why do you think I brought so much money here? Wylan asked the other 6 bronze knights to guard the door, and Kyle began to study the map with Wylan. The tourist map is worthy of its name, recording various attractions, such as the place where the Duke of Lytend met Lady Dragon Saralina for the first time, the place where the Duke of Lytend moved mountains and intercepted lakes, and other 20 or 30 places, which makes people sigh. Although it looks outrageous, many nobles spend huge sums of money every year to visit here for sightseeing, admire the legendary deeds of the Duke of Lytend, and hope that they can also have such a brilliant life. In addition to these tourist attractions, Wylan spent 10 minutes and barely figured out the administrative planning of the Duke of Lytend. The names of the small areas are unclear, and the large administrative area has 37 counties. It is about 350 to 400 kilometers from Lytend City to Maple Leaf County, and it takes about 4 to 5 days to reach the destination after passing through 6 counties. After finalizing the goal, the next step is to prepare dry food and rush to the county seat of Maple Leaf County. Without stopping for a moment, contrary to expectations, the vision continued, and the heavy rain continued for 3 days without stopping, and the whole city was shrouded in rain. Due to the continuous heavy rain, the drainage system of Lytend City almost collapsed, and the water level continued to rise. Even the first floor of the hotel where they lived began to flood in. Roar! The loud roar resounded through the sky, and the dark clouds that had not been dispersed for a long time were dispelled, and the sun enveloped Lytend City again. Opening the window on the 2nd floor of the hotel and looking at the more than 30-meter-long beast in the sky gave people a very intuitive feeling. As the Duke of Lytend and his wife soared in the sky, unparalleled praises broke out in the city. It's so powerful, just a roar dispelled this vision. Kyle looked at the silver beast flying in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. Okay, it's time to go. Duke Lytend should have discovered this anomaly and will start to check his territory soon. We have to speed up. Wylan patted Kyle on the shoulder and told him, I'll ask them to pack up and leave immediately. Kyle reluctantly withdrew his gaze and left the room. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wylan and his group of 8 left Lytend City and headed northeast. In a huge stone castle on the top of a mountain outside Lytend City, the silver dragon landed again and transformed into a beautiful elf. Teacher Lilith, how is it? Did you find anything? A young man landed on the stone floor and walked towards 2 voluptuous women. Lytend. This vision is related to the formation of the space channel recorded in ancient history. The beautiful woman in a long skirt said to Lytend softly with doting eyes. Another woman in a gorgeous dress blinked and said to her husband, It's probably in the northeast direction, but it's hard to tell how far it is. Is that so? Lytend touched his chin and fell into deep thought. The silver dragon girl hugged her husband from behind, and the soft touch interrupted his thinking. Lytend, don't worry, with us here, any crisis can be resolved. Saralina, thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Lytend touched the silver dragon girl's head dotingly, telling her not to worry. Teacher, the army will be dispatched by you. Lilith, the coordination of various places will be left to you. Yes, sir. The 2 women nodded and then left the platform. Lytend came to the edge and looked down, and could see the whole picture of Lytend City. Saralina, let's go to the northeast. Okay. The silver dragon girl restored her true form, took off with her husband, and headed northeast. On the way to Maple Leaf County, Wylan looked up at the sky and saw a silver dragon passing by. I didn't expect the search to start so soon. We have to speed up. Looking at the figure in the sky, Wyland felt a little heavy and urged his men to speed up. They were all knights who had entered the ranks. They had been traveling for several days without sleep. Their bodies could fully support it, but they were a little tired mentally. The group no longer paid attention to other things and concentrated on traveling towards Maple Leaf County. After 2 days and 1 night of riding, the group finally arrived at the county town of Maple Leaf County. Looking at the stone city with the rough architectural style of the north, after the search by the guards at the city gate and paying the entrance fee of 16 copper coins, Wyland and his 8 people successfully entered the city. Kyle handed the purple horse to a bronze knight, came to the roadside, took out a few pieces of preserved fruit from his pocket, and gently asked the child sitting on the roadside, "Excuse me, do you know where the house trading place in the city is?" "Over there, after passing 2 streets, you can see a place called Rhine Building House, where houses are sold." The child clearly answered the information Kyle wanted to know, but did not take the preserved fruit he handed over. "Why don't you want it?" Looking at the kind uncle in front of him. He turned his head to look at the counter and found a middle-aged man nodded, happily accepted the preserved fruit in Kyle's hand, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. Kyle touched the child's head, then returned to the queue and reported the situation to Wyland. "Let's go to the Rhine Building House first." Then the group led the horses and headed towards the center of the city. The surrounding residents were a little curious about the strangers from outside, but they were just curious. After crossing 2 streets, Wyland looked at the small shop of Rhine House of Architecture, asked Kyle and the others to wait outside, and went into the shop alone. "Welcome to Rhine House of Architecture. What do you need?" The idle businessman looked at the wooden door of the shop being pushed open and immediately changed his face and greeted him enthusiastically. "Buy a house, buy land. So you are a distinguished guest. Please sit here. I will bring you the product catalog immediately." The businessman warmly invited Wyland to sit down, and then went to the back of the store, took out 3 2-finger-thick books, placed them in front of Wyland, and then went to make tea and brought them to the small wooden table. Wyland picked up one of the books and began to read it. It recorded the houses for sale in Maple Leaf County, the geographical location and price information. Shop No. 134 Avenue No. 2, West District, Maple Leaf County, covers an area of 120 square meters. The price is 85 gold coins and a set of furniture is included. Residence No. 2352 Avenue No. 3, East District, Maple Leaf County, covers an area of 180 square meters. The price is 65 gold coins and a 1-wheeled wooden cart is included. In the store, there was no other noise except the sound of books being flipped. After roughly reading the first book, Wyland began to flip through the second book, which recorded the land sales information outside the city. Blackstone Village, 15 kilometers away from the county seat of Maple Leaf County, currently has a house covering an area of 300 square meters and 30 acres of land for sale, asking price 320 gold coins. The last book is about the sale of houses and land in the county town under Maple Leaf County, but it is not as detailed as the first 2 books, only the approximate location and price information. If I buy the land of a village in bulk, how many houses and land can I own at most? Wyland put the last book on the small wooden table and asked the merchant. "Sir, according to the decree issued by the Duke, the houses and land owned by an individual or family cannot exceed 1/5 of a settlement. Otherwise, they will be punished by the local governor and their excess property will be confiscated." The merchant replied respectfully. Wyland did not speak, but asked the merchant for paper and pen and wrote down a few messages. "I want these 3 houses in the city today. Can you solve it?" The merchant took the paper and roughly estimated the price in his mind and how much he could earn from it, and his attitude became more respectful. "Yes, sir, as long as the gold coins are in place, you can own these 3 houses immediately." "Well, then let's take 3 sets first, and I am also interested in buying land outside the city later." Wyland looked at the table and said to the merchant, "Don't worry, sir. We need to go outside the city to survey the land and house information. I can lead the way for you." The merchant was extremely excited when a big business came to him. He almost knelt on the ground to talk to Wyland. "That's it for now. I'll notify you when we go outside the city." Wylan waved his hand, signaling the merchant to get down to business. Then Wylan asked Kyle to follow the merchant to the city lord's mansion to handle the transfer declaration and put the 3 houses under his name. As for him, it was not convenient for him to show up now. Otherwise, how to explain that a noble traveled thousands of miles to a remote city to buy houses and land? Wouldn't it tell others that there was something wrong here? That night, Wylan moved into one of the 3 houses, covering an area of 320 square meters and priced at 165 gold coins. It was far from the city center and had 6 houses, a main hall, a stable, a kitchen, a toilet, 2 warehouses and a basement, which were all the buildings in the house. In the next few days, Wylan stayed in this house and dispersed the other 6 bronze knights to go to taverns, shops, shopping malls, streets, and other places where people gathered to collect intelligence. He wanted to fully and carefully understand the information of the entire Maple Leaf City so that he could think about how to plan the next step and maximize the benefits after the Space Channel appeared. At the same time, on the territory of a duke, how to plan related industries so as not to be too dazzling and attract the attention of the other party. After 2 days of information collection, Maple Leaf County has a population of more than 30,000 people. There are 3 main chambers of commerce, namely the Lisbon Chamber of Commerce, the Hansa Chamber of Commerce, and the Donquin Chamber of Commerce, which respectively control Maple Leaf County's daily supplies, weapons and equipment, and livestock purchases. Sell. The backers behind these 3 chambers of commerce are the governor of Maple Leaf County, the general tax officer of Maple Leaf County, and the commander of the City Defense Army. The 3 of them are distinct and control the 3 most important industries. As for whether the Duke's Palace is behind all this, it is still unknown. But the good news is that there are no so-called gangs here. Perhaps this has something to do with the 2 royal princesses in the Duke of Let's End who are good at governance, and the teacher who is good at commanding the army. There's almost no soil for gangs to survive in the entire Duke of Let's End. Therefore, the business environment is relatively clear, although there are some dirty deals in it, but it is harmless. Wylan spread out a piece of white paper and began to write and draw, hypothesizing the industries he could get involved in after the Space Channel was formed. You can't interfere with weapons and equipment. You can consider the business of various potions, but try to only sell ice blue potions. You can introduce 2 or 3 low-end potions appropriately, and don't involve too much potion business. Magic scrolls, although you can get resources in this area, you still shouldn't touch them. The main external business of the Duke of Lightend is magic scrolls. Touching them is equivalent to stealing jobs from others. No. In terms of housing, some houses and hotels can be acquired and renovated in advance to serve low and middle-end adventurers. You can buy a piece of land outside the city to cultivate some fast-growing animals and sell them to adventurers to explore the road. All profiteering industries were almost excluded from the scope of the plan by Varen. In competing for business with the Duke, Wylan was afraid that the property he had finally managed would be taken back to the dukedom with an official document. After deleting, and modifying, there are only 5 industries that can be involved, namely potions, hotels, pathfinding pets, restaurants, and taverns. Among them, the 3 most important directions are potions, hotels, and taverns, while the other 2 are less important. There will be 3 potion shops tentatively, one of which sells ice blue potion, and the other 2 are tentatively decided. In terms of hotels, we will acquire 30 residential houses and 10 hotels. We will also try to figure out whether we can buy 1 or 2 small manors outside the city. There are 3 taverns tentatively decided, 2 inside Maple Leaf City and 1 outside the city. Pathfinder Pet, we need to find a source of goods. First, buy a 100-acre pasture outside the city. There are tentatively 6 restaurants, 3 low-end, 2 mid-range, and 1 high-end. Wylan wrote down the industrial layout that needed to be completed this month on another piece of white paper. At the same time, hotels, taverns, pathfinding pets, and catering are ready to be attached to the 6 bronze knights, and the potion shop is attached to Kyle. After the Space Channel is formed, the business affairs in the 5 directions will be merged into a chamber of commerce. Leave it to specialized personnel to manage. As for the candidate, Wylan has already decided on the candidate, but he is still responsible for selling ice blue potion at the commercial camp next to the Brazilian camp. That night Varen summoned Kyle and the 6 Bronze Knights, held a brief meeting in his room, and gave instructions on various matters. Next, I will give you a sum of money. Starting from today, the 6 of you will be lurking in Maple Leaf City, competing with each other's stores. In up to half a year, you must complete the tasks in your hands. At most 1 year, a businessman will come to your door with my token to acquire or merge your respective industries. Then you just need to cooperate. Yes, sir. The 6 Bronze Knights stood up, stroking their chests and saluting, and said respectfully. Wylan looked at the 6 ordinary faces and assured them, after completing this mission, I will devote all my resources to you to help you break through silver. Loyalty is glory. Thank you for your gift. The 6 of them took a step back, knelt down on one knee and lowered their heads. Afterwards, Wylan took out 5,000 gold tickets and handed them to 6 people respectively. Pat their shoulders, call out their names clearly, and send blessings to each Bronze Knight, wishing them success. Tonight, you will leave each other and no longer have contact with each other. Yes, sir. The 6 people saluted again and then left the private house. They appeared in the city with different identities the next day and began to acquire shops or residences and carry out industrial layout. On that day, Wylan purchased 3 stores, all under Kyle's name, and prepared to leave. At this moment, in a shop, an enthusiastic businessman was waiting for the arrival of the last distinguished guest. He had not seen his business for half a month, so he could only regretfully guard this small shop and continue to live his life. Returning to Lighten City, spending 1,500 gold coins, 2 people and 2 horses teleported to the Khalid province in the east of the kingdom, a peculiar triangular-shaped province. After entering the provincial capital of Khalid province, Varen purchased a map and headed east. Although the province of Khalid only covers an area of 380,000 square kilometers, it accommodates 8 count families. The overall strength of the Delassier family is at the bottom among the 8 count families. The territory is less than 30,000 square kilometers. The population of the territory is only about 1 million, and the number of troops is even pitifully small. An Athos-level Silver Knights. If it weren't for the reputation of a 1,000-year-old Earl family and the political resources left by their ancestors, the Delassier family would have fallen apart and their titles would have been downgraded. Entering the Delassier family's territory from an earldom, the contrast is immediately extreme. There are skinny civilians and serfs everywhere, and from time to time, officials dressed in bright and beautiful clothes wave whips and whip the working serfs. Passing by a small town, the dirty environment, the extortionate and verbose guards, the arrogant officers, and the nobles who indulge in sensual pleasures made Wylan instinctively disgusted with the Delassier family. Let's go, don't go to the town, find a village to settle down first. Looking at the dilapidated city walls, Wylan tightened the reins and instructed Kyle. After several hours of rushing, Wylan and the others came to a remote village. An old man with a cane came to the entrance of the village and asked respectfully, "My 2 lords, what can I do for you?" "You are the village chief," Kyle rode forward and asked. "This is Meishi village, and I am the village chief here," the old man answered with his head down. Then seeing Wylan nod, Kyle took out 3 silver coins from his pocket and threw them in front of Meishi village. "We too will stay for a few days, this is the reward." "Yes sir, please follow me." The old man picked up the silver coin, s on the ground, and spoke more respectfully. Compared with other gathering places, Meishi village is more peaceful and cleaner than towns, but not much better. Following the village chief, they came to the cleanest house in the village, which had several houses built of wood and a stable attached. Before the 2 of them settled down, the house was full of children and adults, most of whom looked at the majestic red phosphorus horse and blue-purple horse curiously and talked in a low voice. "My lord, since entering the territory of the Delassier family, it has been a dilapidated scene. It seems that information is not easy to collect." In the wooden house, Kyle was making tea with black tea leaves while telling the story. "It is indeed difficult to collect information. I even doubt whether the people of the Delassier family still remember the name Devonshire." Wylan frowned, and no longer had much hope of finding out Devonshire's life experience. My lord, how about I call the village chief over and knock on the side? Seeing that he has lived for so long, he should know some clues. Kyle thought for a while and said to Wai Lin, "Yes, if we can get some useful information, it would be the best. If not, we can only—" At this point, Wai Lin's eyes became sharp. If not, he didn't mind the means of kidnapping. As long as it was done secretly, no one would know. Not long after, Kyle invited the village chief of Meishi village to the wooden house. The old village chief glanced at the exquisite knight's sword placed on the wooden table, quickly lowered his head, and dared not look at it any more. "Old village chief, do you have a name?" Hearing the gentle voice, the old village chief calmed down and replied respectfully, "My name is Tom, you can just call me Old Tom." "Old Tom, my followers and I are traveling and accidentally arrived here. Do you know what strange events or secret stories are?" Here, Wai Lin took out a gold coin and rotated it on his fingertips, his eyes always fixed on the old village. "My old eyes are blurry and my memory is not good. I can't remember these clearly." Old Tom kept his head down and replied respectfully. Click. The crisp and sharp sound made Old Tom's spirit tense instantly. "Very alert." "You are joking, my lord. I served in the Lord's army for 20 years. This is just muscle memory." Old Tom grinned, his yellow teeth exuding an unpleasant smell. Wai Lin asked calmly, "Looking at your age, you are at least 70 years old. You served at the age of 20 and retired at the age of 40. 30 years have passed in between. You are still so alert, I am surprised." The next moment, a pressure pressed Old Tom to the ground. Originally, he didn't want to use such means, but this old man didn't tell the truth. "Tell me, I am very interested in your story." The next moment, Old Tom felt that the heavy pressure was relieved a lot, and he barely supported his body with his limbs and knelt on the ground. "My lord, I am humble and shallow, and I can't answer your questions at all." Old Tom answered with a very humble tone and lowered his head. With his many years of military experience, it would not be difficult for these two people to raise Meishi village to the ground. He could only beg the other party to let him go without interest. "I am very curious about what happened 30 years ago." Wai Lin stared at Old Tom and said word by word. Unfortunately, he did not see any extra expression on his face. He did not know whether he was really unclear or pretending. "I don't know what you said, please forgive me." The cabin was quiet in an instant. After a while, Wai Lin said impatiently, "Forget it, you go out." "Yes, sir." Old Tom dragged his dying body out of the cabin and limped out of the house. "Did you see anything?" Wai Lin looked at Kyle and asked. "A bit like a dead soldier." "No, he is a dead soldier, guarding a secret." Wai Lin came to the wooden door, looked at the Old Tom who left, and said in a deep voice, "I just wanted to find out the news, but I didn't expect to accidentally break into an incident." "My lord, what should we do next?" Kyle stepped forward and asked in a low voice, with murderous intent in his eyes. "Go to the village to find out if this Old Tom has any descendants." Wai Lin turned his head and whispered in Kyle's ear, "Remember, whether there is a blood relationship." "I understand." Kyle took the knight's sword and a purse, swaggered out of the wooden house and headed for the village. "I'm curious. What is the secret that this dead soldier has been guarding for 30 years? Wai Lin was just curious about the secret that Old Tom was guarding. He had a hunch that it was definitely related to Devonshire. After all, whether there is a connection between Old Tom, who left the barracks 30 years ago, and Devonshire, who gave up his family name in the same period of time 30 years ago, it still needs to be explored. In the evening, Kyle returned to the wooden house from Meishi village and reported to Wai Lin. "My lord, Tom, the elder of Meishi village, has 3 sons and 2 daughters. 1 son and 1 daughter died young. Now there are 2 sons and 1 daughter alive, and they are all young. The oldest is only 28 years old and was sent to the army. The youngest son is the captain of the village guard, commanding the men in Meishi village. The only daughter is 20 years old, but she has not married yet, which is a bit abnormal." "When did the 2 children who died young die? If they are alive, how old are they now?" Wai Lin asked. Kyle thought about it and answered, "The ones who died were the 2nd son and the eldest daughter. I heard that they fell into the river and disappeared when they were 6 years old. Their bodies were not found. If still alive, the eldest daughter should be 30 years old, and the 2nd son should be 25 years old." "No body," Varen said, staring at Kyle. Yes, Kyle nodded and said, "There is another piece of news that I don't know whether it is true or not. I heard that 30 years ago, after the midwife in Maishi village delivered old Tom's eldest daughter, she left Maishi village with her whole family the next day. It seems that the key is the eldest daughter without a body." For a moment, Wylan had a bold guess in his mind that it was civil strife. However, it is too early to make any judgment now. Tomorrow morning, we will leave here and rush to Candela, the central city of the Dressier family. Things are getting more and more interesting. Yes, sir. Late at night, a red-headed crow flew out from the edge of Maishi village and headed towards the mountains to the north. Old Tom glanced at the night sky with nostalgia, then returned home with his hunched body. Early the next morning, when Wylan and his 2 men were leaving, they suddenly heard that old Tom had passed away last night. A group of villagers rushed to the village chief's house to prepare to bid farewell to the old village chief. Regarding old Tom's death, Varen had no unnecessary emotions and took Kyle towards Candela. In the deep mountains, at the junction of 2 earldoms, a red-headed crow passed through a narrow cave and entered a hidden valley. "God, God." A guard who was resting on the watchtower opened his eyes, stood up, took out the red potion he carried with him, pulled out the cork and placed it in front of the red-headed crow. The special fragrance made the red-headed crow nauseous and vomited out the sealed blue jade bamboo tube stored in his stomach. The guard picked up the small blue jade bamboo tube on the ground, put down a piece of meat, and left the watchtower and walked towards the center of the gathering place. The red-headed crow swallowed the meat with bright red blood into his stomach and left the place contentedly. In a house in the center of the valley, a girl was practicing with great concentration, and the free magic energy around her gathered towards her. A middle-aged knight entered the yard with a cleaned blue jade bamboo tube, stood respectfully beside her, and looked at the girl quietly, his eyes filled with sorrow. Half an hour later the girl stopped practicing, opened her eyes, looked at the middle-aged knight not far away, smiled and asked, "Uncle Muller, what's the matter?" "Master, old Tom from Maishi village sent a blue jade bamboo letter." The middle-aged knight bowed and saluted and presented the blue jade bamboo tube with both hands. The girl quickly stood up, came to the middle-aged knight Muller, took the blue jade bamboo tube, removed the bamboo stopper, and took out the note stored inside. "Young master, 2 strange knights came to the village yesterday. I'm afraid it's a new round of searches by the rebels. They have already discovered my identity. I don't have much time left. I'm lucky to have lived for more than 30 years. I hope the young master will return to the family as soon as possible, put things right, and complete the unfinished business of the master." "Master, what's the matter?" Muller asked anxiously as he saw the girl's face getting heavier. The girl closed her eyes. A tear fell from the corner of her eyes. She covered her chest, felt her heart beating. And the magic power circulated in her body. "Uncle Muller, my adoptive father is gone." "What? How is it possible? Could it be that Maishi village has already?" The girl handed the note to the middle-aged knight and sat on the ground helplessly, her childhood memories constantly emerging in her mind, which were already a little fuzzy. Muller read it carefully, feeling heavier and heavier. Looking at the dazed girl, he comforted her softly. "My lord, old Tom's sacrifice will not be in vain. He used his life to protect your traces. Don't let my brother know about this." "Yes, sir." The middle-aged knight swallowed the note, saluted the girl, and then left the house. The girl prostrated herself on the ground, feeling heavier and heavier, and couldn't help crying out loud. And she hated the traitor who replaced the heir with a sidekick 200 years ago more and more. The journey to Candela was very smooth. The halfway attack that Wylan expected did not occur at all, which made him doubt his judgment. "Master, the front is Candela." Looking at the absent-minded Wylan, Kyle reminded him softly. "Well, go into the city and settle down first." Wylan patted the red phosphorus horse to speed it up. Candela, the most important city of the Dressier family, is somewhat different from the towns on the way. At least the environment is cleaner, the guards are conscientious, and there is no extortion. After paying 2 copper coins as the entrance fee, Wylan successfully entered the city. After settling down in a hotel near the noble district in the city, Kyle went out to collect information and put his master's affairs first. Even if Wylan intended to let him rest for a day, it would be useless. After Kyle left, Wylan lay alone in bed. waiting for the arrival of destiny. January 1, 9724 of the glorious calendar. It is a new year again. In this world, there is no tradition of celebrating the new year. Unless the nobles are willing to formulate a legal holiday to celebrate the first day of the new year and implement it in their own territory, ordinary civilians will have no rest time and can only run for life all day long. 3 precious mermaid pearls are hidden under a reef outside the town of Colica in Dongyan County, Xena Province, Ilia Kingdom. Mermaid pearls, according to ancient history. A mermaid can only produce 7 mermaid pearls in her lifetime. It can help high-level silver level break through to gold level, a treasure that is hard to come by. Wai Lin touched his chin and was very curious why there were 3 mermaid pearls under the reef. Did they accidentally drift here? Or was someone deliberately placed here? Mermaid pearls are not very important to Wai Lin. After taking the 7-color life flower, breaking through gold is not a bottleneck for him, however. This thing can be given to others. Remember this place name in your heart. After investigating Devonshire's information, Wai Lin is going to take the things away. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Kyle returned to the hotel, feeling a little lost. My lord, there's very little information about Devonshire circulating in the market. Most of it is that Devonshire had an affair with a mistress of Frederick de Lessier, the current head of the Dressier family and the current Earl of Caersiung, and was discovered by the Earl. Devonshire was ashamed and voluntarily gave up his family name and left Caersiung. Haha, this sounds fake. Wai Lin poured a glass of water for Kyle, his tone full of contempt, and he was even more disgusted with the Dressier family. How can a person with questionable character become a temple knight? Isn't this funny? My lord, what should we do next? Should we kidnap a few people from the Dressier family? Kyle looked at Wai Lin, a little eager to try. Wai Lin shook his head and prepared to wait a few days before making a decision. In the next few days, the two stayed in the hotel to rest, occasionally going out to visit several landmark areas in Candela, just to relax. 3 days later, Wai Lin closed the windows and the door of the room. There are so many more spies. Wai Lin looked at Kyle's reply on the drawing and drew the faces of the spies whose identities could be confirmed in the past few days, which were almost the same as the real people. My lord, how about I tie a few of them back tonight and interrogate them strictly? No need, now they are in the light and we are in the dark, switching between offense and defense. Wai Lin rested his hands on the table, staring at the portraits of 8 people on the white paper, thinking constantly in his heart. Are these people spies of the de Lessier family? Or people from the forces of the dead soldier Old Tom? Or people from some evil god cult, or all of them? So how do we deal with it? Kyle said with some doubts. We'll leave the city in 2 days and see if these people will follow us. If this matter is really troublesome, Wai Lin decided to give up recruiting Devonshire as his chief knight instructor. He didn't want to be involved in an irrelevant conspiracy for no reason. I hope the information I need will not be involved in it. Otherwise, I can only give up the poaching plan and go home. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. At this moment, in 3 different places in the city, Wai Lin was secretly monitoring the situation and reporting to his immediate superior. 2 strange silver extraordinary people thought they entered Candela quietly, hee. On the 3rd floor of a tavern with a splendid decoration, a pale-faced middle-aged man shook the red wine in his glass and whispered to his subordinate who was kneeling in front of him. Sir, how do we proceed next? The man dressed in civilian clothes asked respectfully. Continue to observe. The investigators from the capital disappeared in Candela inexplicably. Doesn't this tell them that there is something wrong with what happened 30 years ago? The middle-aged man smiled lightly, revealing a smile that made the lady crazy. As a subordinate, the spy trembled. Whenever his boss showed this kind of smile, a vicious conspiracy had already emerged in his mind. Go down, don't be discovered by the other party. I don't want to lose such an excellent subordinate like you. Yes, sir. The spy suppressed his inner panic and slowly left the room. This matter must be reported to the eldest brother. After drinking the wine in the glass, the middle-aged man ordered the servant to prepare the carriage, left the tavern, and headed for the castle outside the city. In a basement in the slums of the western part of Candela. 3 people gathered here. No. 7. No. 13. How is the situation? A black-robed man wearing a blood-red mask asked. Captain. After 3 days of observation, these 2 people are not like the group of rebels. They have nothing to do these days and are playing everywhere. However, on the day they arrived in Candela, one of the younger ones went out at night to inquire about the news. The young man standing on the left answered. What news? The black-robed man asked anxiously. About the news from 30 years ago. Mainly about a man named Devonshire. I speculate that these 2 people may be investigators from the province or the capital. The black-robed man shook his head and said, Your speculation makes sense, but it is not ruled out that it was a bait thrown by the rebels to force us to show up and expose the specific location of the master. Sir, what should we do next? Another young man asked. It's impossible to do it. Continue to observe. I will report this to Lord Mueller first and then make a decision. Yes, sir. The 2 saluted and then exited the secret room. After the 2 left, the black-robed man came to the bookshelf and pushed the 3rd book in the 2nd grid of the 3rd row into it, and a dark passage appeared. Blowing out the oil lamp in the basement, the black-robed man entered the cave. After a while, the entrance was closed. Master Priest, these 2 people are not from the Church of Life. After my observation, they do not have the disgusting breath of life. A middle-aged man knelt on the ground with fear in his eyes, reporting to the gloomy-looking man who lost his left arm. Are you sure they are not disguised? You, a dirty thing with such low cultivation, can tell whether they are the damned Knight of Judgment. The gloomy man looked very crazy, pinched the middle-aged man's neck, and lifted him up with one hand. The damned Knight of Judgment, it's all because of them. I will kill them and tear them apart. The middle-aged man felt that it was getting more and more difficult to breathe. He looked at the madman in front of him helplessly and did not dare to beg for mercy loudly, for fear that he would turn into a ghoul the next moment. Bang! The gloomy man with a broken arm threw it casually. The middle-aged man fell heavily to the ground, breathing the air frantically, and was glad that he was still alive. Keep monitoring them if you fail. Suddenly, the gloomy man turned around, picked up the frightened middle-aged man, and said in a gentle tone, You will become the food of my most lovely baby. Yes, sir, I will never let you down. The middle-aged man was sweating and answered with a trembling voice. Why are you afraid of me? The gloomy man suddenly changed his face, and his tone became more and more indifferent. You cheap thing, get out. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man rolled and crawled out of the room, leaving the manor in a panic. Oh, the ghoul crawled out of the dark corner with pale skin, almost no blood color, deep eyes showing red or yellow light, revealing not evil and hunger but fear. Come, my baby, come here. The gloomy man knelt on the ground, with a smile on his face, grabbed a piece of maggoty meat from the wooden barrel, and said to the ghoul, looking at the devil-like man in front of him. The ghoul retreated in fear. Come here, don't make me say it again. The cold tone made the slow-reacting ghoul stop retreating, and walked in front of the shadowy man with all 4 limbs. Come eat. The ghoul chewed the maggot-infested flesh and crawled in front of the shadowy man, not daring to move. My love, my baby, only in this way would you not leave me. Thank the god of withering, it is he who allows you to stay with me forever. Touching the pale skin of the ghoul, the shadowy man showed a sick smile. 2 days later, Wylin left the foggy city of Candela, according to the plan made before. At the same time, 3 different forces took action, holding different purposes and doing the same thing. One night 3 days later, Wylin and Kyle rested under a big tree as usual. However, the 2 men were always in a tense state of mind. According to their speculation, this was the best time to take action. It was far enough from Candela, and there were mountains all around. If there is no attack tonight, this matter should be over. Wylin wiped the knight's sword and said to Kyle beside him, My lord, if there is no attack tonight, what should we do next? Kidnap someone and get information. Wylin did not hesitate and gave the answer directly. Suddenly, there was a sound around, and the 2 stood up subconsciously. Let's go and see. The 2 left their horses here and headed quickly to the southwest. Traitor Dai, a low-level silver swordsman charged with a greatsword and cut off 3 bronze warriors belonging to the Black Crow unit of the Delessier family. Go, clear out the remnants first. The leading shadow stalker gave orders, showing the strength of a high-level silver, and went towards the low-level silver swordsman. Go, all of you. The gloomy man looked at the chaotic scene, which made him more excited. He frantically commanded the followers of the withered cult and the ghouls to rush over, making the situation even more chaotic. For a while, the small open space was in chaos, and the three parties fought each other, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Wylan and Kyle hid behind a big tree, watching everything that was happening in a daze. It seems that they are here to intercept and kill us, Kyle said uncertainly. It should be, but I didn't expect them to fight first. Looking at the chaotic situation, Wylan actually felt a little absurd in his heart. The real owner is here, and you actually fought first. It's a bit disrespectful to him. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. My lord, this group of people are biting each other. Let us send them off for the last time. Kyle was a little excited. Looking at the bloody fight in the valley, he tightly grasped his knight's sword and wanted to fight. That's right, the mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole waits behind. I am not a generous person. Wylan stared at the scene of blood flowing like a river, his face cold. He would not let go of those who wanted to kill him easily. Half an hour later, a steady stream of reinforcements joined the battlefield, making Wylan and Kyle more and more confused. My goodness! This group of people actually has a reserve army, so insidious. 3 groups of old cunning people. Seeing this scene, Wylan could only extinguish the idea of revenge in his heart and quickly leave here with Kyle. The scale of the melee was getting bigger and bigger, and he was afraid that he would be dragged into it if he was not careful. My lord, where are we going next? Back in the camp, Kyle untied the red phosphorus horse and the purple horse and asked Wylan. Wylan listened to the struggle in the distance, and an idea popped up in his mind. Let's go, let's change our appearance and go back to Candela. Yes, sir. Kyle chose to obey the decision of his master. After leaving this place, the two came to a village, bought some clothes, collected some paint, and came to a small river to change their appearance. Xiaohong, be good, don't move. Wylan comforted his mount, told it not to resist, and then painted it with light gray paint. Half an hour later, the red phosphorus horse looked at the reflection in the water, pouting its front legs in dissatisfaction, wanting to jump into the river. Isn't the painting pretty good? Wylan held the reins with one hand, making the red phosphorus horse unable to move. Master, let me do it. Kyle looked at the red phosphorus horse that seemed to be losing hair, and reluctantly took the wooden bowl and painted the red phosphorus horse again. 10 minutes later, looking at the beautiful patterns in front and behind, the red phosphorus horse lowered its head and rubbed Kyle. It's just a little worse than Kyle, this horse who doesn't know the goods. After the 2 men and 2 horses were dressed up, all weapons and items were put into the space ring. Compared with before, it can't be said that they are completely unrelated, but there is no connection at all. Disguised as adventurers, the 2 returned to Candela again. In the valley, the stream was dyed blood red, and the broken limbs and arms covered the valley. The 2 sides didn't know how long the fight lasted and how many people died. They only knew that the scale was getting bigger and bigger and gradually out of control. 500 or 600 people fell here, most of them were low-level professionals, and most of the silver extraordinary people were injured, and few died in the battle. Sir, there are troops approaching. A ranger came to the middle-aged knight and reported breathlessly. Everyone retreat. The middle-aged knight's eyes were full of unwillingness. If he was given another hour, the traitor's Black Crow troops would definitely be buried here. On the other side, the withered cult was left with only the gloomy man and his ghoul servants. Seeing the other group retreat, he directly abandoned the injured ghouls, sang a cheerful little song, and left from the northwest with his little baby and several powerful ghouls. As for the other believers of the withered cult, aren't they consumables? The 3-way melee ended with the arrival of the army. The leader of the Black Crows looked at the less than 100 people around him and directly lost 3/5 of his manpower, and almost fainted. These are all his hard work, It will take at least 15 years to recover. My lord, what should we do next? Let's go, leave this place. As the knives of the dark side, they cannot be exposed to the sun. They look at the remnants unwillingly and leave this place angrily. As for the real purpose of the three parties coming here, it has been selectively forgotten. For them, killing each other is the most important thing. Lord Kashik, there are corpses everywhere in the valley, all with unfamiliar faces and different patterns engraved on their clothes. Roughly divided into three types, an officer came to a low-level silver knight and reported respectfully. In addition, many corpses of ghouls were found. Burn all the corpses of the cultists and collect the corpses of the ghouls and take them to the church to claim the reward. The silver knight took a look and then ordered the officer. Yes, sir. As a confidant who knew Kashik well, he naturally knew why everyone was defined as a cultist. Kashik was not interested in the various forces inside. He only cared about whether he could make a profit from it. Anyway, if there was nothing to prove their identity, they would all be regarded as cultists. The other party did not want to reveal their identity, and he was too lazy to investigate it in depth, so as not to attract the other party's revenge. 2 days later, Wylan and Kyle returned to Candela again. This time, the two came to a house-selling store with ease. Kyle imitated the local accent to talk to the other party, and spent 30 gold coins to buy a house in the slums without arousing anyone's vigilance. After entering the house, they added high-quality fodder to the red phosphorus horse and the purple horse, and then they went inside. Go out tomorrow morning to scout the area, collect information about the noble children of the Delessier family, and select targets. Wylan took off the headscarf wrapped around his head and said to Kyle, "My lord, do you want to wait a while? After all, the ambush just happened, and now there is a lot of panic. Do you want to slow down?" "No, the more it is at this time, the faster we should act, and the main goal is to catch the enemy by surprise." Wylan rejected Kyle's proposal and decided to continue to implement his plan. "I understand. I will select the target people to be kidnapped tomorrow morning." Kyle nodded and said respectfully. After the two rested for a night, Kyle wore a set of gray clothes early the next morning, imitated the walking posture of a gangster, and wandered aimlessly on the street. At the junction of the aristocratic district and the high-end commercial district, Kyle squatted on the street, imitating the local accent and talking to other gangsters. "Have you heard, Mr. Quaid spent more than 3,000 gold coins last night fighting for a snake girl with Alexander, the son of the leader of the Chaosium Knights. 3,000 gold coins are enough for me to live a life of ease," a young gangster said enviously. "Who says it's not?" Kyle echoed. "Mr. Quaid is really rich, and he can actually afford so many gold coins at one time." "Haha, it's just some money. If he hadn't been the Earl's biological brother with low strength and unable to touch the title, and the Earl needed face, he would have been buried somewhere long ago." An old gangster pretended. "Mystery, there is news that others don't know. Show off to others. So cruel." A young man who was inexperienced in the world was greatly surprised. "It's much more cruel than this." The old man lowered his voice and said, "The dirty transactions between nobles are beyond our imagination." "Old John, tell me," an older young man said, licking his face, his eyes full of curiosity. Kyle squatted in the crowd, raised his ears, and collected information quietly. "Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix." Listen, take Master Quaid as an example. As the younger brother of the Earl, he must know a lot of secrets. But he still lives a carefree life, I guess. Kyle pretended to be curious, listened to the old gangster's explanation, and extracted key information in his mind. Finally, he went to many places and got other news from these idle people. Regardless of whether it was true or false, as a local snake, he had a thorough understanding of the identities of these nobles. After all, gangsters who don't have eyes can't live to be 40 or 50 years old. At night, Kyle returned to his house in the slums, reported the intelligence to Wylan, and listed the targets that could be kidnapped. Quaid, Richard, and Arabella. One is the younger brother of Frederick, the Earl of Chaosium, and the other two are his close relatives. They are all involved in family affairs, but they are now marginal figures. Even if they disappear for a short time, it will not cause chaos. After some consideration, Wylan finally chose Richard, the lucky one. We will start the operation tomorrow night and leave the city the day after tomorrow morning to interrogate outside the city. Yes. In a magnificent castle outside the city of Candela, Count Kaesiung picked up an exquisite vase and smashed it hard on the head of a man in black robe. Waste with so many people, we can't even eliminate those remnants. What's the point of keeping you? Master, please forgive me. If it weren't for those ghouls, I would definitely strangle those remnants. The head of the Black Crow force knelt on the ground, and in a panic, he pushed the responsibility to the cultists. Looking at this high-level Silver Shadow stalker who had followed him for 30 years, Count Kaesiung's tone suddenly became soft. Take your people and find those remnants. Master, the Black Crow force suffered heavy losses. We can't complete the task you assigned with our strength alone. The man in black robe buried his head in the floor, and his trembling voice perfectly interpreted his heart. The guards of Candela are in your charge. The guards of the family members are also withdrawn and handed over to you. I just want those remnants to die. Yes, master. The black-robed man got up from the ground, took the token from Count Kaesiung, and quickly left the study. It's been 200 years and you still don't give up, damn it. Standing by the window, looking at the bright moon in the sky, Count Kaesiung Frederick clenched his fists. The anger in his heart that had nowhere to vent made him more and more irritable. Old William. Master, a gray-haired butler walked out of the shadows. Go prepare 30 prisoners. Yes, sir. The butler lowered his head and answered softly, then left the study. Count Kaesiung waited for a while, then opened the secret room, picked up a knight's sword with evil patterns, and left his study with a tyrannical mood. The next night, Wylan and Kyle waited outside the manor where Quaid lived early. Seeing a luxurious carriage parked outside the manor, a pale middle-aged man stepped on the servant's back, got off the carriage, and entered the manor with a weird smile on his face. Master, the target has appeared. On a rooftop 2 kilometers away. Kyle said to Wylan, who was taking a nap with his eyes closed. Upon hearing the news of Quaid's appearance, Wylan immediately jumped off the roof, followed by Kyle, without making any sound during the whole process. When he came to the outside of the manor, Wylan took out the black turban, black robe and knight's sword, and began to dress up as an assassin. With their strength, they didn't need to do this at all, but the first kidnapping still required some sense of ritual. For the 4-meter-high stone wall, the two jumped lightly and climbed over it. After getting rid of more than a dozen patrolling manor guards, the two came to the villa in the manor. No. At the corner of the wall, Wylan listened to the voice coming from inside, and his heart was confused. If it was a woman's voice, it would be normal. As a member of the decadent nobles, it was normal for Quaid to play with women, but this man's voice was very unexpected. Wylan gestured to Kyle not to rush, and climbed up to the second-floor balcony to see the situation. After entering the balcony, Wylan looked at the strange scene in the second-floor room through the glass window, and felt that his eyes were polluted. Contrary to the normal plot, the woman was tied to a chair, and the man was pressed on the bed. Looking at this scene, a feeling of nausea arose spontaneously. Wylan covered his eyes and jumped down. He really couldn't bear to watch it. Kyle looked at Wylan, who suddenly jumped down, climbed up on his own initiative, looked at the scene that refreshed his 3 views, and resisted the nausea, entered the house, knocked the 3 people unconscious and put them into 2 sacks. The whole process took less than a minute. 2 ordinary people, plus the weak chicken Quaid of the bronze middle-level strength, was subdued by Kyle in an instant. After leaving the manor, he untied the sack containing a pair of men and women, and then threw it into a small alley, and took Quaid back to the slum residence. Drink it for him. Wylan took out a bottle of black magic potion from the space ring and handed it to Kyle. As a sleeping potion, it is very harmful to the body, but for the two who did not intend to leave anyone alive, it was just right to use it on Quaid. The next morning, the two disguised themselves as merchants, pulled 2 carts of goods, bribed the guards with 4 silver coins, and left the city easily. The news of Quaid's disappearance did not spread, which was a good thing for the two. After leaving Candela City, Wylan distributed the 2 carts of yam to the beggars and poor people around, and left quickly with a gray cloth bag. It was not until noon that the news of Quade's disappearance was known to the Lord's mansion of Candela City. They hurriedly issued an order to block the city gates and search the city, and then hurried to the castle to report to the Earl. As for what happened afterwards, it had nothing to do with Wylan and the others for the time being. After a day and a night, the two stopped by an uninhabited stream. This place has a beautiful scenery and is suitable for burying people. Wylan looked around and said to Kyle. Seeing this, Kyle nodded and agreed. Then Kyle took action, tied the naked Quade to a big tree, and pulled out the knight's sword to pierce his thigh. The strong pain made Quade sober instantly, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Kyle impatiently punched him, which made the old pervert calm down instantly. "Who are you? How dare you be so bold? Let me go quickly. Otherwise, you can't leave a whole body." Quade, who was a little unconscious, shouted loudly, but what he met was Kyle's sandbag-sized fist. A few minutes later, looking at Quade, whose head was swollen like a pig, Wylan asked with a straight face, "Tell me, how much do you know about Devonshire?" "Key name, we will come back with a price," Quade said incoherently. Seeing this situation, he could only relax Quade's limbs for being stubborn. Clig. One hand was broken, and just as Quade was about to scream, he was punched again, knocking out several teeth. "Say it and I can let you go." Varen looked at Quade with a very kind tone. "You swear in the name of God." Quade stared at the two people, hoping to get their guarantee. Seeing that the opponent was not trying to trick him, Varen shook his head and could only let Kyle continue to beat Quade. Half an hour later, looking at the half-dead Quade, Varen took out a bottle of ice blue magic potion from the space ring, took out the cork, removed Quade's mouth in disgust, and drank it roughly to ensure that he would not die. The two came to the campfire and continued their discussion. "My lord, this guy doesn't want to say anything. How about he be punished and buried directly? I'll interrogate him for a while, but I won't be able to open his mouth anymore." Varen looked back at Quade and said coldly, "Find a geomantic treasure and bury it." Half an hour later, the wounds on Quade's body stopped bleeding, and his consciousness slowly returned. The pain that came from all over his body was too much for him who had been pampered for many years. Looking at the backs of the two of them, he felt more and more resentful in his heart. "You're awake, let's continue." Varen came to Quade and asked expressionlessly, "How much do you know about Devon Hill?" "Ha ha ha, you remnants, don't expect to get any information from me." Quade spat out the saliva from his mouth and said disdainfully, "Fight, just leave a little bit of life alive this time." Varen shook his head and ordered Kyle, then sat aside and warmed himself quietly by the fire. A tragic cry came from the silent stream, causing the surrounding animals to flee in shock. After an unknown amount of time, Kyle washed off the blood on his hands by the stream and said somewhat discouraged, "My lord, this guy looks cowardly. I didn't expect him to be so tough." "It's normal. If he didn't speak harshly, how could the Delaxier family live happily under the rule of the Earl of Chaosiung?" Wylan picked up a piece of wood and threw it into the bonfire. His patience had been worn away. "Here, drink it for him and hang his life. I'm going to do an experiment." Varen took out a book and a bottle of ice blue potion from the space ring, handed the potion to Kyle, and began to read the druid's book. On the 7th page of the book, there is a record of a druid spell called Soul Stirring. At first glance, it sounds like a spell style created by a fellow villager. There are 3 prerequisites for the casting of this spell. The first is that the body and spirit of the caster must be in the best condition, and the second is that the caster must be a large step below the caster. The soul-stirring technique was born out of a demonic technique, but it was modified by this fellow countryman according to his own understanding, but its roots still belong to the category of demonic techniques. Therefore, the third prerequisite for casting a spell is to find a medium, which can be a creature or an object, to eliminate the temporary curse that the world gives to the caster by playing with the soul. It doesn't matter if he is strong. A mere curse has no effect on soul level or legend, but for a silver weakling like him, it is a bit dangerous. Maybe if you fall while walking, you may be seriously injured. This kind of thing is simply impossible for the physique of a high-level silver knight, but with the short-term curse bestowed by the world, everything is possible. In addition, This technique can only be used once every 6 months, otherwise a terrible disaster will occur. Go and catch a bear nearby. Yes, sir. Kyle was ordered to leave. 2 hours later, Kyle returned to camp carrying a bear. Varen drew his knight's sword, grabbed the bear's forepaw, and released a bowl of blood. When he came to the stream, according to the records in the druid's book, he used hot blood to paint special ancient patterns on his face, and at the same time injected the druid's magic power into these patterns. After completing all this, Wylan had a special feeling, as if his personality had been swapped with that of the bear. This effect could only last 10 minutes. Because this pig bear is only a low-level bronze life level and does not match Varen's extraordinary level, the 8-hour casting time is shortened to half an hour. Pig bear lay on the ground, looking at the humans painted with blood-colored patterns, as if he saw his own kind, and his confused eyes became even more confused. No matter what you see later, don't disturb me, Varen solemnly warned Kyle. Yes, sir. Quaid looked at Varen, whose face was covered with blood. He had a bad feeling and said with a look of horror on his face, "What are you going to do? Even if you die, you won't get any useful information from me. It's not up to you." Wylan stretched out his right hand towards Quaid and activated the soul skill reincarnation of life and death first. In an instant, Quaid's injuries recovered at an extremely fast speed, both body and soul, and even his strength was improved. Before Quaid could carefully feel the changes in his body, Varen immediately used the soul-stirring technique. Kyle looked at Wylan, whose eyes turned red. He was exuding a light, black, ominous aura. Even the pig and bear beside him were also shrouded in an ominous aura. An illusory soul was captured from Quaid's body by Varen. His dull expression was no longer as agile as before, and he looked like a puppet. Tell me the basic information about Devon Hill. Varen looked at Quaid's soul and began to ask questions. Devon Hill was born in Mutuo Town. His parents have passed away, and he is a descendant of the family. A few minutes later, Varen matched the information collected one by one, proving that Quaid was indeed telling the truth. With less than 20 minutes left, Wylan sped up and continued to ask questions. Why did Devonshire give up his surname and choose to leave the Delessier family 30 years ago? 30 years ago, the castle guard led by Devonshire cooperated with the Black Crows to participate in the elimination of the remnants, among which the leaders of the remnants were his sister and a man. Without knowing it, Devonshire killed his sister and brother-in-law with his own hands and accidentally killed his niece. After the operation, Devonshire was in a daze all day. A month later, he resigned from the position of captain of the castle guard, gave up his family surname, left Kaesiung, and his whereabouts were unknown. Who is the leader of the remnants you are eliminating now? Wylan calculated the remaining time and asked. Quaid maintained a dull expression and continued to answer. After multiple testimonies, the baby killed 30 years ago was the child of a servant. The bloodline of the remnant is still alive in the world. The purpose of the Black Crow Force is to find the leader of the remnant and completely cut off the bloodline of the direct line. Why did you send people to kill us 10 days ago? Because you are the investigators of the kingdom. The family is afraid that the incident of 200 years will be exposed, and the remnant personnel will contact you and obtain information that can subvert us, so you must be strangled in the wilderness. Wylan was speechless when he heard this answer. He felt that he had blocked the sword for the kingdom investigators, and he thought it was for some other reason. What's the code word for the crows? Yes, sir. Suddenly, Quaid's soul returned to his body, the blood-red patterns on Varen's face faded, and the time for the soul-stirring spell ended prematurely. Wylan felt that there was no change in his body, and he couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. Jump! A huge boulder fell off the mountain and hit Pig Bear on the head. The confused Juxing was headshot on the spot, blood splattered everywhere, and he couldn't help but die. Kyle stepped forward tentatively and took down a piece of black spar, a special magical material, from the tip of the boulder. Just now, he was wondering how an ordinary boulder could smash a low-level bronze pig bear to death. Until he saw the black crystal in Kyle's hand, Varen couldn't help but feel a little scared. Not long after the soul-stirring spell ended, bad luck appeared. After reading the druid's book again, Varen felt that this fellow was really a boss. What did you do to me? Varen turned his head, looked at the rapidly aging Quaid, and secretly sighed that death in the cycle of life and death was beginning to appear. After a while, Quaid, who had a middle-aged face just now looked like a dying man, with gray hair and wrinkled skin. For a few minutes, Quaid opened his eyes wide and refused to close his eyes. "Bury it." Kyle was ordered to start the aftermath. A big pit was dug by the river, and the bodies of Quaid and Pig Bear were buried in the pit so that they could have company. After all this was over, the sky gradually became clear. The two simply disposed of the bonfire before setting off to leave this place and head to the provincial capital of Khalid province. After getting the information he wanted, there was no need for Wylan to stay any longer. As for what was the entanglement and what was its relationship with him, after Quaid disappeared, Frederick, Count of Kaesiung, had to withdraw his guards from the Black Crow troops to strengthen his direct line's defense. He had ample evidence to suspect that this must be the work of those remnants. For this reason, the entire Kaesiung territory began a comprehensive search, arresting all suspicious persons and looking for traces of Quaid. Just the day before the Kaesiung territory was sealed off, Wylan took Kyle and left the earldom. The competition between the direct line and collateral lines continued in the Kaesiung territory until one side was completely defeated. But all of this had nothing to do with Wylan. After leaving the province of Khalid, Varen went to the eastern coastal province of Sina. After a week, the two successfully arrived in the small town of Kolika in Dongyan County, a small town by the sea. Standing on the beach, Wylan looked at the vast sea. This was the first time in his life that he saw the sea in this world. Fishermen drive small wooden boats to fish on the beach, and the kingdom's navy fleet uses magic warships to patrol the sea areas to guard against the entry of sea monsters or sea tribes. Compared to the western border, the eastern seaboard is peaceful. "Look, how is the sea?" Wylan turned to look at Kyle and asked with a smile. "It's very spectacular. This is the first time I've seen it." Kyle's eyes were full of yearning. "It's rare that I have free time today. Let's go out to sea first." Wylan was in a good mood and was not in a hurry to get the mermaid pearls. Instead, he rented a fishing boat and prepared to go out to sea. In the endless sea, strange fish jump out of the water from time to time. "There is something under the water," Kyle suddenly said while shaking the oar. Wylan, who was standing on the bow of the boat, came to the middle of the fishing boat. Through the sea water, he found a treasure box in the water. "Just wait, I'll go down and take a look." Wylan took off his shirt and shoes, jumped into the water, and headed underwater. "Using my hands to drive away the surrounding fish, I spent a lot of effort to finally clean up the coral soil around the iron box, then put it directly into the space ring and started swimming up." Back on the fishing boat, Varen wiped the seawater off his body, put on his clothes, and took out the iron box from the space ring. When Kyle saw this, he wanted to pull the lock on it with his bare hands. Unexpectedly, he touched the magic protection on it and was knocked into the water. Varen pulled Kyle up from the water and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "Fine. Looks like I found a treasure." Wylan looked at the treasure chest, then picked up the lock and looked carefully. An extremely complex magic circle popped up on it. There is no way to take out the contents without unlocking this magic lock. Who would bury things here? This question came to Kyle's mind, and then he asked Varen. Wylan touched his chin and said to himself, "Either it was the magician himself, or someone stole it and hid it here, but the thick sediment on it is not very complex. For such a heavy thing, if the water flows here, which is not consistent with common sense. Could it be something from a sea creature that is temporarily hidden here?" Kyle thought for a while and raised a possibility. "It's possible." Regarding this unrealistic answer, Wylan thought of the mermaid pearls that he had not yet obtained. Such treasures may appear under the reef. It is reasonable for sea creatures to hide something. Although this guess is abstract, often the most unlikely answer is the truth. Put this unbreakable treasure box back into the space ring, and prepare to take it back to let the silver dragon who likes wine see if he can unlock this magic lock. Next, with the mentality of picking up leaks, the two of them wandered around the sea area. With Kyle's keen observation, it's not too easy to find treasures hidden in the seabed. After searching, Kyle found 3 more treasure chests with magic locks. which were put into Wyland's space ring one by one. As the sky darkened, the two returned to the shore. After returning the fishing boat, they began to search for reefs and mermaid pearls on the seashore. Under the cover of night, it took more than 3 hours to finally find 3 mermaid pearls under a reef. Wyland looked at the mermaid pearl in his hand, which was as big as a baby's fist. It had a lavender luster inside and emitted a faint light. The surface was as smooth as a mirror and crystal clear. I really don't want to give it to others. For a moment, Wyland wanted to collect it. But thinking that it could help the high-level silver level break through the gold level, he extinguished this idea. The 7-color life flower takes a long time to mature. According to his estimation, in the next 10 years, it would be considered a high yield if 7 flowers could mature. Moreover, this kind of thing is only suitable for digestion by his own direct lineage, and it is not suitable for giving as a gift. But mermaid pearls are different. Every 10 years, the kingdom of Ilia would buy a batch of mermaid pearls from the mermaid kingdom of the light scale. See in the ocean. However, the quantity was not large, no more than 100 at a time. Since he had only seen mermaid pearls in books, Wyland had no idea about the quality and effect of the 3 pearls in his hand. Putting the mermaid pearl into the space ring, Wyland took Kyle away from the beach and returned to the hotel in the town. Just lying on the bed, ready to sleep. Bang! The window was opened, and a man in black climbed into the hotel room. Wyland stared at the man in black with a bulging chest and long hair. She couldn't see her specific appearance, but she was undoubtedly a blue-haired woman. The other party was also a little confused. She remembered that this was the room she booked. How could there be a man here? Search for me, don't miss any suspicious corner. The noisy shouts and messy footsteps woke up all the pedestrians in the hotel. Dong, dong, dong. The door was knocked, and the black-clad man's nerves jumped instantly. She took the initiative to attack, holding the back of the short knife, and rushed towards Wyland, trying to hijack the other party. Looking at this little weak chicken in the middle bronze level, Wyland turned over and got out of bed, knocked off the other party's weapon, pinched the other party's neck with one hand, and pressed him directly on the bed. Kyle, who was outside the door, heard a slight movement and pushed the door open. Seeing the extremely strange scene, he immediately closed the door and locked it. "Get me a rope." Kyle heard this and took out a rope from a wooden box beside him. Went forward to tie up the man in black and blocked his mouth with a cloth strip. Wyland moved his wrist and pulled off the man's face scarf. His face was ordinary but very attractive. Dong, dong, dong. The door was knocked again. "My lords, the patrol team needs to search each room. The boss asked me to notify you and your followers to gather downstairs," the hotel clerk said respectfully. "I know. I'll take my leave." Kyle picked up the dagger, looked at the blue-haired woman in front of him, and asked, "My lord, what should I do?" Wyland did not answer. He picked up the package beside him and put it on the bed. He opened it and saw that it was some gold and silver devices, but one of the account books was a bit out of place. Pick it up and open it to check. It records some transactions. The code names of both parties are water and fire without specific names. This thing is what the patrols are looking for. So this blue-haired woman stole something she shouldn't have stolen. Kyle held the dagger and quickly figured out the whole story. "My lord, just hand her over to the patrol." Wyland didn't answer directly. He threw the account book to Kyle, squatted in front of the blue-haired woman, and took off the black cloth on her face. "I'm curious, you found this thing by accident. You are just a pure thief. Or did you come here specifically to steal this account book, and the gold and silver devices are just a cover? Answer me, I can consider letting you live." Wyland didn't want to kill the blue-haired woman who held him hostage with the back of the knife. As for whether to hand it over to the patrol or let it go, it remains to be determined. "I found it by accident. I just wanted to steal some money and took this account book, but I didn't expect the other party to chase me." The blue-haired woman ignited hope in her pupils and told Wyland, "So why did you steal the gold and silver devices?" "For my husband." The woman did not hesitate and directly stated her true purpose. Wyland looked at the thief with some surprise and suddenly became interested in her family, so he stood up and said to Kyle, "Throw this account book into an empty room. As for us, we won't go down." On the first floor of the hotel, most of the guests were sleepy. Although they cursed the patrol team thousands of times in their hearts, they still had to go down honestly. Not having enough strength to show off, are you afraid that you won't die quickly enough? Are they all here? The patrol captain asked the hotel manager. The hotel manager looked around and said calmly, "There are still 2 people who haven't come down, but I don't recommend you to search the other party's room." "What's the reason?" the patrol captain asked with some doubts. "This hotel is the mayor's property. As the manager of this place, he naturally has the mayor's trust. If the other party makes a suggestion, he will naturally consider it. I don't know the identities of these 2 people, but I recognize their mounts. One is a purple horse and the other is a red phosphorus horse," the hotel manager said slowly. "Thank you for your reminder, brother." The patrol captain showed gratitude and thanked the hotel manager. He didn't know what kind of horse the purple horse was, but he was familiar with the red phosphorus horse. The eldest son of the mayor's boss had a red phosphorus horse, which was extremely precious and only ridden on important occasions. "Order it down. Don't disturb the 2 adults in rooms 666 and 660. 7, the patrol captain said to his confidant. "Yes, Captain." The officer took the order and passed it down. 10 minutes later, the search began. Because it was the mayor's property, these soldiers restrained themselves a lot and did not dare to search the houses as rampantly as usual. Not long after, a book of accounts was presented by his men. The purpose was achieved, and the patrol captain waved his hand and directly withdrew the team. Seeing the patrol leave, the hotel manager apologized to everyone. Although many travelers were somewhat dissatisfied, such an emergency was not something that anyone could have expected. So they yawned and returned to their rooms to sleep. Hearing no more noise outside, Wylan yawned and asked Kyle to take the blue-haired woman back to his room. After returning to his room, Kyle threw the thief on the floor, found a carpet and spread it on him, then turned off the oil lamp and went to bed. In the darkness, the blue-haired woman recalled her experience tonight. Even if she was stupid, she realized that the identities of these 2 people were definitely not low. She curled up her body, closed her eyes in joy and confusion, and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, just after leaving the room and going to the first floor to eat, as soon as she sat down, she saw several servants carrying some local delicacies and placing them in front of Wylan. "My lord, calm down. The patrol team was doing routine work last night. This is the hotel's apology to you." The hotel manager came to Wylan and apologized politely. "Okay, remember to feed my horse some hay," Wylan said nonchalantly. The hotel owner immediately agreed and then retreated. Not long after, Kyle took the blue-haired woman downstairs last night, attracting a strange look from the surroundings. Wylan widened his eyes and looked at the blue-haired woman wearing that tight suit. He almost spit out the soup in his mouth. "Kyle, you don't have such a hobby," Wylan couldn't help but remind him. "If there are no other clothes, let her make do with them. She doesn't mind anyway." Kyle asked the blue-haired woman to sit down first, and he was a little embarrassed. "My lord, I don't mind." The blue-haired woman was incoherent and suddenly said this, seeing that the situation was not right. She quickly lowered her head. "Why didn't I notice that this woman had such a good figure yesterday?" Wylan felt a little embarrassed when he looked at her. He didn't like married women. "What's your name?" "My name is Alina Chalam. I don't have a last name. I inherited my husband's last name." The blue-haired woman lowered her head and answered in a low voice. "Let's eat. After eating, take me to your house." Wylan picked up a piece of white bread and handed it to Kyle and said to the blue-haired woman, "No problem, you will survive. If you dare to deceive me, there is no need to survive." "Yes," the blue-haired woman Alina answered in a low voice, with a somewhat uneasy tone. The 3 of them moved quickly and finished their breakfast in less than 10 minutes. Then, under the leadership of Alina, Wylan and Kyle left the town of Kolika and came to the suburbs in the west. Crossing a weedy path, they came to an abandoned house. Cough, cough, cough. Before they got close, they heard coughing from the abandoned house. Seeing this, Alina ran into the house anxiously. Wylan and Kyle looked at each other and entered the yard. Alina helped her husband, a haggard middle-aged man sitting on the threshold with a pale face and a look of dying. The surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, and only the side near the door had been simply taken care of. it can be seen that the couple had just arrived in the town of Kalika not long ago. My lords, I am sorry that my wife has caused you inconvenience. If you are dissatisfied, I am willing to take her place. The middle-aged man covered his chest and said weakly. Wylan waved his hand to stop Kyle and said expressionlessly, "If you want you to pay with your life, you are willing." "Of course." The middle-aged man held his wife's trembling hands without hesitation. "I suddenly became interested in you." Wylan suddenly smiled and looked at the middle-aged man. "Tell me your story." Seeing this, Kyle moved a stone from the side, wiped off the moss on it, and let Wylan rest. Seeing this, the middle-aged man sat on the stone slab without any image, while Alina knelt beside her husband and stroked his back. "Kelt Chalum, this is my name. I was originally a silver intermediate water magician, and now, as you can see, I have become an ordinary person with no power. So the one who caused all this to happen to you now is your teacher, your family, or your good friend?" Wylan asked curiously. Celtic smiled, glanced at his wife, and soothed her trembling body. "None, all of this is my own will. I am an orphan, adopted by my teacher, a wandering wizard, and gradually grew up. During an adventure, my teacher lost his life. I buried my teacher and continued my adventure. 10 years ago, Alina appeared in my life, bringing joy to my dark body and washing my lonely soul. The place where we met was the provincial capital of Saskatchewan. At that time, Alina was a crying little girl. Like me, she lost her parents. I did the same thing as my teacher, adopted Alina and started an adventure with her. Gradually she grew up, but there were also accidents." Wylan and Kyle gradually immersed themselves in Celtic's story. Alina hugged her husband's left arm, feeling a little guilty, and tears flowed from her eyes. Amnesia. Wandering wizard discovered something wrong with Alina's body. After investigation, it was found that part of Alina's soul was missing, and her lifespan was destined to be only 20 years. After that, I took Alina to the church for a careful examination. As the wizard said, Alina suffered from amnesia, and her lifespan was destined to be no more than 20 years old. However, I will not let my Alina leave me, so I spent some money in exchange for the completion of Alina's soul. Speaking of this, Kelt took out the handkerchief in his pocket, wiped his wife's tears, and comforted her softly. "So you completed your wife's soul with your own soul." Wylan looked at the two people. His tone was a little low. After hearing this, Kyle opened his eyes wide and looked at the two people in shock. Not long ago, he saw the end of playing with the soul with his own eyes, but he didn't expect that the man in front of him was still alive. "But I don't regret it because Alina survived. I will not lose my lover, and I will not feel lonely." Kelt smiled very calmly. Using his own cultivation and lifespan to extend the life of his lover, Wylan thought that there would be no such thing in the world, but the real example was right in front of him. As for whether the other party would deceive him, Wylan believed in his own judgment. He was very interested in Celtic, a wandering wizard with no one to rely on. With his own efforts, he became a silver intermediate water magician. He must have a strong talent. In addition, his dedication to his relatives and his high moral level shocked him. Therefore, Wylan loved this talented and virtuous man. However, he did not have a magic potion that could repair the soul, so he could only express regret. "If you two have nowhere to go, you can follow me back to my territory." Wylan looked at Celtic and Alina and said, "With my ability, I can still give you two a stable home." "Respected sir, we are willing." Alina knelt on the ground and thanked Wylan. Seeing this, Celtic just smiled helplessly. He knew that his wife did not want him to be displaced. "Your Excellency's kindness is very grateful to us, my husband and I. Although I have lost my cultivation, I still have knowledge. I am willing to compile all my knowledge into a book and give it to you to repay your help to us." Kelt helped Alina up and said to Wylan, "Equivalent exchange. I accept the truth that you mages believe in." Wylan nodded and replied to Kelt. Then Kyle came in and helped the two pack up their belongings. After a while, Wylan put the 3 packages into the space ring and left with Kelt and his wife. Back in the town of Kalika, Wylan first asked the inn manager for a room, and then asked Kyle to buy a carriage and purchase some supplies. After staying in the inn for one night, the 4 of them set out on the road to the provincial capital of Sina province. Because of the Celt couple, The walking speed was not fast, but the slow journey also gave Wylan a different feeling. Half a month later, through the teleportation array of the capital of Zina province, the four people arrived at the capital of Cadero province. However, after returning to the province, the atmosphere on the street was a little strange. There were fewer residents, and the number of patrolling guards was several times more than 2 months ago. Kyle took out the noble flag of Kixingaling and stuck it on the carriage. Without stopping for too long, Wylan went straight to the city gate. The soldiers at the city gate looked at the noble flag on the carriage, which was a powerful local noble, and let it go immediately without checking. After getting some background information about Devonshire, Wylan couldn't see through this person. Was he leaving his family out of guilt and spending the rest of his life in the border area of Cadero province, or was he trying to accumulate strength for his niece, whom he had never met, and trying to overthrow the current ruler of the Delessier family through the power of the church? Wylan planned to return to the Lake of Praying Stars and discuss these things in detail with Baird and others before making a decision. He was still unwilling to give up on this talent. If things were not as complicated as he thought, and the other party really came here just to escape from the world, then some means could be used to dig the other party out of the church. With the Celtic couple, the road back to the Lake of Praying Stars was very slow. After the last spectator duel, the Lord of Praying Stars was well known by the nobles of the province of Cadero. Therefore, when passing by the surrounding noble territories, he was warmly entertained by the other party in the hope of leaving a good impression in Wylan's heart. Compared with 4 years ago, this time on the way from the provincial capital to the Lake of Praying Stars, he was taken care of meticulously. When passing by a barony of only 400 square kilometers, several young men in noble costumes stood in the middle of the road. When they saw Wylan appear, they stepped forward and saluted, saying, "Hello, benefactor." Wylan rode on a red phosphorus horse and looked at several noble young men. He had the impression that they were among the talents recommended to the 16th Knights. However, he did not know the names of these people. Seeing this, Kyle patted the purple horse's butt, came to Wylan, and whispered to his master the names of the 3 people. "Cook Gregory, Rachel, how are you doing after I left the Brazilian camp?" Wylan pondered for a while and said to the 3 people who kept saluting, "Thanks to the recommendation of the benefactor, the 3 of us were lucky enough to join the 16th Knights and become a grassroots officer." The blond boy standing in the middle was very grateful and raised his head to Wylan. 20 people in the same group have passed the test and become members of the 16th Knights. Wylan kept smiling and encouraged the 3 people. "You have lived up to my expectations of you. Lord, to express the gratitude of the Dosland family to you, the family asked the 3 of us to wait here, hoping to invite you to the castle as a guest." The young man on the left took this opportunity to speak with a very humble tone. Wylan calculated the time in his mind, and there were still 12 days before the end of the Standing Army's winter training. According to the current speed, it would take at most 8 days from here to the Praying Star Lake, which would not take much time, so he nodded and agreed to their request. The 3 people were delighted when they heard this. One of them stepped forward to lead the horse, and the other 2 led the way in front. Entering this small barony, the first impression is stability. The kingdom's taxes, the tribute of the upper nobles, and the basic expenses of the family's children's cultivation restrict the upward development of the small nobles. In this environment, being able to manage their own territory so well can also be regarded as diligence. On the way to the castle, Wylan also learned from the noble young man Cook, who was leading the horse, that although the Dosland family was established less than 200 years ago, it has experienced 7 generations of title inheritance, and the frequency of family title changes is unimaginable. At first, the territory of the Dosland family was located in the central region of Pada province, and it came to Cadero province because of the replacement of territory. Although it has only been here for 100 years, the family is thriving. There are fewer great nobles than in other places. The upper environment is much better than in Pada province, which can be regarded as an opportunity. Passing through the only town in Dosland territory, the group arrived at a castle built with a mixture of wood and stone. Wylan got off the red phosphorus horse and followed the servant to the hall. "So Wylan, I am the current head of the Dosland family. Baron Colliver of Borderland territory. I am very happy to invite you to be a guest. A middle-aged man greeted him enthusiastically, his tone full of humility. Putting himself in a lower position, middle-aged lady on the side lifted her skirt and bowed to Varen with a sincere smile. It's my honor, Varen responded politely with a smile on his face. Please come in, Sir Varen. Colliver Borderland enthusiastically led the way in front and invited Varen to enter the hall. The protagonist arrived, and the banquet officially began. The banquet was very simple, but Varen could feel the sincerity and enthusiasm of the Borderland family. Varen raised his wine glass and talked to the middle-aged man Colliver Borderland very naturally, without any age difference. Cook Gregory, Rachel, the three are talented people who have performed well under my command and worked diligently. Although they have my recommendation, it is difficult for them to join the knights without their own efforts. Sir, you are joking. For us, an opportunity is more important than anything else, Colliver said with a somewhat vicissitudes of life, speaking out his heart. Varen was touched by his words, but only by some feelings, because he had not experienced these. Who are your superior nobles? Wylan asked with some curiosity. Colliver was silent for a moment and said with difficulty, the Freeland family. This family. Wylan suddenly felt a little sympathetic to the Borderland family. He didn't expect that the backer they found was actually this family. The Freeland family is a count family in the Pada province in the central region. It is known for its decadence and old-fashionedness within the kingdom. It is a conservative noble family that advocates following the ancient system. It is hated by most count families and marquis families, and they don't have a good face for their vassal families. In this world, changing one's family is a big deal. Unless the Freeland family is demoted or placed under house arrest in the capital, the Borderland family cannot change their family. Your family is strong enough to develop under such conditions. Wylan thought for a long time and uttered a sentence. Colliver responded with a wry smile. The ancestors chose the wrong backer, and only our descendants can bear it. I will write a letter to my aunt and ask her to appease the children of the Borderland family. I can't help with anything else. After pondering for a while, Wylan finally decided to help the other party. Thank you, sir. Colliver bowed and saluted. Then, Colliver waved his hand to call the butler over and asked him to go to his study to get the antique. Not long after, the butler came to the hall with a strange item and placed it solemnly in front of Wylan. Sir, this is an item I got by chance, but I am not experienced enough to understand the principle behind it. I hope you like it. The arc-shaped appearance, delicate carvings, and occasional glimmers look like an ancient magic device. I like this gift very much. In front of Colliver, Wylan directly put the ancient magic device into the space ring. Seeing this scene, Colliver felt reassured, and his face became more respectful. After the banquet, it was already evening. After a night's rest, Wylan embarked on a journey back to the Lake of Praying Stars under the farewell of the Borderland family. 8 days later, Wylan returned to the Lake of Prayer for Stars. Every time he traveled far and returned to the territory, Wylan felt completely new. Caravans coming and going, and an endless stream of merchants made the road between two four-wheeled carriages congested. Looking at the noble flags on the carriage, I guess it was Kai Zingeling who stole the show in the spectator duel. Coupled with his status and background, even in remote places, so many noble caravans came to do business. As a last resort, Wylan had no choice but to give up going to Kixing Town and take another path, returning directly to the castle. After returning to the castle, Kyle immediately entered the post, commanding the servants to resettle the Celtic couple, sending guards to Kixing Town to report to Baird, and many other matters. With this right-hand assistant, Wylan was happy to have some leisure time and returned to his study to study ancient magic devices. In the garrison of Kixing Town, after Baird got the news from the castle, he put aside all his affairs and went to the castle to report on his work. In the study, Varen took out the ancient magic device from the space ring, placed it on the floor, squatted on the ground to observe, and tapped it from time to time. Looking at the texture on it, Wylan stroked it curiously. Except for the regular shimmering light, no other information can be seen at all. After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock on the study door. Come in. Varen stood up and watched Baird push open the door and enter. The two came to sit down next to each other. Baird placed 2 letters and a large pile of official documents in front of Varen and began to report. There were 2 letters in the 3 months you were away, one from the 16th Knights and the other one from Windsor Castle. After Wylan heard this, he picked up the 2 letters, opened them, and looked at them. The first letter came from the 16th Knights, and it mainly talked about 2 things. The first thing is that all the 20 people he recommended passed the assessment, and therefore received 400 contribution points, which can be exchanged for corresponding materials at the 16th Knights warehouse within 3 years. After this period, they will be invalid. The second thing is about the ice blue potion. The other party hopes to increase the purchase amount. It is expected to purchase 5,000 bottles of ice blue potion from Kai Zingeling every year. Each bottle will be purchased at a price of 10 gold coins, which is twice the previous purchase price. Many. The 16th Knights will send someone to discuss the purchase of ice blue potion later. I will leave this matter to you, and I will not come forward. Wylan raised his head and said to Baird, "What is the price range?" Baird accepted the task and then asked, "Control it between 4 and 6 gold coins. As for the 16th Knight's offer of 10 gold coins for each bottle of ice blue potion. You found a way to refuse." "I see." Baird nodded without raising any objection. Today is different from the past. Under Wylan's decision-making, Kai Zingeling can make money very easily. For them, having a good relationship with the 16th Knights is more important than making excess profits. After finishing the first letter, Varen opened the letter sent from Windsor Castle. Wylan carefully checked the text written in the family secret language and read it word by word so as not to miss any important information. First of all, the gift of Moonlight Flower has been retrieved. My grandfather's family occupies 40%, Shadow Mage Clarence occupies 30%, and his family occupies 30%. A total of 87 gifted moonflowers were collected this time, and the family was allocated 26, 7 of which were mature and 19 were immature. As a reward for providing information, he had 3 options. First, the family supports 3 teams of Silver Knights, 30 Silver Intermediate Knights, and 6 high-level Silver Knights. Second, the family supports a team of spellcasters, 1 Silver High-level Arcanist, 3 Silver Mid-level Druids, and 6 Silver Low-level Elemental Mages. Third, material rewards include 30 high-level Magic Crystals, 300 mid-level Magic Crystals, 20 red Phosphorus Horses, a gold-level Monster Corpse, 15 sets of excellent-level complete knight equipment, and 13 other materials. Taken together, the third item has the highest value. However, for Wylan, he can obtain materials through the guidance of fate, but useful subordinates are scarce. With 10 mages, he can use it to establish a low-level wizard academy, train his own team of wizards, and research various magic items. After closing his eyes and thinking for a while, Wylan made a decision and finally chose the second option. He immediately took out paper and pen, wrote down his choice, sealed it, and gave it to Baird, asking him to arrange for someone to send it out after he left the castle. After the important matters were dealt with, Baird began to report. Lord, since the year 9724 of the glorious calendar, nobles of all sizes across the province have sent caravans to the Lake of Kixing to discuss trade. According to statistics from my subordinates, there are 23 noble caravans that have signed trade agreements with Kixing Town. Agreement: 31 noble caravans signed a trade agreement with Orlando Town. And 11 noble caravans signed a commercial agreement with the Kixing leader. Seeing this, Wylan pulled out a few forms from the top of the official document, glanced at them briefly, and then signed his name on them, indicating that the document was approved by him. Baird was very excited about the Lord's trust. No matter how many times this scene occurs, it always makes me feel relaxed and happy. You will be responsible for the business aspect. As long as you can ensure profits, you only need to give it to me to sign. Baird took the document from Wylan, put it on his knees, and continued to report. In addition, Andrew reported that the governing body of Lancia Town has been completed. Now the village merger is in progress, and the population is being relocated to develop the surrounding areas of Lancia Town. It is expected to be completed in August this year. At the beginning of this year, the population of the 3 towns and affiliated villages has been counted. Well, I'll look at these things later. Wylan roughly flipped through the documents, then put them aside and said to Baird. Seeing this, Baird continued. The 6 fruit tree seeds and 7 grain crop seeds you gave me last November have all been cultivated. Among them, the inventory rate of holly wheat and Qingyang fruit seeds that you specifically ordered has reached 60%, and it can be preliminarily determined that they can be planted in this area. After hearing this, Wylan thought for a while and said, all Qingyang fruit seedlings will be handed over to Lancia Town, and Andrew will build a manor to concentrate on cultivating this fruit tree. Later, I will send druids to accelerate the growth of Qingyang trees. As for other fruit tree seeds and grain crop seeds, whichever area is suitable for the growth of these crops will be planted first. You will be responsible for this matter. I understand. Baird stood up and saluted, then left the study. After Baird left, Varen squatted and studied ancient magic devices. Half an hour later, he finally chose to give up and put it into the space ring, along with 4 treasure boxes with magic locks, ready to take it to Ilgetta for him to take a look at. If the other party can't solve it, then you can only deal with these things after the caster team with family support arrives at the Lake of Praying Stars. After 2 days of rest, Wylan set off for the winter training camp. As the winter training comes to an end, the standing army soldiers in the winter training camp are still not slacking off at all. They witness their unqualified colleagues being stripped of their military status and transferred to the militia, which greatly aggravated their sense of crisis. Before he even got close to the winter training camp, Wylan heard roars and became very angry. Viewed from a distance, thousands of shirtless soldiers carrying boulders weighing more than 200 kilograms were running quickly around the perimeter of the winter training camp, faster than ordinary people running at full strength. After stopping for a moment on the hill to watch the soldiers run a complete circle, they drove their horses to the camp. Sir, the soldier on duty at the entrance of the winter training camp leaned over and saluted, his eyes showing determination. Wylan nodded with satisfaction and drove his horse into the winter training camp. He dismounted, handed his mount to the bronze knight who was following him, and then headed to the wooden house in the middle of the camp with Kyle. At this moment, only Cassius was left in the center of the winter training camp, while the other 2 deputy instructors were coordinating the training. Seeing the door open, Cassius stopped his swordsmanship training and saluted Varen. Your Majesty, well done. I can see that your training results are beyond my imagination. Wylan stepped forward and said with a smile. Cassius's expression did not change, and he stated calmly, with the supply of black-skinned pork, the 3 months of training in the winter training camp is worth the normal 3 years of training. Come into the room and tell me the results of the past 3 months of training. Cassius nodded, put on his coat, and led the 2 of them into the wooden house. Lord, according to your plan, we will remove the eliminated soldiers. There are currently 26 intermediate bronze warriors, 567 low-level bronze warriors, and 326 high-level warrior apprentices. The rest are all mid-level warrior apprentices. These people are talented and will only have a short time to enter the standing army. It remains to be seen. Although he had already browsed through the relevant documents in the castle, Varen was still shocked to hear Cassius's face-to-face report. 3 months ago, there were only 600 bronze warriors in the standing army, less than 150 people. Now the number has quadrupled. However, the number of intermediate bronze warriors dropped off a cliff, which had a lot to do with talent. When resources are sufficient, there is no doubt that talented people are better and can reach a higher level in a short period of time. Let me ask you, how long will it take for the standing army to reach the level of bronze warrior? An idea suddenly popped up in Varen's mind, and he asked Cassius. 3 times the supply of black-skinned pork, we can achieve this goal in 1 year. Cassius thought about it and answered, I'll think of a way. Varen planned to go back and communicate with Randolph to see if he could triple the size of the black-skinned pig business within a year. Since raising black-skinned pigs requires food, Wylan even planned to bring in his cousin and 2 uncles to trade meat for food, thus expanding the scale of breeding in disguise. The thought of pulling out the army, all bronze warriors, and blinding many people's eyes made Varen feel extremely satisfied just thinking about it. I'm going to reorganize the standing army and put it under unified command from the castle. What do you think? Varen looked at Cassius and stated the purpose of his trip. There are 600 people. My subordinates suggest that the establishment of squads and squadrons should be retained, and the establishment of large groups should be reduced to 550 people. A battalion should be set up with 5 brigades, and 150 to 200 knights should be organized. The attendants are directly under the command of the Silver Knight as the battalion commander. Cassius thought for a few minutes and replied slowly. This plan coincided with the organization that Wylan was thinking about, but there were still some shortcomings. He considered incorporating mages into the army. This idea came from the yet to be established Mages Academy. But at this stage, Cassius's plan is the best choice. The 600 men could be organized into 7 brigades. Considering that the 3 towns needed defense strength, Wylan planned to organize the 7 brigades into 3 battalions. The standing army of Kixing Town is under the direct jurisdiction of the castle. Orlando Town and Lancia Town are far away and are governed by Orlando and Andrew. As for the vacant establishment, it will be reserved for future army expansion to fill. 2 days later, winter training officially ended, followed by reorganization. Under the organization of Cassius, Isius, and Iden, it took 2 days to complete the reorganization of the standing army. The 1st Battalion was named Kixing Battalion. It had 3 brigades of 500 people and 300 bronze warriors. It was considered to be on par with the infantry of the kingdom's standing army. It was the most powerful unit and was entrusted by Wylan. High hopes. The 2nd Battalion and the 3rd Battalion each have 2 brigades with a strength of 1,000 people. Each battalion has more than 100 bronze warriors. They are organized according to the organization of aristocratic troops qualified to participate in the war. They only have code names and no titles. Wylan also gave the orders of the military commanders of the 3 battalions on the spot. Cassius serves as the commander of the Prayer Star camp and is directly under the jurisdiction of the castle. When necessary, he must obey the orders of Baird, the consul of Prayer Star Town. Isius served as the commander of the 2nd Battalion, which served as the garrison of Orlando Town and accepted the orders of Orlando, the consul of Orlando Town. Eden serves as the deputy commander of the 3rd Battalion. The commander of the 3rd Battalion is concurrently served by Andrew as the garrison force of Lancia Town. Varen also made a promise on the spot as to when Eden would become a silver warrior and when he would become a full member. This promise aroused Eden's ambition. Standing at the front of the queue, he couldn't help clenching his fists. No matter what, he must break through the barrier and become a silver warrior. For yourself, but also for your family. The 3 days after the reorganization is completed is the army's running-in period. 3 days later, the winter training plan officially ended. And the troops of the 3 battalions headed to their defense areas, one after another. After finishing the winter training, Varen first went to visit the guardian of the territory, Anastasia, and then went to the adventurer's tavern with ancient magic devices and 4 treasure chests with magic locks, asking for the silver dragon Algera. Help solve it. Of course, gold coins were indispensable. Wylan had someone prepare 4,000 gold coins in advance and put them in a wooden box. On the 2nd floor of the Adventurer Tavern, Varen visited this place for the 2nd time. This time, as expected, Silver Dragon Argenta brought out the newly brewed wine in the past 3 months. Try my new wine. Argenta filled the wine glass with wine in a gentlemanly manner and pushed it in front of Varen. Looking at the red-green wine, Wylan was not sure what it was brewed from. It tastes like alcohol, but the color is a bit unpalatable. Under the expectant gaze of the other party, Wylan picked up the wine glass and took a sip to his lips. It tasted pretty good, so he drank it in one gulp with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a warm current swept through his body, and his spirit was relieved. That's good, what's it brewed with? Wylan put down the wine glass and asked curiously. I brewed the ivy tree sap you sent last time by adding several other fruits. I didn't expect it to have a huge effect. If it were in the Brizet subcontinent, it would be very popular. Silver Dragon Algerta said with some pride. The Brizet subcontinent is located in the north of the Sapunas subcontinent. Two-thirds of the subcontinent is covered by ice and snow. Many ice and snow creatures live there, and it is also the base of belief in ice and snow gods. The distance between the two subcontinents is nearly 1.2 million kilometers, and even for legend to cross it alone, it would take 2 years. So how did you do with the matter I asked you? Wylan stared at Argenta and asked. When Argenta heard this, her expression instantly froze. She touched the non-existent horn on her head and said very tactfully, "Well, I was a little obsessed and took all the ivy tree sap you gave me to make wine. Don't be angry yet. I was wrong. Next time I will help you process the ivy tree sap into silk thread and no longer use it to make wine. I promise you." Seeing the other party's sincere apology, Wylan pretended to have a straight face and said, "I can forgive you unless you do 2 things for me. One thing, if you do more than one thing, you will be charged." Argenta insisted on the bottom line and refused to relax. "Forget it, I'd better pay. It just so happens that my family is assisting me with some spellcaster, so I won't trouble you about the processing of the ivy tree sap," Wylan said calmly. Argenta changed her face instantly, her eyes full of pleading. "Okay, just 2 pieces, when will we start?" In this case, I reluctantly agreed. Looking at the other party's sly smile, Argenta felt that she had been deceived, but when she thought that the sap of the ivy tree would be used as a brewing material later, she instantly put aside her dissatisfaction. Later, Varen took out the ancient magic devices and 4 treasure chests with magic locks from the space ring. Looking at the arc-shaped ancient magic device, Argenta was instantly attracted, staring intently at the texture on it, unable to extricate himself. Seeing that the situation had changed, Wylan waited quietly without disturbing Argenta. After an unknown amount of time, Argenta came back from her thoughts, looked at Wylan and made a decision in her heart. She gritted her teeth and said, "Wylan, how can you give me this thing?" The sudden rise made Wylan a little confused. Is this arc-shaped ancient magic device so attractive to this silver dragon? I want to know what is this that allows you to say such things, Wylan asked Algeta calmly. Algeta looked at Kyle, who was standing behind Varen, and her meaning was obvious. Wylan saw this and waved Kyle to go out first. As soon as the door was closed, there were only 2 people left in the room. Algeta set up a barrier, stared at the ancient magic device, and said slowly, "I saw its origin through the memory of my ancestors. This item comes from 60,000 years ago. It is one of the tens of millions of parts of a world destroying artifact jointly created by 30 legendary high-level arcanists. After years of erosion, this thing has lost its original function, but it is of great help in studying the history of 60,000 years ago." Wylan looked at the ark in confusion and asked, "Wouldn't your ancestors be involved in that artifact?" Argenta nodded under Varen's shocked gaze. In the millennium after that artifact was built, hundreds of worlds were destroyed. But in the end, an unknown entity took action and destroyed the artifact. The core components were damaged, and other parts were damaged. The parts were lost in the mezzanine of space, and no one knew about it. The 30 legendary high-level arcane masters who participated in the construction of this artifact was subject to a terrible curse at the same time, and died one after another within 100 years. "This thing shouldn't be cursed," Wylan asked with some fear. "That's not true." Argenta shook her head and said, 60,000 years ago, after the death of 30 legendary high-level arcanists, this matter ended, and the curse did not spread, so there is no need to worry. Since you need it, I'll leave this to you. It's of no use if I keep it." Wylan waved his hand generously and said to Argenta, "Thank you." Algeta put the arc-shaped ancient magic device into the space equipment and unlocked the blocking barrier. Immediately afterwards, Wylan placed the first treasure box on the wooden table and pointed the lock at the opponent. Argenta stretched out her hand and touched it. A precise magic circle appeared on the magic lock, looking at the small and precise magic circle above. Argenta quickly got involved in the process of deciphering it. Wylan sat quietly on the stool, watching the magic circle being unlocked layer by layer and dissipating into little bits of starlight. Half an hour later, as the core magic circle was lifted, the magic lock fell off the treasure chest. Next comes the exciting unboxing process. Aljura asked Wylan to stand behind him and cast a few protective spells on himself. Then he used the magician's hand to slowly open the treasure chest protected by the magic lock. There was no golden light as imagined. Everything seemed so ordinary, and the treasure chest was full of books. Aljura waved his hand lightly, and the books placed in the treasure chest floated in the air. There were 30 books when he counted carefully. However, the text on the cover was not the common language, nor did it look like the text of elves and dwarves, but it looked a bit like the secret text used by arcane masters. "You need me to translate these books for you?" Aljura turned his head with a smile on his face. "How much is one book?" Looking at this greedy silver dragon, Wylan asked with his forehead covered. "Not much, 1,000 gold coins for one book. Common language, dwarven language, elf language, dragon language, giant language. And even angel language are all okay, but you have to pay more." Aljura quickly quoted the price. "Common language is enough. Why do I need other language versions?" "Selling for money," Aljura answered as a matter of course. "That's right." Wylan was suddenly enlightened and immediately added the dwarven and elven versions, totaling 90,000 gold coins. Afterwards, a contract was quickly drafted by Aljura. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. After writing his name on the contract, Wylan suddenly remembered that in a month or two, he would have a high-level silver arcanist. After seeing that Zaya Alonglong had already put away the contract, there was no chance to regret it. Then Aljura did the same thing and opened the second treasure chest. The dazzling luster met the two people's fantasy of treasure. Wylan thought he was ready, but when he saw thousands of intermediate magic crystals appear in front of him, he admitted that he was a poor ghost. An intermediate magic crystal is equivalent to 5,000 gold coins, which is worth at least 5 million gold coins. "Wylan, congratulations on your wealth." Aljura's eyes were shining, and he almost hugged his thigh to beg for a reward. If it were other dragons, they would have abandoned their moral bottom line on the spot and robbed directly. It can be seen that Aljura can control his inner greed and is a trustworthy silver dragon, except for brewing wine. "Okay, I'll give you 5, no more." Wylan couldn't stand the dragon's pleading eyes, so he had no choice but to reward the other party as a reward for opening the treasure chest. With Wylan's permission, he immediately operated the magician's hand to take out his own intermediate magic. Crystal from the treasure chest, not one more, not one less, just 5. He put away his own share, closed the treasure chest reluctantly, put it aside, and forced himself not to think about it anymore. Looking at this greedy dragon, Wylan suddenly had an idea. Why not use this magic crystal in exchange for an equal contract with Aljura, but gave up the idea after thinking about it. He still hoped to have a female dragon as his mount, so that he could get some information from Aljura in the future to see if the other party had a sister or a younger sister. Just as Wylan was thinking about it, the third treasure chest was opened, and 4 crystals of different colors appeared in front of the two. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the elemental core of the puppet knight, gold rank from left to right, representing the 4 elements of ice, fire, wind, and earth. Under Aljura's operation, 4 elemental crystals floated in the air and explained to Wylan. "Puppet knight. According to your human language, it should be called elemental knight." Aljura patted his head and explained to Wylan awkwardly. "Changing the name." Wylan immediately understood what it was and curiously asked Aljura, "Elemental knight, can you make it?" "Well, I can't." Aljura spread his hands and rolled his eyes at Wylan. "You think I'm a genius? I can do everything. Although I am a genius, I can't do this thing." "Forget it, put it aside for now, open the last treasure chest." Elemental knight, Wylan really wants to get it, but this requires very high magic attainments and craftsmanship. It is difficult for an arcane master who is not specialized in this direction to build an elemental knight with an elemental core. For the last magic treasure chest, both of them attach great importance to it. The first 3 treasure chests all opened various valuable things, and the last treasure chest must be no less. After some operations, the magic lock of the last treasure chest was opened. In the expectant eyes of the two, the treasure chest was slowly opened. A colorful core appeared in front of the two, and both of them were confused. Wylan was confused because of ignorance, and Algeta was confused because he knew too much. Wellen, did you dig out the lair of an arcane master, and you got all these things? Algeta rubbed his eyes and reconfirmed the colorful core in the treasure chest. What is this? Forgive his ignorance, this thing is the first time Wylan has seen it. Do you know what the core of a wizard tower is? Algeta did not answer directly, but pretended to be a scholar and asked seriously. What is it? He is not a wizard, just a druid who has just started. How can he know these? Tower Spirit Core. So this thing is the Tower Spirit Core. Wylan was a little late, and his expression was a little confused. Algeta nodded and said, yes, this is the Tower Spirit Core, and it is an extraordinary Tower Spirit Core that can support a 9-story tower and 6 7-story sub-towers. Only one gold-level wizard is needed to preside over it. 7 wizard towers, with the Tower Spirit Core as the core, can withstand the frontal attack of more than 6 soul-level extraordinary people. By the way, is there a mark on this thing? Wylan suddenly asked. If there is a mark on it, he will not be able to resist the arcane masters who have dug out their nests. Wait a minute, I will help you take a look. Algeta took out a staff and silently recited dragon language magic. Gray mist appeared out of thin air, enveloping the Tower Spirit Core, elemental core, thousands of magic crystals and arcane books. Half an hour later, Algeta stopped detecting magic. Sweat on his forehead and looked like he was about to be drained. Seeing this, Wylan immediately helped him sit down next to him. I'm so tired. Algeta lay on the sofa looking exhausted. What's the situation? Wylan asked anxiously, is there really a problem? It's okay, there's no mark on it. It's just that using this magic consumes a lot of energy. Algeta wiped the sweat from his head and said to Wylan, it seems that this magic is really powerful to make a dragon become like this. Seeing that the other party was fine, Wylan also breathed a sigh of relief and said to Algeta, for your help, you can take 5 more intermediate magic crystals. Really? Algeta suddenly became energetic, operating the magician's hand at a very fast speed, taking out 5 intermediate magic crystals from a treasure chest and putting them into his own space for preparation. The speed was so fast that Wylan was amazed. After doing all this, Algeta completely lay on the sofa and chatted with Wylan casually. After a series of things, the friendship between the two has taken another step forward. In the past, although the two regarded each other as friends, the etiquette and courtesy still existed. In the future, the two will probably not have this kind of courtesy. You said if I have the ability to open a trade route from Kixing Lake to Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom in the future, can it be successful? I want to invest, Algeta said without thinking. Okay, you don't have to pay, as long as you can open up the internal channel of Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. You can sit and collect the money directly. No problem, tell me when you have the ability, I promise to solve the internal trade route of our kingdom. Algeta rubbed his hands excitedly, very excited. Seeing this greedy silver dragon more excited than himself, I really don't know what I was worried about before. However, I have to wait until I become an earl to open up a trade route to the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. Coming out of the Adventurer's Tavern, Varen threw 2 intermediate magic crystals to Kyle. Kyle looked at the magic crystal worth 10,000 gold coins in his hand and was shocked. My lord, why is this? Reward, without you, I wouldn't have been able to obtain those 4 valuable treasure chests, Varen said to Kyle with a smile. Seeing his master say this, Kyle didn't refuse and put it directly in his pocket. From now on, he will become the richest silver knight in Kixing. After returning to the castle, Varen asked Randolph to expand the scale of black-skinned pig breeding. The harvested grain, except for necessary storage and army rations, could be used as food for black-skinned pigs. 7 days later, Vering brought Baird, Orlando and Andrew together to discuss the final decision on poaching. Looking at his 3 capable subordinates, Varen briefly told the information about Devon Hill. Lord, according to the information you have provided, Devon Hill has 2 purposes. One is to find peripheral forces for his niece, whom he has never met, and bring order to the chaos. The second case is to attack Drexel. The family gave up and hid in a remote area to seek a peaceful life away from the family strife. Based on the information Varen said, Orlando quickly analyzed two possibilities. Varen looked at his 17-year-old guardian knight with surprise. It was very different from his previous guess. Sure enough, genius should be released and cultivated, so that greater gains can be achieved. The general situation is as Orlando said. What we need to discuss now is whether Devon Hill is worth our investment in fighting for it. The three fell into silence upon hearing this. Regarding this situation, Wylan was not anxious and sat on the main seat to wait calmly. Brainstorming is more effective than your own one-sided thinking. 10 minutes later, Baird raised his head to look at Varen and said first, "My lord, Devonshire has a unique vision. You can see it from the personnel composition of the Life Church in Cardro Province. In terms of personnel training, he can be said to be the best. If he really comes to Cardro Province away from the internal strife of the family, poaching him will greatly speed up the training progress of our knights. In addition, Devon H. Ill becomes the Knight Chief Instructor of the Prayer Star territory and will also inherit his connections in the Life Church of Cardro Province, which will only bring benefits to the territory and no harm." Seeing this, the other two nodded in agreement. In this case, the first goal is to test Devonshire's true purpose and see his true face. Varen looked around and saw that the other two people agreed with Baird's proposal, so he continued. After some discussion, the four finally came up with a trial plan. However, the key person in the temptation did not belong to the Prayer Star leader, but the pastor of the Prayer Star Leader Life Church. The next morning, Varen took 2 bottles of luminous wine and went to the Life Church outside Kixing Town to visit Pastor Lavia. Standing on the side of Life Church, Varen watched Pastor Lavia holding farm tools and loosening the soil in the vegetable field. Several children shuttled through the vegetable garden to help Pastor Lavia get rid of pests on the vegetable leaves. Weirin was holding the wine and stood beside Kyle without disturbing each other. After finally delivering the last piece of soil, Lavia straightened up and looked at Wylan standing next to him, a little surprised. "Sir Valen, why are you here?" "Come and see the only priest in my territory." Varen shook the luminous wine in his hand and said to Lavia with a smile. According to Baird's secret observation, Pastor Lavia, in addition to running the vegetable garden around Life Church this year, has also gone to town to buy wine. Lavia looked at the wine in Wylan's hand and licked her lips in dissatisfaction. Lavia didn't care at all as to why Varen knew that he loved drinking. It wasn't anything shameful anyway. "Kids, come here." Several children heard Ravia's words and gathered around him. I saw Ravia taking out some preserved fruits from his pocket, giving them to the children, and told them that it was time to go home. After sending the children away, Varen entered the residential area behind at Lavia's invitation. Opening the door, it was very spacious, with only a wooden table and a few chairs and no other furniture. "Pastor Lavia, you really have the demeanor of an ascetic monk," Varen couldn't help but say while looking at the plain front hall. "Ha, this is good, much better than me practicing as a priest." Lavia touched her bald head and said nonchalantly. Wylan placed 2 bottles of glowing wine on the table and found a random chair to sit down on. Ravia entered the back, poured a few bowls of wine, carried it to the front hall and said awkwardly, "I didn't expect anyone to come to visit me, so I don't have anything to entertain you." "Fine." Varen didn't mind this. He was not a noble who liked to enjoy himself. It doesn't matter to him whether he has tea or alcohol. "So Varen, do you have any business here this time?" Lavia found a place to sit down and asked Varen. Seeing this, Varen said, "Priest Lavia, my territory is expanding. The battle between my army and the monster clan has never stopped and will continue in the future, so I need a priest. Pastor Ravia, although my stay at the Lake of Praying Stars was very short, and this was the second time I met you, my subordinates and my subjects have a good impression of you and call you a noble man, a pastor of character." "Well, I'm not as good as they praised me." Lavia touched her bald head and blushed a little when Wylan praised her. Wylan saw this and continued, "No, this is not a compliment, this is just stating the facts." "So Varen, are you trying to drive me away?" Lavia's mind was clear and she asked Varen, "Why do you say that?" Wylan looked at the other party in confusion, wondering where the priest had gone. No, it's okay if I don't. I quite like this place. Lavia realized that what she said was inappropriate, smiled awkwardly, and did not answer why. The other party was unwilling to answer, and Wyland stopped asking further questions. Pastor Lavia, I want to invest money to establish a priest college, and I want to ask you to be a priest teacher to train priests for the prayer star leader. Be a teacher. Ravia sat up excitedly, then sat down awkwardly. My teacher said that if I become a teacher, I will mislead others. It's better not to give up. Lavia seemed to be rejecting Wyland, but also seemed to be hinting to herself in her heart. No, I think you are very suitable. In my opinion, no priest is more qualified than you to be the dean and teacher of the priest's college. Varen's answer healed Lavia's heart. Thank you, Sir Varen. Apart from my parents and sister, you are the first person to acknowledge me. Lavia sat upright and thanked Varen. Seeing Ravia showing his sincere feelings, Varen felt guilty in his heart, but in order to implement the plan, he had no choice but to do this first and make amends to Ravia later. You are the only teacher in the priest college, which is a bit stretched, so I would like to ask you to go to the Cardro province to find a few priests, come to the Lake of Praying Stars to train priests, and at the same time promote the belief of the goddess of life. The fox's tail was exposed, but the simple Lavia did not notice any clues. She patted her chest and said, Don't worry, Sir Varen. After a while, I will go to the provincial capital Life Church to find a pastor who is willing to come here. As long as the other party is willing to come here, I am willing to give up my position as the chief priest of the Kixing leader. Absolutely not. Wyland started to stop him. I can rest assured that you are the chief priest of the Praying Star leader, but others may not be qualified for this position. If a priest with bad conduct takes this position, it will be a misfortune for the believers. Then what should we do? Based on my experience, I can't tell that those priests are sincerely coming to pray for the stars. Wyland heard this and said slowly, There is a temple knight named Devon Hill in the Life Church in the provincial capital. He has noble moral character and has many friends. If you go to him for help, you will definitely get a lot of help. Devon Hill, I took note of it. Thank you, sir, for the reminder. Pastor Lavia, to prevent you from finding anyone, I will ask one of my guardian knights to accompany you. Is this the one behind you? Lavia asked doubtfully. Varen shook his head and said, No, it's not him. The knight who accompanied you is still in Orlando town. After hearing this, Lavia nodded and said, Sir, I am planning to leave for the provincial capital in 3 days. I understand, Pastor Lavia. I will have my guardian knights rush to Kixing town as soon as possible. Later, Varen chatted with Lavia about some topics about his hometown. Near noon, Varen prayed in the church and then left the Life Church with Kyle. Orlando town. Orlando came to his brother's residence. When he opened the door, he saw Hebrew shirtless and holding a knight's sword, training crazily on the training ground to improve his combat skills. Since his defeat against Devon Hill last time, he knew his shame and became more courageous. He worked harder and harder, practicing day and night, striving to defeat the middle-aged uncle. Orlando was very pleased to see the change in his brother, who was no longer as proud and complacent as before. Brother, you are here. Hebrew stopped his training, put the knight's sword on the weapon rack, took the towel from the servant's hand, wiped the sweat on his body, and greeted Orlando with a smile. Well, let's see if you're lazy. Orlando came to his brother's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said with great relief, You have the fighting spirit. Ever since the Lord took me out last time and showed me what it means to be a human being, there is a world beyond me. I feel ashamed of my previous behavior. I see your efforts, so your brother, I ask the Lord to let you accompany Pastor Lavia to the provincial capital. Orlando said calmly with a smile on his face. Follow Pastor Lavia to the provincial capital. Why? Hebrew asked his eldest brother with a question mark on his face. The corner of Orlando's mouth raised slightly. And he continued, I know you most want to have another duel with Devon Hill, so I got an opportunity for you. Pastor Lavia went to the provincial capital to recruit priests, and he had to visit Devon Hill first. Well, I'll let you accompany him, and it's up to you whether you can fight with him again. Brother, what you said is true. Hebrew looked at Orlando in disbelief. Then there's still a lie. Thank you, brother. I will definitely defeat Devon Hill and test the results of my training. Orlando was so happy that he couldn't find Bay's brother. Another part of the Lord's plan was completed. As the two core figures of the experimental plan, they were both kept in the dark. And they knew how bold this plan was without even thinking about it. That afternoon, Hebrews couldn't wait to go to Kixing Town, just waiting for another battle with Devon Hill. 3 days later, the bald priest and the young knight traveled together and embarked on a journey to the provincial capital. 10 days later, the two arrived in the province of Cadero. After paying the entrance fee, Lavia took Hebrew and went straight to the Life Church in Dengsheng district. After getting along with each other in the past few days, the two simple people got together and became friends who talked about everything. Hebra even learned that Ravia had a warrior's heart, and they agreed to have a hardy duel after returning to the Lake of Praying Stars. May the goddess be with you. In the church, Ravia and a priest greeted each other. Compared to Ravia's simple attire, the priest's robe worn by another priest was obviously on a higher level. This strange priest, what can I do for you? Thank you for your help. I would like to see Temple Knight Devon Hill, Lavia responded politely. The strange priest smiled and signaled, found a temple knight and ordered him. Gale, take this strange priest to Teacher Devon Hill's residence. I obey your will. The temple knight wearing silver armor came forward and saluted. Lavia thanked him again, and then left the Church of Life with Hebrew following the temple knight named Gale. After passing through the long street and crossing Central Avenue, the three of them arrived at No. 2 Avenue in Zicheng district. After passing a few streets, we arrived at the outside of Devonshire House. The temple knight stepped forward and knocked on the door. When he heard someone inside respond, he stepped back to leave a gap. Not long after, the door was opened, and an 11 or 12-year-old girl poked her head out, looking at the same outfit as her adoptive father, and asked curiously, "Excuse me, what can I do?" "Is Lord Devonshire at home?" Temple Knight Kyle asked. "The foster father has gone out and will be back for a while," the little girl replied crisply. Seeing this, the temple knight could only ask the little girl to close the door first, and the three of them stood in front of the door waiting for Devon Hill to come back. Half an hour later, Devonshire walked in from the alley carrying a large bag of things. He immediately saw two acquaintances and a priest. "Lord Devonhill, this priest wants to visit you. Pastor Allen asked me to bring them to you." After telling the whole story, the temple knight saluted Devonshire and then left. "Sir Devon Hill, my name's Lavia, and I have something to ask you." Devon Hill saw the other party's sincere expression, but looked at Hebrew next to him, feeling a little suspicious, but still invited the two of them into his home. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement. Below article feed target type, mix. Father, 3 girls and 3 boys ran to Devonshire. Devonshire touched the children's heads one by one, with a kind smile on his face. "Be good, father has something to talk to them, you go back to the house first." Several children ran into the house with fruits and vegetables purchased by Devonshire, not disturbing the communication between the adults. "Pastor Lavia and Hebrew, you can find a place to sit at will." Turning his head to look at the two, Devonshire returned to his previous calmness, speaking politely, neither close nor distant. The two simple combinations of Lavia and Hebrew did not feel dissatisfied. They found a bench, placed it in the yard, and sat opposite Devonshire. "So Devonshire, I came here this time in the hope of getting your help." Lavia was straightforward, without any detours. "As a clergyman of the Goddess of Life, it is my honor to provide you with help within my ability." Devonshire heard the words and replied calmly, "Thank you." After Lavia thanked sincerely, she immediately told the story. After listening to this, Devonshire searched for information in his mind and considered it seriously. "If it is according to your requirements, I recommend Henry Abel, Lan Yi Kapasan, and Elia Sean. They meet your requirements in all aspects. But how to get them to serve as priests in Kixing territory, I can't do anything about it. I can only rely on you to work hard. Thank you for your help, which provides us with a direction to move forward." Then Devonshire looked at Hebrew and asked, "What about you, boy, what do you want?" For this simple boy, I almost wrote on my face that I want to duel with you again, without any concealment. "Uncle, I want to duel with you again," Hebrew said excitedly. "Okay, I have time in the afternoon." You wait for me at the duel stage, in the north of Dingcheng district. Now I have to cook for my children." Devonshire stood up and ordered the two to leave, then picked up the apron and tied it in front of him and went into the kitchen. The two looked at each other, got up from the bench, put the bench in the corner and left Devonshire's house. "Hebrew, do you feel that there is something wrong with Lord Devonshire?" "Do you?" Immersed in the joy of the upcoming duel, Hebrew was a little confused by Lavia's words. "Maybe you don't have enough experience. I have seen Lord Devonshire in this situation during my travels. I feel a kind of heartbreak, but the existence of those children makes him more worried," Lavia explained to Hebrew. "Well, I don't know about this. You are still awesome." No. Lavia was very pleased with Hebrew's flattery. "Let's find a hotel first. I will accompany you to the duel field in the afternoon. I can also help if there is an accident." Yeah, Hebrew nodded happily. After the two left, Devonshire couldn't help but think wildly. He is a sensitive person, and always likes to think about things in the worst direction. A priest plus a lord's confidant. Is there any conspiracy? The lord who wanted to recruit me a few months ago, is he targeting me? As his thoughts diverged, Devonshire cut vegetables faster and faster, using more and more strength. "Father, give fruit." The crisp voice brought Devonshire back to reality, and he stopped the action of his hands. He smiled and took the fruit from his daughter's hand, touched her head, and asked her to go out and play first. "I don't want to be calculated. I hope I think too much." Putting the fruit to his mouth, Devonshire looked at his daughter's back, and his lonely heart was healed. 10 years ago. He knew that his sister's daughter was not dead. But he didn't want to be involved in the family full of conspiracy, tyranny, and disgust. Whatever the end of the Delessier family is, it has nothing to do with him. Now he just wants to guard his 6 lovely and lively children, occasionally guide the predestined teenagers, and live a secluded life. In the past 50 years, he lived in conspiracy for the first 20 years, lived in guilt for the next 20 years, and only 10 years belonged to him. No matter what, he just wanted to live for his little family and didn't want to care about anything irrelevant. After making the meal and having lunch with his 6 children, he let them go to rest, and he took his sword, left the house, and locked up the adults. On the other side, after Lavia and Hebrew had a fight, they came to the duel arena early to wait. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hebrew saw Devonshire appear and immediately stood up to greet him. "Uncle, you are here. Wait for me here." Devonshire nodded in response, and then walked to the agency that manages the duel arena and applied for the right to use an indoor duel arena from the other party in his own identity. After getting the right to use the duel arena, Devonshire took Hebrew and Lavia to a dome building next to it. After passing through several gates, they came to a small duel arena covering an area of hundreds of square meters. The surroundings are in a closed environment, which means that this place will not be displayed to the public. The door was closed, isolating the crazy shouting outside, and the entire duel room became quiet in an instant. Lavia came to a small stand, placed the priest's staff horizontally on her knees, prayed to the goddess of life, and then stared at the center of the duel stage. As a priest with a warrior's heart, he didn't want to miss the wonderful duel. The two took off their coats, put on their protective gear, and stood on their own sides. "You attack first." Devonshire held the sword with both hands, his eyes became sharp, and said to Hebrew. After hearing this, Hebrew did not yield at all, drew out the knight's sword, and the light blue fighting spirit surrounded his body. The ice attribute fighting spirit expanded outward along the knight's sword, and the surrounding temperature dropped a level. Seeing that this kid was serious right from the start, his strength was also qualitatively improved compared to a month ago. Devonshire no longer held back. The fiery red fighting spirit was released, forming layers of protection, ready to meet Hebrew's attack. Zheng. In an instant, the two fought together, and layers of waves of momentum vented outward, and the whole room was filled with the sound of knight swords colliding. Lavia, who was watching the battle, put on a layer of shield for himself, watching the two people dueling with relish, subconsciously touched his waist, and found that he didn't bring any wine, which was a bit regretful. Fighting from the center of the duel arena to the edge, and then from the edge to the center, a large number of sword marks appeared on the surrounding walls. The battle of ice and fire made Devonshire and Hebrew more and more excited. The next moment, the two separated. Devonshire looked at the young genius and laughed. Next, I will use all my strength. Take it, kid. Come on, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Hebrew stared at Devonshire, not letting go of any of his subtle movements. Devonshire kicked the ground hard, cutting through the air, forming a terrifying storm. In this small duel room, the sonic boom was triggered at an extreme speed, which shows how fast the attack was. Hebrew took a right step, raised his sword and blocked the opponent without taking a step back. In Devonshire's surprised eyes, Hebrew was a little proud but not arrogant. In just 3 minutes, the frequency of the two sides' fights increased several times, making Lavia, as a spectator, a little strenuous. He was a silver-level intermediate priest, and he had several fighting skills, but he didn't expect that he couldn't see the other party's fighting process clearly. Finally, in the final competition, both sides took 3 steps back and stared at each other. Boy, your talent is terrifying. I have seen many people in my life, and no one can compare to you. Devonshire put his slightly trembling left hand behind his back and looked at Hebrew with a very complicated look. In fact, my elder brother is better than me. When I practice with my elder brother, I am often the one who gets beaten down. Hebrew smiled happily and explained to Devonshire. Devonshire looked at this hateful boy, and his mouth twitched constantly. Do you know that your words are very hurtful? For this simple boy, Devonshire liked him no matter how he looked at him. He had an inexplicable good impression in his heart. This was a very strange feeling. By the way, uncle, why don't you come to Kixing territory? My master has a lot of good things that can help you improve your own strength, but I can't tell you what they are. Hebrew put away the knight's sword, his head turned quickly, and suddenly proposed. Devonshire shook his head and refused. No, I still want to live my retirement life in peace. Uncle, you don't need you to fight in Kixing territory. Besides, you are so old, my master will not let you go to the battlefield. At most, he will train the troops. Boy, do you know that I really want to beat you up now? Devonshire felt that his emotions fluctuated greatly, but he enjoyed the process very much. Hebrew looked at the other party's gnashing teeth and laughed out loud. Uncle, seeing you, I thought of the time when my elder brother forced me to do something, and I also reacted in the same way. Okay, kid, I'm going back. Devonshire laughed at himself and packed up to leave. Uncle, you haven't promised me yet. Do you want to go to Kixing territory? Hebrew walked up and asked. Devonshire turned his head and looked at the silver-haired boy, asking with some seriousness, Is this what your lord asked you to do? What? Hebrew looked at the other party with a confused face. Based on the other party's expression, Devonshire immediately confirmed that the invitation was spontaneous by the boy, which indirectly showed that the lord of Kixing territory had a good character, at least in terms of treating his subordinates. Otherwise, he would not let this simple boy spontaneously recruit talents for his lord. Go. I've lived here for 30 years and don't want to leave here and go somewhere else. Devonshire refused again. Seeing this, Hebrew chased Devonshire and kept persuading him, making him laugh and cry. Okay, 3 days later, as long as you can defeat me head-on, I will accept your invitation. Devonshire couldn't stand this young man and said this in a fit of excitement. That's what you said, uncle. Hebrew immediately accepted the duel application and didn't give the other party a chance to return. Getting rid of Hebrew's entanglement, Devonshire took the knight's sword and some items and left. Lavia, who witnessed the whole process, ate melons to his heart's content, stepped forward and patted Hebrew on the shoulder and said, It's a wonderful battle, but I may not lose to you. I'll wait. The two left here one after another and returned to the hotel. The next day, Lavia wandered around and persuaded the 3 priests. Hebrew went to an open field to sum up his experience and work hard to defeat Devonshire. 2 days later, Lavia lay on the bed with a relaxed look on his face. Thinking of the experience of the past 2 days, it was really a bitter tear. Fortunately, the 3 invited priests were not greedy people, and the requests they put forward were within the acceptable range. At the same time, Hebrew finished a day of practice and returned to the hotel. Lavia turned her head to look at her companions, and there was always an indescribable change, but she couldn't tell what it was. After greeting Lavia, Hebrew put the knight's sword on the table and went to another wooden bed to rest. Today, I accidentally learned the outer demon group, which increased the chances of winning tomorrow's duel. However, when my brother and the master see me taking Devonshire back, They must be very confused. Hebrew turned sideways and looked out the window, and couldn't help imagining what reward he would get. With this good mood, Hebrew fell asleep quickly. As night fell, Lavia got up and lit the oil lamp, covered Hebrew with a quilt, and then came to the wooden table, took out a piece of paper from his arms, calculated his savings, and deleted and modified the shopping list. The next morning, it was still the duel stage 3 days ago. Hebrew and Devonshire stood in the center of the duel arena and started fighting the next moment. As time passed, Devonshire had more and more difficulty dealing with Hebrew's attack. Last time we were evenly matched, but there has been such a big change in 3 days. Where did this monster come from? Devonshire's chaotic thoughts disrupted his defensive steps. Suddenly, the light blue fighting spirit was like a tentacle, tearing through the protection formed by the fiery red fighting spirit and attacking Devonshire from behind. This process was very short, and before Devonshire could react, he was hit hard on the back. With a muffled groan, he used all his strength to repel Hebrew. Devonshire half knelt on the ground, with surprise in his eyes. "Uncle, are you okay?" Hebrew greeted with concern. "I'm old and can't beat you young people." Devonshire recovered and stood up from the ground, his expression a little lonely. "So I won?" Hebrew suddenly reacted and asked uncertainly. "Yes, you won." When Devonshire said this, the shackles in his heart suddenly broke, and he felt a little melancholy but more relaxed. Perhaps living in a different way is also a kind of fun. Constantly comforting himself in his heart, Devonshire quickly accepted the current situation. After getting the other party's affirmative answer, Hebrew cheered like a child. This was the first time he made a decision alone, and the first time he succeeded. Joy filled his heart, under the protection of his lord. An elder brother, this was a feeling he had never experienced before. On April 1, 9724, in the glorious calendar, half a month had passed since Ravia and Hebrews left. Varen stood at the window sill of the castle and waved to the little griffon flying in the night sky. The little griffon flying freely looked at the room where its master was, flew over quickly, and plunged into Wyland's arms. It's been almost half a year since the mutated griffin egg hatched. The little griffin in front of me has grown very fast and is now about the size of a wolf dog. Stroking the blue feathers on the little griffin's head, the delicate and soft feeling made Varen unable to put it down. "Shaw, Shaw," the little griffin kept protesting, as if it was afraid of being bald on the top of its head. But the protest was ineffective. Varen stroked the griffin's feathers while observing its growth. The body was very strong, and the wings were particularly prominent. It seemed that the half-elf Eunice was an excellent pet breeder. "See Hatilda." The cry suddenly changed. Varen followed the griffon's gaze, but he didn't expect that this guy was eyeing his glowing wine. "You want a drink?" Wyland brought the unfinished wine over and waved it in front of its eyes. The griffon stared at the wine bottle and nodded its head, looking at the strange little guy in front of him. Wyland found a bowl, filled half of it and placed it on the floor. The griffin smelled the fragrance of the glowing wine, stretched out its tongue and licked the wine in the bowl, calling out from time to time. Not long after, half the bowl of wine went into the griffin's belly. It raised its head again, its longing eyes staring at the wine in Varen's hand, refusing to move away for a moment. Wyland smiled, poured another half of the bowl for him, and warned, "This is just the half bowl, no more." "Shastrasha." The griffin pecked its head and continued drinking, and then left Varen's room with satisfaction, looking at the griffon swaying in mid-air. Varen was really afraid that the little guy would fall. Seeing that he landed safely, he stopped paying attention. Soon it was 8 o'clock in the evening. 2 years later, Grand Duke Abraham of the Principality of Abraham passed away at the age of 627. The eldest prince, Kaya Abraham, and the third prince, Alan Abraham, competed for the title of Grand Duke and introduced their mother-in-law. The tribes competed with each other, and eventually a war broke out between the kingdom of Ilia and the kingdom of Bahio. The breaking news made Wyland sit on the bed for more than 10 minutes. The Principality of Braham covers an area of about 2 million square kilometers. It is a piece of land that was snatched from the hands of the dwarves by the alliance of the kingdom of Ilia and the kingdom of Bahio thousands of years ago. They finally compromised and gave birth to a principality. This principality is a mixture of forces. Under the rule of Grand Duke Abraham, It represents its own forces, the northern faction and the southern faction. The three major forces have reached a delicate balance. And various small forces exist in the cracks. The collapse of the intermediate hub directly led to the imbalance of the situation. Neither the kingdom of Ilia nor the kingdom of Basio will just watch the principality of Braham fall into the hands of the other side, and war will inevitably break out. What surprised Varen the most was that Grand Duke Abraham died so early, making it difficult not to imagine that there was some conspiracy. Most likely it was the dwarves who were doing this to delay the two human kingdoms from attacking him from both sides and gain more time to prepare. What can I gain from this news? This news has no value to a person at his level, and he has not yet reached that level. Finally, after some thinking, Varen finally chose to tell his father. With proper planning, this incident might be another takeoff for the family. Early the next morning, 3 knights went to the province of Cadero with a letter to bring this important news to their father. On April 10th, Hebrew sat in the carriage and had a great time playing with Devon Hill's 6 adopted sons and daughters. Seeing the adoring eyes of these little ones made him extremely happy. "Brother Hebrew, can you tell me another story about your battle with the monster?" The youngest girl held Hebrew's arm and kept begging. Okay, let me tell you some more stories." Hebrew rubbed her face and told her experience in a soft voice. Outside the carriage, Lavia and Devonshire walked side by side, followed by the carriages of 3 priests and their families, and some civilians who had been favored by Devonshire and voluntarily followed him, stretching for more than 20 carriages, hundreds of people. "Priest Lavia, your physique is more suitable for becoming a knight or a warrior. Why did you choose to become a priest?" Devonshire looked at Lavia again, and finally asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time. "This is a sad story." Ravia told her story again. "Actually, being a priest is quite good." Devon Hill changed his mind after hearing Ravia's story. "Well, this kind of life is good, I'm used to it." Lavia didn't feel angry about Devon Hill's words and responded with a smile, "When you look at people you don't like, beat them up and treat them at the same time. Hehe, make sure others don't see any harm." The words of the bald priest made the corners of Devonshire's mouth twitch. But this also showed that the other party did not have such a deep city, and he was a friend worthy of deep friendship. Not long after, the convoy entered the boundary of the Lake of Prayer for Stars. The crowded road and the noisy crowd made Devon Hill surprised in his heart. But he did not show it on his face. He never expected that a barony that had only been developed for 5 years could be so prosperous. Passing by the wheat fields, the free people working hard in the fields smiled from the bottom of their hearts. There were no managers waving long whips to urge them to work, and there were no officials or knights who oppressed the civilians. This made Devonshire have a particularly good first impression of Kixing territory. Crossing the crowded 3-way intersection, under the leadership of Lavia, the group first went to the Church of Life to take a break. On the other side, when Wylan learned that Hebrew and the other 2 had returned and brought a large group of people with them, he was a little confused. "Let's go to the Church of Life to have a look." Wylan was full of doubts and immediately asked someone to bring his mount and prepare to go down the mountain to have a look. Outside the Church of Life, hundreds of people began to build tents as temporary residences. Hebrew sat on the top of the carriage, constantly looking at the road leading to the castle. Although his face remained calm, he was more eager for Wylan's arrival than anyone else. Devonshire sat aside, looked at the silver-haired boy, shook his head, and said nothing. He also had this mentality, but it was more than 30 years ago. Now he probably doesn't have the excitement of his youth. Hearing the sound of horse hooves, Hebrew jumped down from the top of the carriage, tidied his clothes, and prepared to welcome his master. Coming down from the mountain, Wylan immediately spotted Devonshire in the crowd. "Master!" Hebrew stepped forward to lead the horse, his face full of excitement. "Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix." "Good boy, Hebrew, you're amazing." Although he was puzzled as to why Devonshire appeared here, he was sure that it had something to do with his guardian knight. "Hehe, I should do it." After receiving the praise from Wylan, Hebrew smiled brightly and he would have something to brag about in front of his elder brother in the future. Wylin patted his shoulder, and he didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. "Reverend Lavia, is everything going well?" Reverend Lavia bowed and said, "Thank you for your concern, everything is going well. I set up the Priest Academy in Lancia Town. Everything is going well. I can start teaching in the second half of this year, but you need to find students. I will let Baird cooperate with you. Recruiting apprentice priests is our responsibility," Reverend Lavia responded. After a brief introduction with the other 3 priests, Wylin walked to the left side of the camp. "Sir Devonshire, long time no see." Wylin greeted him politely. "Meet Sir Varen." Devenhill stood up, put his right hand on his chest, and bowed to salute, a very formal aristocratic etiquette. "At the invitation of Hebrew, I asked Bishop Mitt to transfer to Kixing territory to assist Pastor Lavia and manage the Church of Life here." The other party's friendly smile made Varen realize that his goal had been achieved, but the current occasion was not suitable for directly stating his goal. "I am delighted by your arrival. I will hold a banquet in the castle tonight. I hope to invite you and several other priests to attend and meet the other archons by the way." "It's my honor." The other party accepted the invitation, and Varen did not stay any longer. He took Hebrew back to the castle together. First asked the guards to notify the archons of the 3 towns, and ordered the servants to decorate the hall and prepare the food for the banquet. "Help me dig up a heavyweight talent this time. Tell me what you want." In the study, Varen motioned Hebrew to sit down, poured him a cup of tea, and asked with a smile. Hebrew sat upright, and after hearing Wylin's words, he said his thoughts without hesitation. "Weapons, I want to replace the weapons of my knights. The Ice Bear Knights now have 90 people, 66 of whom are bronze knights, and the other 24 are high-level knight apprentices. Within a year, I will gradually equip your subordinates with a set of excellent knight equipment." "Thank you, my lord." Hebrew stood up and saluted. "Set of excellent knight full body armor is worth 3,000 gold coins. An excellent knight sword is 1,500 gold coins. An excellent short sword is 500 gold coins. 3 excellent javelins are 500 gold coins. A knight lance is 2,000 gold coins, plus a matching saddle of 500 gold coins. A complete set of excellent knight equipment is worth 8,000 gold coins. I want to replace all the equipment of the Ice Bear Knights, which is worth 720,000 gold coins. Kixingling has an iron mine, so there is no need to worry about forging materials. But magic craftsmen are needed to engrave magic runes for knight equipment, plus some magic materials. The total value is about 300,000 gold coins. In other words, the money that really needs to be spent on the 90 people of the Ice Bear Knights is only 300,000 gold coins. And these 300,000 gold coins can be used to support 600 standing troops for 8 years. For a small noble, this is an astronomical figure, but it is within the affordable range for Kixing territory. Thinking of this, Wylin became more and more anxious to train magic craftsmen. Only with magicians can magic craftsmen be trained, and the premise of all this is that there must be a magician academy. The only person who can teach students as a mage in Kixing territory is the wandering mage Celtic Tukum, but his own disability means that he can only teach the most basic spell knowledge. Wylin is more and more looking forward to the spellcaster team supported by the family. "I attach great importance to the Ice Bear Knights, so don't relax." Wylin looked at Hebrew's jumping look and couldn't help but admonishing him. Hebrew patted his chest and assured, "Master, rest assured, the Ice Bear Knights will definitely become a sharp blade in your hands." "Okay, go down and rest. Your elder brother will come over later." "Yes, sir." Hebrew left the study room with excitement. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid will definitely show off to his elder brother. Children's mentality is sometimes quite interesting. The door of the study room was closed, and Wylin, half lying on the sofa, began to think about the next matter. Devency Hill, the chief instructor of the Knights, was dug back, and the next step was to select talented teenagers on a large scale. In addition, all the knight attendants of the territory were sent to Devency Hill for training for 1 year to completely prevent the development of the Knight Master Apprentice system in Kixing territory. Therefore, the regular knight group should also be put on the agenda to accommodate the knights who will grow up in the future. Knight apprentices, transferred from various silver knights, about 100 people, and another 400 people will be selected from Kixing territory, making up 500 people, and giving them to Devonshire for training. During this process, Wylan planned to arrange Greg and Imogen as deputy instructors, responsible for the promotion of loyalty ideas, and Devonshire, the chief instructor, would only be responsible for training. Unknowingly, night fell and the banquet began. Wylan attended the banquet in a formal dress and introduced his 15 guardian knights, the core layer of Kixing territory, to Devonshire. For all this, Devonshire did not resist at all and gladly accepted the status given to him by Wylan. 3 days later, the Knight Academy was officially established in Orlando town. In the castle hall, 20 bronze knights wearing silver-white armor stood on both sides, holding their swords and looking forward. 14 people including Baird, Orlando and Andrew stood sideways on the left and right. Kyle stood behind Wylan holding a tray. All of this gave Devonshire enough face, expressing Kixingling and Wylan's attention to him. Wylan took a token from the tray and handed it to Devonshire solemnly. Feeling the heaviness of the token, Devonshire took the token with both hands, knelt on one knee, and said in a deep voice, "As the chief instructor of knights, I will fulfill my obligations and complete my tasks conscientiously. Goddess, I will be loyal to my position until the position of chief instructor of knights is lifted." This declaration means that Devonshire accepts the position of chief instructor of knights, but it does not mean that he will be loyal to Wylan. Wylan is interested in the other party's ability to train. Knights discover talents and guide apprentices. In addition, there are special knights responsible for loyalty education, so whether he is loyal to himself is no longer important. So Devonshire, the task of training the future backbone of my territory is now entrusted to you. Wylan helped Devonshire up. Your Excellency's expectations. I will definitely fulfill them. Devonshire saluted for the first time as Wylan's subordinate, completing the last step of the ceremony. Before the true side of Devon Hill is discovered, Varen will only treat him as an ordinary knight chief instructor and will not let him participate in the development of the territory. 2 years is a period. If the other party has no problems and is willing to swear allegiance to him, he will not hesitate to train him. Half a month later, one afternoon, a team of more than 20 people slowly entered the Kixing leader. The leading arcanist's perception of the surrounding magic environment was down a notch compared to that in the central region. He did not reject the low magic energy area. At 130 years old, he still has less than 30 years to live. Entering old age, the soul begins to decay and there is no hope of breakthrough. He knew his talent very well and had no hope of breaking through to the gold level, so he took the initiative to transfer to the border area and join the Earl's son in exchange for the opportunity for his most talented grandson to enter the Royal Capital Magic Academy. Everything was worth it. Teacher, ahead is the Praying Star territory, the territory of Master Wylan. A bronze mid-level arcanist holding a scepter and wearing a gray robe saluted to the arcanist. Get ready to welcome our new lord. The arcanist glanced into the distance and then entered the carriage. The bronze intermediate arcanist stepped back, rode on his horse, and slowly followed the carriage. The moment this strange team entered the Praying Star territory, Wylan received the news. Regarding the 9 silver mages supported by the family, he had received relevant information 6 days ago and was very clear about the quality of this team. The combat power is not very strong, but he has enough teaching ability and rich magic knowledge. Looking at it from another perspective, the family completely left it to a team of experienced teachers to help him incubate his own team of mages. In front of the city gate of Kixing Town, Wylan stood in the middle of the road, staring ahead. Behind him were 20 bronze knights, riding tall purple horses, neatly arranged behind Wylan. There were 200 fully armed soldiers standing on both sides of the road, with spears and armor shining in the sun. The team of more than 20 people was 800 meters away from the city gate. The arcanist ordered the team to stop, wearing a starry sky robe and stepping on the stone road. 3 silver mid-level druids and 6 silver low-level elemental mages, gathered around and saluted the silver high-level arcanist to show his leadership status. The others are waiting. My colleagues and I will come forward to see the Lord. We'll know, everyone responded. The 9 people took steps and walked forward. The arcanist glanced around. Every soldier wore black armor, held a spear, wore a short sword at his waist, and wore a visor on his face. Almost all of them were at the low level of bronze, and none of them were warrior apprentices. With every step forward, the 9 people grew more respectful towards the Lord they had never met before. With such achievements in less than 6 years, he is truly a young hero. Dirian Ovich has met the Lord. The silver high-level arcanist lifted up his starry sky robe, knelt on one knee, and said to the young man on the horse. The other 8 people announced their names one after another, and along with Dirian, knelt down on one knee and saluted Varen. Everyone, please get up. After the first ceremony was completed, Varen said to everyone. Dirian stood up first, followed by the other 8. Looking at the young man in front of them, who was only 24 years old. The Lake of Praying Stars welcomes you. The 9 people thought that the next step would be polite words, but Wylan did not follow the routine. He changed the topic and said in a deep voice, "Your talents are limited, but are you willing to stop there?" Hearing this, the 9 mages showed more or less lonely expressions. Who doesn't want to go further, gain a longer lifespan, and explore unknown secrets, but their talent has locked their upper limit. The probability of changing one's fate against the will of heaven is extremely slim, 1 in a billion. For ordinary mages like them, it is out of reach. Wylan could see the changes in their expressions. What he wants is a group of qualified teachers, and he also needs a group of outstanding mages. As long as you let me see your value, talent is not a problem, and resources are not a problem. After hearing this, Kyle opened the red cloth and a mermaid pearl appeared in front of everyone. Seeing such treasures appearing in front of him, Dirian's eyes widened, and the greed in his heart spread wildly. For this reason, he had to use the arcane mechanical mind on himself to calm down. The other 8 people were not much better, and they all used magic to calm themselves down. The desire for a breakthrough in his heart was ignited, and this was Varen's goal. As long as you know that I have things to improve your talents, as for whether you can get them from me, it depends on whether you are worth my effort. Excuse me, sir. The 9 people bowed and saluted and replied in unison. This was the effect he wanted. The small group was instantly disintegrated in front of the mermaid pearl thrown by Wylan. I'm very pleased with the healthy competition. If there's a malicious fight, don't blame me for being cruel. The voice was gentle, but the meaning was extremely cold. At this moment, Dirian and the other 9 mages understood the character of the young master in front of them, and their thoughts of hugging together for warmth and competing for the right to speak were extinguished in their hearts. We respect your will. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Varen's face softened, and he smiled and said to the 9 people, I will arrange for my personal attendant Kyle to be your guide to let you get familiar with the Lake of Praying Stars within a week. You're tired from the journey, so you can take a good rest these days. In 7 days, I will assign you tasks. Equivalent exchange, the truth you mages believe in. If you want these things, you have to show your value. Yes, sir. Afterwards, under Kyle's arrangement, Dirian and his 26 people were arranged to the North City, a small city manor belonging to Wylan. In the room, Dirian took off his starry robe and stood in front of a full-length mirror. Looking at his white hair and wrinkled skin, hope in his heart was ignited. Perhaps this is the fickleness of fate. No matter what, I must become a gold-level arcane master. As for the retirement life that Dirian had thought about before, he threw it out of his mind. With a useful body, as long as he doesn't die, he will work to death. Who can guarantee how many mermaid pearls the young master has in his hand? Who knows that the other 8 people will not work secretly? The next morning, Dirian wore an ordinary mage robe and ran to Kyle's temporary residence. As soon as he arrived at the door, he ran into 3 colleagues, a druid and 2 elemental mages. Before Dirian spoke, 3 more people appeared in 3 different places. Everyone smiled at the same time, pretending that the other party did not exist, and waited outside the room. At this time, the 2 came out of the room with excitement and ran into the 7 people who were waiting outside the room. They smiled awkwardly and left from the side. Poor Kyle just got up early in the morning and was visited by this group of shameless old people. 2 hours later, after sending off the last wizard, Kyle held the document in his hand, feeling somewhat puzzled. Is the mermaid pearl really so tempting? At a young age, he did not know what it felt like to enter old age, but Kyle could only obey their pleas. He took the knight's sword, took the purple horse from the servant, left Kixing Town, and headed for the castle. I thought I would stay in the small town manor for 7 days, but I didn't expect to be able to go home the next day. After entering the castle, Kyle handed the mount to the guard and went straight to the study. Dong dong dong. Knocked on the wooden door, heard the sound inside and pushed the door open. Why are you back? Wylan found the pen in his hand and was very surprised by Kyle's appearance. My lord, I don't want to either. Kyle walked forward and put a stack of sordid petitions in front of Wylan, with a very helpless tone. Wylan flipped through the petition, which was full of beautiful words. On the one hand, it praised his own character, and on the other hand, it implicitly expressed that he did not need to rest and could serve him now. I still underestimated their desire for a breakthrough. Wylan smiled to himself. Since they were willing, he would naturally not refuse the group of mages' desire to work in advance. He opened the second drawer under the desk, took out a stack of written task books, and handed them to Kyle. Give this thing to them. Each page of paper represents a task, corresponding to different points. Tell them that the mermaid pearl is 300 points per piece. I look forward to them taking things away from me. Kyle took the 3-finger-thick task book, bowed and saluted, and then left the study. The Priest Academy was established in Lancia Town. The Knight Academy was established in Orlando Town, and the Mage Academy would naturally stay in Kixing Town. Wylan came to the window, opened the window, and looked at the scenery under the mountain from the 3rd floor. He could see a camp covering an area of more than 1,000 acres being built on a large scale, which was the location of the future Mage Academy. The dazzling sunlight made him subconsciously shield his eyes with his hands. Through the gaps between his fingers, he looked at the 3 griffins playing in the sky. They were 1.6 meters long and growing very fast. We must pay attention to the top talents in other professions. I hope that the army in the future will be diverse. Thinking of the shadow army in his father's hands, Wylan also wanted to build his own assassin army, but at this stage he could only think about it. He did not have enough talents and resources to do this. After returning from the castle, Kyle immediately invited Darren and others to come. In the manor hall, the eyes of the 9 mages were full of scorching light, staring at Kyle uncomfortably. Everyone, the Lord agreed to your request. This is the task he asked me to give you. Kyle put the 3-finger-thick task book on the table and said to the 9 people, each task represents a certain number of points, and the mermaid pearl you are looking forward to is worth 300 points. As soon as these words came out, the 9 people immediately became uneasy. If it were not for Face, they would have wanted to snatch the stack of task books immediately. Seeing everyone unable to sit still, Kyle did not waste words and immediately took out a task book and read out. According to the 3-bed crossbow, engrave magic runes and modify it. It is required to make ordinary spears burst out with super strong attack power with a range of 3,000 meters, worth 20 points. As soon as Kyle finished speaking, Dirian stood up first and said, I accept this task. Master Dirian, you have to think clearly. If you spend the resources of the territory and cannot improve the 3-bed crossbow, the master's score for you will inevitably decrease, which may affect the proportion of your exchange for other materials. Thank you for your reminder. Dirian thanked Kyle and then continued, as an arcane master, I also practice the auxiliary profession of magic craftsman. I can do this task. Okay, this task is handed over to you, Master Dirian. Seeing this, Kyle handed the task book representing this task to Dirian. Each task book has Wylan's official seal. With this thin piece of paper, he can call personnel and materials from Kixing Town to cooperate with his own research. Dirian took the task book, took a quick look at it, and then put it on the table looking at Kyle waiting for other tasks. Looking around, Kyle lowered his head and read out the second task. Green vine tree cultivation, shortening the planting time of a green vine tree seedling by 10 years, which is equivalent to 10 points. This task belongs to me. Before Kyle finished speaking, A druid stood up with a somewhat excited tone. "Master Theodore, are you sure you want to accept this task?" Kyle confirmed to the old silver intermediate druid. "Sure," Theodore said confidently. "I may not be good at other druid branch spells, but the growth acceleration spells, the others are definitely not better than me." Seeing the other two druids nod in agreement, Kyle could only hand over the second task book to Master Theodore. Kyle and the 9 mages stayed in this room for a whole day. The 3-finger-thick task book, a total of 48 tasks, was distributed. Among them, the arcane master Darren had learned the most and covered the widest range. He took on 13 tasks and was the most powerful among the 9 mages. The one who took on the least tasks was a low-level silver elemental mage named Holmes Yadki, who only had 3 tasks, 2 of which were about weapon testing, and 1 about the training of wind elemental mage apprentices. As night fell, everyone left, and Kyle returned to the room with a relaxed look on his face. "After the problem is solved, we can return to the castle tomorrow. As for the next affairs of the 9 mages, Baird will be directly responsible for it." In the next week, Kixing Town became visibly busy. The 9 mages, with their apprentices, embarked on the road of accumulating points, and tried their best to carry forward the spirit of working hard until they die. Baird was very busy for this. In addition to the affairs in the territory, he also had to coordinate the research of various resources to supply mages, the construction of the Mage Academy, and the inspection of the qualifications of knights in the affiliated villages of Kixing Town. At this moment in the castle, Wylan was leisurely teasing the rock giant lizard. After 5 years of growth, Xiaobai and Xiaowang are getting bigger and bigger, and have reached 9 meters in length. The 2 huge beasts crawled at Wylan's feet, turning over from time to time, causing the ground to shake. "My lord, Xiaobai and Xiaowang have entered a slow growth period. They will only grow 1 meter every 15 to 20 years. The half-elf Eunice stood aside and answered respectfully. "In that case, you will only focus on raising the griffins from now on. You will not be responsible for raising Xiaobai and Xiaowang." Wylan stroked Xiaobai's chin and said to Eunice. Yes, Eunice lowered her head and responded. After Wylan waved Eunice back, he ordered Kyle. "Inform Baird to build an animal house next to the garrison barracks in Kixing Town. The area is tentatively determined to be 100 acres. My lord, do you want me to hand it over to Lord Cassius, the commander of the Praying Star Camp?" Kyle hesitated and asked Varen. "That's fine, leave it to Cassius." Suddenly remembering that Baird had been too busy recently, Varen rubbed the back of his head and followed Kyle's suggestion. "Lord, a soldier from Kixing Camp reported that the 3 crossbows have been successfully modified. Lord Cassius asked you to check and accept them." A guard came to Varen, bent down and saluted, and reported the report respectfully. "So fast?" Wylan was very surprised by this news. "I remember that this task was given to Dirian, the Arcanist, for less than 10 days. Kyle heard this and replied seriously, "My lord, 7 days to be precise. Go to Kixing Camp and have a look." Soon the servants brought the red phosphorus horse and the blue and purple horse. Wylan mounted the horse and rushed towards the military camp. At a testing site outside the military camp, hundreds of people saw Wylan's figure and beat their chests in salute. My lord, Cassius and Dirian saluted. Varen looked at Dirian and his 3 disciples with thick dark circles under their eyes, and couldn't help but ask, "How long have you not rested?" Dirian explained in a calm tone, "It's only 5 days. He is really hardworking and a ruthless person. Let's get started." The order was issued, and 3 newly developed crossbows appeared in front of Wylan. Compared with the previous 3-bed crossbow, many parts of this new crossbow have been replaced by unique structures. First, the bowstring was eliminated, the rail on which the lance was placed became sealed, and the firing port was enlarged. Secondly, the brackets supporting the bed crossbow were changed from 4 to 3. The front 2 remained unchanged, and the back became a hole, which was covered with secret texts and exuded a faint shimmer. Finally, 2 grooves were installed on the back of the bed crossbow. One is used to place magic crystals to power the magic array, and the other is in the shape of a palm. The function is not yet clear. 6 soldiers stepped forward, and 2 of them inserted their iron spears into the firing rail and stepped aside. 3 bronze warriors stood behind the crossbow, fighting spirit gathered on the surface of the palm, fitting into the groove on the right side. Whoosh! The terrifying sonic boom echoed in the ears, and 9 spears flew out along with the hurricane. Wylan stared at the spear, directly piercing through the iron armor set at 500 meters, 800 meters, 1, 500 meters, 2, 000 meters, and 3, 000 meters, and finally nailed it to a big tree 4, 000 meters away. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, but the traces were still captured by Wylan. When the test was over, the Lord did not speak, and everyone remained silent, not daring to speak. People below Bayan can't stop a spear at this speed. Low-level and mid-level Bayan can barely resist it. But they will definitely be seriously injured. Wylan thought for 3 minutes and came to this conclusion. But the real effect still needs to be tested on the battlefield. Dirian, you did a great job. Thank you for your approval. A smile appeared on Dirian's tired face. He put his right hand on his chest and saluted Varen. Have a good rest and take care of yourself. Looking at the other party's tired face, Wylan couldn't help but think about it. Don't worry, sir. I know my body well, and there will be no problem if I stay up for another 5 days and 5 nights. Well, you take a good rest anyway, don't be so anxious. For Dirian, who looked full of energy, Varen took back what he said and could only comfort him in embarrassment. Life is endless, and I will not stop my pace. The old mage Dirian seemed to have returned to the moment a year ago, moving forward bravely for the mermaid pearl. Forget it, it's up to you. Varen decided not to care. Dirian and his students were tired and would naturally take a rest. Anyway, the Church of Life is not far away. If you faint, call the pastor, you won't die anyway. With Dirian's success, other mages felt a sense of urgency and rolled up day and night. 7 days later, in a place with excellent scenery on the outskirts of Kixing Town, more than 20 servants were busy setting out plates, arranging flowers, cooking food, and waiting for the arrival of distinguished guests. Wylan sat on a wooden chair, counting the time in his mind. Hearing the sound of horse hooves in the distance, several figures appeared in front of him. Wylan, your territory is much richer than my ridge territory. Brian got off his horse, came to Wylan, and praised him sincerely. Luck. Wylan said cheerfully, Cousin, please sit down for a while. It may take some time for the 2 cousins to return. Seeing this, Brian said, It just so happens that there are only 2 of us here. Please tell me and Adrian about your experience in running the territory. Okay, I'll explain it to you. It's up to you whether you can learn from it or not. Wylan helplessly spread his hands, and the 3 of them sat on the floor and began to communicate. Half an hour later, Wylan stopped still and looked at Adrian's surprised expression, which was very helpful. Varen silently slapped his forehead to Brian, who was dozing off beside him. Don't think too much. This matter of exchange and learning was definitely not proposed by my cousin. It's time to eat. What? It's over so fast. Brian woke up suddenly, looking at Wylan's disgusted expression as if nothing was wrong, and he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Master Wylan, thank you for your selfless sharing. With your experience, the strength of the Ridge leader will definitely reach a higher level. Adrian thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Institutions are important, but resources are equally important. The same thing may not be suitable for you, and changes need to be made to better fit the actual conditions of Ridge Collar. I can't help you with these things, you can only experiment on your own. Varen smiled mysteriously and said these words that confused Brian. However, Adrian respected the young man in front of him more and more, feeling that his master had a good brother. Half an hour later, Alcott and Edgar arrived with their respective entourages. The 4 of them sat down and started chatting before the food was served. Wylan, is there any difficulty in calling the 3 of us here this time? Alcott asked after taking a sip of tea. Wylan replied with a smile. My cousin really guessed it right. My nephew really has a problem that can only be solved by you. Alcott and Edgar looked at Wylan's expression and were very confused. It didn't look like he was in trouble. They didn't know what kind of medicine their nephew was selling in the gourd. At this time, the servants brought all kinds of food to the table. Uncle, cousin, give it a try. Wylan made a gesture of invitation and motioned for the 3 of them to help themselves. Alcott was a little confused. So he picked up the knife and fork first, cut off a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. Wylan watched his cousin's expression change, from calmness to solemnity to shock, and he had obviously discovered the secret. Wylan, what kind of meat is this? Black-skinned pork, a meat that can speed up cultivation. I didn't expect that Wylan would entertain us with such precious food. What an honor. Edgar was very moved and said to Wylan. Wylan smiled and replied, Uncle Edgar, you are wrong. This kind of food is not precious. Can it be said that animals that produce this kind of meat can be bred in large quantities? Brian asked while chewing the black-skinned pork. That's right, cousin. Wylan looked at Brian in surprise. He didn't expect that his cousin also had a very good mind. Alcott suddenly understood and said, Wylan, the difficulty you mentioned cannot be related to breeding this kind of animal. Wylan nodded and replied, My uncle is really powerful. This creature is called a black-skinned pig. It is a kind of monster that I accidentally discovered. It can be cultivated with food. It reproduces quickly and can be put into the market in 1 year. However, the food demand is very big. So you need food, but you could have bought it yourself, but you chose us. Edgar suddenly stopped mid-sentence and looked at Wylan with mixed expressions of gratitude, joy, and excitement. That's what you think, and I'd like to invite you to join this plan. After hearing this, the three of them nodded in agreement. A black-skinned pig needs 3,000 kilograms of grain to raise in a year. The three of us can buy one in exchange for 6,000 kilograms of grain. Alcott pondered for a while and immediately suggested to the others. I agree. I agree too. Before Wylan could say anything, the three of them had finalized the matter. Black-skinned pig consumes approximately 500 kilograms of grain in a year. He originally wanted to offer to exchange 3,000 kilograms of grain for one pig, but seeing the attitudes of the three of them, Wylan could only passively accept it. As for why not separate part of the black-skinned pig and give it to the three of them to breed? This kind of animal breeding is obviously the mainstay of the Kixing leader, and Alcott, Edgar, and Brian all know it. Wylan's willingness to share with them was already a great kindness. How could he seize other people's mainstay industry? In the middle of the banquet, while Brian was drinking, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Wylan, do you still have the same wine as last time? There are still some, but the reserves are not large. Varin looked at Brian and replied in a deep voice. Well, I want you to buy a few bottles, Brian said shamelessly, recalling the role of glowing wine. After hearing this, the other two people also had the intention to buy it, but due to the face of their elders and the fact that the reserve of this wine was not high, they extinguished their thoughts. Seeing this, Wylan began to think seriously. The luminous grapes have only been planted for more than 2 years. A total of 240 bottles of luminous wine have been produced so far. Due to the consumption of training, rewards to subordinates and gifts, there are less than 80 bottles of luminous wine stored in the castle, and the next batch of luminous wine will have to wait for half a year. However, since his cousin wanted to buy it, he naturally would not refuse him. I can bring out at most 30 bottles of luminous wine, but no more. After hearing this, Brian said happily, 200 gold coins per bottle. I will buy 10 bottles, and the other shares can be given to my two cousins. Seeing this, Alcott and Edgar also bought another 20 bottles of luminous wine for 200 gold coins a bottle. The three of them knew very well about the efficacy of this wine. A bottle of 200 gold coins was worth the money and was a very reasonable price. But the most important thing is channels. Without channels, no matter how much gold coins they have, they may not be able to buy this kind of wine that can improve physical fitness and repair hidden injuries. Half an hour later, the luncheon was over and the servants put away the tableware. The four of them came to the creek, sat on the carpet, enjoyed afternoon tea, and at the same time entered into discussions on the exchange of supplies. Half a year ago, the family gave me 10 union fruit trees, which can produce 100 union fruits every year. Alcott looked at the three people and explained unhurriedly, the biggest role of union fruit is to help bronze warriors break through the shackles and grow into a silver warrior. It takes 3 years for a talented bronze warrior to grow into a silver warrior. 3 to 10 union fruits can shorten this time to 1 year, and only 1/3 of the original resources are required. Wylan was surprised after hearing his uncle's introduction. He had never heard of the Union fruit tree, but it seemed that it was recently cultivated by the family, most likely from the hands of the fourth grandfather Arlo Akers, the master druid. In addition to Edgar, Brian was also shocked. He did not expect that the renewable resources given to his cousin by his family were so precious. His ambitions expanded infinitely, and he became even more eager to be promoted to Viscount. Edgar sat up and said, "On my side, what my family gave me is a magic plant called bloodweed, which can prepare blood-boiling potions, which can briefly stimulate your potential and explode with combat power that is twice your own. But the shortcomings are also obvious. A high-level silver transcendent can last up to half an hour after taking the blood-boiling potion. As soon as the effect of the medicine ends, you will fall into a period of weakness. Within 3 months, your energy and blood will be empty. Your spirit will be listless, and your combat power will drop by 50%. Wylan touched his chin and asked, "Uncle, how is the yield of Stormblood grass?" "The yield is not high. Half a year ago, my family gave me 100 bloodweeds. After half a year of cultivation, the number has now increased to 150, but it takes 3 years for one to mature." "Are there no other research directions?" Wylan asked curiously. Edgar shook his head and said, "That's not true. The direction of the bloodweed that I know is the blood-boiling potion. Maybe if there are more of them in the future. We can ask arcanists or druids to research other directions." "How many bloodweeds can prepare a bottle of blood-boiling potion?" 3. Edgar gave the exact answer. This potion is equivalent to a kind of trump card, something used to fight in desperate times. The market among the nobles is very small, but the market among adventurers is definitely not low. Obviously, Edgar also knows this, but there is no sales channel. But just because his cousin didn't have channels, it didn't mean that Wylan didn't. The future Maple Leaf City will need this kind of blood-boiling potion, and it can even become a trump card in Varen's hand. "Uncle, I can help you sell the blood-boiling potion, but I need 30% of the profit." Wylan looked at Edgar and suggested, "No problem, as long as you can sell it." "I have no problem." Edgar smiled and waved his hand, accepting Wylan's proposal without thinking. Then Wylan looked at Alcott and said, "Uncle, I want to buy 20 Union fruits in half a year. I wonder if you can get them." "No problem." Alcott readily agreed, but then put forward his own conditions. "I will exchange 1 cloud smoke fruit for 10 bottles of ice blue potion. What do you think?" "Okay," Wylan nodded and said, "I will sell you 1,000 bottles of ice blue magic potion to my uncle. 200 bottles will be used for exchange, and the other 800 bottles will be given to you at the price of 6 gold coins each. This is my compensation to you. This won't work. You're totally at a disadvantage if you do this." Alcott hurriedly advised. Varen replied with a smile, "Uncle, I have conditions." "As long as there are conditions." Alcott breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that if Wylan did this unconditionally, he would not be able to repay the favor in the future. "You have to keep 20 cloud smoke fruits for me every year." "No problem." Alcott readily agreed. The black-skinned pork pig assists the warriors in their training, and the cloud smoke fruit assists the bronze warriors in their promotion to silver warriors. Together with other resources, within 10 years, the number of silver warriors in his army will definitely blind the eyes of others. Thinking of such a scene, Wylan couldn't help but look forward to it. After completing the first transaction, Varen, Edgar and Brian completed 2 orders of 500 bottles of ice blue potion at the price of 7 gold coins a bottle. The 3 of them were very satisfied with this situation. Especially Brian, he was very grateful to Varen for taking care of him. In this business transaction, he was the only one who did not have the resources to use in the transaction. Afterwards, several people started chatting about all kinds of things, including the analysis of the war in the Ashmang Wasteland, the reaction of the Dwarf Kingdom in the north, and even the robbery of Orichalcum 5 years ago. Finally, Varen ordered the tea to be taken away and replaced with strong liquor. A few people got very drunk and finally called each other brothers, completely losing the distinction between seniority. "It's nothing to call me cousin. From now on, I'll call you brother. This is what you said, don't go back on it." Varen swayed, holding Alcott's shoulders, a drunken look on his face. That's still false. I think back then I, Alcott, had a bohemian heart, and I could still be false when I said it. From now on, just call me brother. The four followers, standing not far away, looked at each other and turned around. As for the servants, they ran further away. They just wanted to be stupid and heard nothing. I don't know what kind of reaction my master will have when he thinks back to this experience after he wakes up. In the afternoon of the next day, Wyland stood up from the bed holding his head, and the scenes from yesterday afternoon kept replaying in his mind. In the future, you must not. Forget it, let's not say it. In the middle of Wyland's words, he said that he didn't want to go, even if there was no one else around. It didn't matter if he lied to himself. However, those images of brothers and sisters emerged, making Wyland instantly feel extremely embarrassed. At this time, the door to the room was pushed open, and Kyle walked in with meat porridge and placed it on the wooden table next to him. Smelling the tempting aroma of food, Wyland got up from the bed, sat at the table, and started eating. My lord Alcott. Edgar and Brian left one after another this morning. By the way, they left in batches. Kyle thought for a while and added. The image of being brothers appeared in his mind again, making Wyland very ashamed. It's better to leave, otherwise I don't know how to face the three of them. After a while, several people pretended to have indirect amnesia, and the incident should have passed. After filling his stomach and handing the dishes to Kyle, Varen found paper and pen and began to calculate the share of the ice blue potion. After a few minutes, I looked at the various data above and had a rough estimate in my mind. There are 22,000 bottles of ice blue potion. Apart from the ones above, there are still 6,500 bottles left. In March of this year, the 3-year business agreement signed by Kixingeling and Nankel Chamber of Commerce expired, which means that there will be 6,500 bottles of ice blue potion remaining next year. 3 years ago, he was still thinking about how to use ice blue potion to earn back the resources he invested in the early stage. Unexpectedly, in just 2 years, he earned back all the resources he invested in the early stage and achieved pure profit in the 3rd year. The only thing to blame was that the ice blue potion had such a dazzling pain-relieving and cooling effect that the price kept rising, 3 times higher than he expected. These 6,500 bottles of ice blue potion will be used to make decisions in the future. Wyland put the paper recording the data into the drawer next to him, then left the bedroom and went out to relax. Time flies by, and June is here in a blink of an eye. As Kixingeling's business becomes more and more prosperous, it gradually becomes the commercial center of the northwest region of Cardro province. Along with frequent business activities, news spread like wildfire that Devon Hill was also serving as the chief instructor of the Knights of the Star Leader. Correspondingly, there was also a mage college under construction. In response to this explosive news, the smart and weak nobleman took his outstanding children to pray for the star, regardless of the long journey. The Knight Academy and the Mage Academy are not unfamiliar terms to the nobles of Cardero province, but they are a strange place. Baird, who had just been relaxing for a few days, looked at the official business piled half a meter high with a straight face and didn't know what he was thinking. Some officials looked at the expressions of their immediate superiors and worked with trepidation, fearing that they would be reprimanded. No, one day I will die from exhaustion. Baird sat at his workstation and thought for a long time, and decided to protest. Otherwise, he would be busy with official duties all day and had no time to practice. Cassius was about to break through the high-level silver, but he was still stuck in the middle-level silver, and his cultivation had not improved at all in half a year. After figuring everything out, Baird called 2 guards and asked them to hold documents and go to the castle. In the study, Wyland had just returned from the training ground and was sitting in a chair drinking tea leisurely, enjoying the peaceful and tranquil days. I have a hunch that I will definitely break through in another year. It has been almost 3 years since the last breakthrough. After unremitting efforts, plus a little bit of talent, his strength has been greatly improved, and he is getting closer and closer to the gold level. It's just that the druid profession has made slow progress, and it is only at the middle-level bronze level now, which is far below his expectations. But he has a lot of free time and is not in a hurry. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the study was knocked. Wylan put down his legs on the desk, sat upright, and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and the half-meter-high file covered the upper body. By comparing the body shape, Wylan easily identified that this was his chief steward Baird. But he had a bad feeling in his heart. Baird stepped forward and put the half-meter-high file on the floor. "My lord, this is recent official business, and I have limited time." The meaning is obvious. His chief steward came to protest to him. Looking at such a high file, if he were to handle it, it would take at least 3 or 4 days. "No, so many, I will be exhausted." Wylan shook his head subconsciously and suggested to Baird, "I think one person has limited energy to manage Kixing Town, so do you have a suitable candidate to help you handle official business?" Raimondo's subordinate Duke is diligent and down to earth, works seriously, and strictly follows rules and regulations. He is a good candidate. Baird's mouth curled up slightly and he answered, "Duke, no, I still have some use for him, so I can't give him to you." Wylan shook his head and said. Baird pondered for a while and then said, "Then Eden, he has been with me for a year and is handy in handling government affairs." "Well, I can't agree to you either." Wylan spread his hands and refused again. As the deputy commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Standing Army, he cannot easily transfer away the benchmark he has set for ordinary soldiers. "Then Cyril, my former knight squire." Hearing this name, Wylan quickly found relevant information in his mind. Cyril, a bronze intermediate knight, is 24 years old and was born a serf. He was transferred to Orlando as a patrol officer 2 years ago. He is a good young man. "Okay, that's him. Do you have any other requirements?" Wylan looked at Baird and asked with a smile. "I hope to set up a small town in the north and south of Kixing Town, upgrade Kixing Town to Kixing City, and share some of the government affairs in the area." So far, Kixing Town has more than 60,000 people under its jurisdiction. In addition to the more than 10,000 people in Kixing Town, there are as many as 47 villages under it. Countless official business is sent to Kixing Town every day, which is difficult to handle in the first time. Are there so many villages? Wylan usually only pays attention to the development of the general direction and important official business, and he really doesn't know that there are so many villages in the 300 square kilometers under the jurisdiction of Kixing Town. According to your idea, Kixing Town will be upgraded to Kixing City, and a small town will be set up in the north and south as subordinate administrative units of Kixing City. As for regional planning, this matter is left to you. Just give it to me for signature when the time comes." Before Baird could react, Wylan had already pushed him out of his study and closed the door. Standing at the door of the study, Baird's expression was a little dull. He came to ask for a reduction in burden. Why did he have more affairs inexplicably? Forget it, it should be easy after this month. Baird patted his face to wake himself up and muttered to himself. Returning to the chair, Wylan was in a good mood. "No, why are these official documents still here?" The documents placed on the floor made Wylan suddenly react. He hurried to the window and found that Baird had indeed left. "Well, let's take a look first." Sitting on the ground without any image, Wylan took a pen in his right hand and official documents in his left hand and began to review them. Fortunately, there were only a dozen official business, and the rest were all visiting documents from nobles. "Sure enough, my dear general manager will not cheat me." Wylan touched his chin and began to think about how to deal with these nobles. Through these visiting cards, plus the information reported to him by Kyle a few days ago, Wylan easily knew that these small nobles came for the academy he founded. His original intention was just to improve his military strength, but the emergence of this situation made him have some plans in his mind. There is no difference between hundreds of students and thousands of students for Wylan. Anyway, it is just to expand the Knight Academy and the Mage Academy. In addition, tuition fees can be collected through the academy model. Then Wylan asked someone to call Kyle over. After a while, Kyle entered Wylan's study, bowed and saluted and said respectfully, "My lord." Wylan raised his head and said, "There are 200 places in the Knight Academy and 50 places in the Mage Academy, a total of 250 places for external enrollment. The teachers of the academy are experienced teaching masters The school system is 4 years, but you need to recommend a talent to Kixing territory to get a place. By the way, you still need to pay tuition, 1,000 gold coins per person per year. Spread this news, and let those nobles who come here for the reputation know. My lord, you mean to make the territory of the small nobles our talent pool? Kyle suddenly reacted and said. That's it. Wylan responded with a smile, the buried civilian genius, they don't have the resources to cultivate, why don't you give it to me? I understand. That afternoon, the news about the enrollment of the Knight Academy and the Mage Academy was known to most of the small nobles. In a hotel, several nobles dressed in simple clothes gathered in a room. Father, do you think this news is true or false? A young nobleman was a little nervous and asked a middle-aged nobleman with a neatly trimmed hair and a clean face. It should be true, the middle-aged noble said in a deep voice. This is what he learned from the castle guard at the cost of a gold coin, and it must be true. Second uncle, what should we do next? A young man asked his elder, his young face full of worry. The middle-aged noble gritted his teeth and said, Elvin, you set off to return to the territory now and tell your uncle to find talented civilian teenagers, even collateral children. No matter what, we must get a place. Yes, father. The young noble bowed and saluted, then left the hotel, took 3 followers, rode ordinary horses and left quickly. Almost all the lower-level nobles responded at the first time. After spending money to buy first-hand information, they sent their children back to the territory to collect civilian geniuses or talented collateral children, just to get a place for admission. The next afternoon, a guard came to Kyle and handed him a purse. Sir, a total of 63 gold coins, please check it. Yes, sir. Kyle took a general look, then took out 3 gold coins from it and handed them to the guard. Reward for you. Thank you, sir. The guard excitedly took the 3 gold coins with a very excited expression. His military pay, minus 2 mu of tax land, was only 3 silver coins a month. Even if he shared one with the other 4 members of his team, he would still have 6 silver coins, which was enough for 2 months' military pay. Kyle nodded, waved him down, and turned to the castle warehouse to ask the manager to register the 60 gold coins. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. He received a monthly military salary of 20 gold coins plus occasional rewards from his master. So his personal belongings were worth more than 30,000 gold coins, with more than 2,000 gold coins alone. All his food, clothing, and daily expenses were in the castle, and he had no place to spend money. Even for the cultivation materials, he could not use up the monthly quota. In other words, money was dispensable to him. If Wylan had not strictly prohibited him from putting his property in the warehouse, he would not want these things to occupy the space in his bedroom. When he was a serf before, he hoped to have his own property. When he had power and obligations in his hands, he did not have the desire for money. It's 3 o'clock. Coming out of the warehouse, he looked at the sky, roughly estimated the time, and got up to go to the kitchen. At Windsor Castle, Angus opened the letter from afar and read it carefully. The explosive news disturbed his mind, and even the joy of the breakthrough was much less. With the lessons learned 5 years ago and the incident of the gift of moonlight flowers last year, Angus believed most of the news in the letter. However, he still needs to send someone to the Principality of Borderland to verify and collect information before making a decision. Angus put down the letter in his hand, took a family tree from the bookshelf, and began to read it. He vaguely remembered that there was a branch of the family in the Principality of Borderland. After half an hour of searching, he finally found the news of that branch. Simon Akers, inherited from the 3rd son of the ancestor, is the 4th generation. He is now the deputy commander of the Winter Green Corps of the 6th Corps of the Principality of Borderland. The eldest son and the 2nd son serve in the 3rd Knights. The Grand Duke of Borderland, the eldest daughter married the eldest son of a viscount. 3 full pages of paper recorded the basic information of the 23 people in Simon Akers' branch. Angus picked up a pen and wrote a letter and stamped the family seal at the end. Melanie. Shadow Stalker came out of the shadows, knelt on one knee and saluted Angus, saying, "Master, give this letter to Simon Axe, he will know what to do." After delivering the letter, you go directly to the capital of Duke Bogonghen and inquire about the news of Grand Duke Bogonghen. "Yes, sir." The Shadow Stalker took the letter from Angus with both hands and disappeared in front of him. After Melanie left, Angus picked up the pen, thought for a long time, and put it down again. "It's too early to notify the allied families now. Let's see the situation first." Then Angus started to deal with another matter. 2 months ago, the entire Hax family was taken to the capital for detention, and the territory was managed by the surrounding nobles until the kingdom gave a specific solution. As one of the 5 giants in Zih province, it may be more appropriate to call it the 4 giants now. In short, the Eagle territory has obtained the trusteeship of the 3 counties of the Iron Hero territory of the Hax family, nearly 80,000 square kilometers. It wanted to annex all the valuable industries in these 3 counties in the shortest possible time, and transfer the important resource production sites to Xingyang territory. The 2 important plantations must be moved to Xingyu County as a whole, 20 kilometers south of Beiyin Plantation. For this plan, he even borrowed 6 soul-level arcane masters who were proficient in space teleportation from his father-in-law, and used large-scale transfer spells to move the mountains where the 2 manors were located to his territory as a whole. Of course, the cost was not small, but with these 2 plantations, it would take less than 10 years to get back the investment. Their family had fought with the Hax family for nearly 600 years, and now was the time to reap the rewards. In July of the 9724th year of the glorious calendar, Kixing Town was officially upgraded to Kixing City, with a direct jurisdiction of 400 square kilometers, 9 villages under its jurisdiction, and a population of about 30,000. Kixing Town was established in the north, governing 500 square kilometers in the north, 18 villages under its jurisdiction, and a population of about 13,000 people. Nangsing Town was established in the south, governing 400 square kilometers in the south, 20 villages under its jurisdiction, and more than 17,000 people. After Kixing City replanned its administrative area, Baird only needed to handle 1/5 of the official duties it had before. After a day of experimentation, he only needed 3 hours a day to handle the current official duties, and the rest of the time could be used for cultivation, without worrying about being too busy. Even after Cyril grew up, the time he spent on handling official duties could be reduced by half, and his mood instantly became much happier. Coming to his small warehouse, it was full of cultivation materials, which he had accumulated over the past 3 years. Among the 12 people, I, the captain, have become the last one. Recalling the strength of the others, Baird couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile, but this situation would never happen again. Take out a bottle of wine from the small warehouse, lock the door, and go to the bedroom. I'm in a good mood tonight, so I'll have a drink. At this moment, in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the castle, Wylin poured a glass of wine, sat by the bed, admired the moon view, and waited for the arrival of fate. It's another beautiful day. The territory is thriving. Kixing territory has a population of 130,000. Under the auspices of Devonshire, the first batch of students has been selected and will be able to enroll once the Knight Academy is completed in September. In addition, lower-level nobles from all over the country are rushing to Kixing Town, which will also bring him a lot of civilian talents. As for the Mage Academy, there are fewer qualified people, only 55 at most. According to the arcanist Darren, if a mage's talent is not at the middle level, he will never be able to break through the silver level in his lifetime, and the highest achievement is only the high bronze level. He would rather have nothing than have something bad. So he asked to recruit only teenagers with middle or higher mage talent, and concentrate resources to cultivate useful talents. For this suggestion, Wylin quickly agreed. As for the Priest Academy led by Reverend Lavia, it is not so demanding in terms of talent, but it is strictly controlled in terms of faith. The previous promise to hand over the Priest Academy to Reverend Lavia means that he will not interfere in any way. The resources are in place, and the rest will be handed over to the bald priest. As for whether he teaches a group of muscular priests or normal priests, it doesn't matter. As long as they are priests, he is not picky at all. 6 months later, the Cube Kingdom lost on the front line, lost a large number of troops, lost a large area of occupied areas, and was counterattacked by the half-elf kingdom. In order to save face, money, magic crystals, and elemental crystals flowed to the Ilya kingdom, and materials were purchased on a large scale. As the superior party, they still failed. Hearing this news, Wylan felt ashamed of the battle of the Cube Kingdom army. But for the Ilya kingdom, this is completely good news, and they can make a lot of money. As for how to profit from it, Wylan thought of middlemen and information dealers. The prerequisite for this news is the geographical conditions, so the easiest places to make money are the southwest and southeast regions, 2 regions bordering the Kingdom of Cube. The second is the central region, and as for the northwest and northeast regions, they may not even get a sip of soup. In addition, the most important thing is that he does not have so much money in his hand, and his status is not high. It is a bit unrealistic to want to win over the chambers of commerce of various families of southern nobles to form an alliance to hoard supplies. As for going back to find his father, he must be busy with the incident of the Principality of Borderland and can't spare his hands. In a blink of an eye, Wylan thought of a reliable candidate. I haven't seen my dear brother for a few years. It's just right to visit him during this gap. My eldest brother Ulysses is the heir of the Earl of Eagle, Moravia's favorite grandson, and the commander of the Hurricane Legion. His status is high enough. I haven't seen him for these years, so I'll visit him by the way. After deciding on a way to make a lot of money, Wylan finished the wine in his glass and lay down on the bed, happily to sleep. The next morning, an unexpected guest came to visit. In the private manor of Kixing Town, Wylan looked at the radiant businessman in front of him. The last time they met was 3 years ago. Sir, I haven't seen you for 3 years. You are still as elegant as ever. The wealthy businessman bowed and saluted, saying respectfully. Wylan looked him up and down and said with a smile, Hook, you look like you have been doing well in recent years. No, Hook smiled and showed a kind look. Go ahead, what's the matter? Seeing this, Wylan already knew his purpose in his heart, so he didn't say anything polite and went straight to the point. This time, I want to renew the commercial order of ice blue potion with Kixingaling. Seeing this, Hook smiled apologetically and stated the purpose of this trip. You should now be clear about the value and market of ice blue potion. It is not feasible to follow the previous agreement. As a shrewd businessman, Hook admitted that he had underestimated the effect of ice blue potion before. Now in the province of Kurz, a bottle of ice blue magic potion is sold at 16 gold coins per bottle, and is favored by military families and adventurers. This time he did not expect to purchase it at a unit price of 3 gold coins. Don't worry, sir, I come with sincerity this time. Hook took out a piece of parchment from his arms and handed it to Kyle beside him, asking him to give it to Wylan. Wylan opened the parchment and saw the offer on it, which exceeded his expectations. According to the new business agreement, a bottle of ice blue magic potion is purchased at 9 gold coins per bottle, and the demand is 6,000 bottles. Secondly, if Wylan signs this business agreement, he will obtain the right to purchase 30 white heart orchids from the Nankyur Chamber of Commerce every year. White heart orchid, a magic potion plant, is white in color with blue edges on the petals. It is dehydrated, ground into powder, and made into incense sticks. It can be lit during cultivation to improve the efficiency and speed of spellcasting meditation. It has an effect on low-level gold and below, especially in the silver stage, where the effect is most obvious. Looking at this cunning businessman, it was hard for Wylan not to think that he knew that he had a group of mages with limited talents, and temporarily selected one of the resources provided by the Nanka Chamber of Commerce to write it down to seduce him. Hooker looked at Wylan with a very pure look, without a trace of distracting thoughts, which made people have to admire his management of facial expressions. Whether it was the needs of those mages or his own druid practice, he admitted that he was tempted. How much is a white heart orchid? 1,000 gold coins a flower. Hooker smiled and added, only partners like you have the right to purchase licenses and quotas. After all, the production of white orchids is limited. If you need, we can provide free services to make white heart orchids into incense sticks. I agree to the renewal of the business agreement, Wylan said with a smile. 6,000 bottles of ice blue magic potion per year. 9 gold coins per bottle, and the renewal period is 5 years. Seeing this, Kyle went to the back to get a pen. Then, Wylan signed the business agreement on behalf of Kicksingling with Hooker, the representative of the Nanka Chamber of Commerce. Both parties were very satisfied with this business agreement. Starting from next year, Wylan needs to prepare 6,000 bottles of ice blue magic potion, and Nankel Chamber of Commerce needs to prepare 30 white orchid incense and 24,000 gold coins. As for the delivery date, as in the past, it is agreed to be in March every year. After Hook left, Wylan was just about to return to the castle. "My lord, what's the matter?" The left foot that had just stepped out of the threshold was retracted, looking at Baird, who suddenly appeared, and asked. After selection, the civilian talents sent by the small nobles are full, 220 with knight talents and 30 with wizard talents. May I ask where they need to be arranged? So fast, Wylan asked in surprise. Baird explained. Even these talents have been eliminated. It seems that I still underestimated the number of civilian talents in their hands. I thought it would take 2 months to get them together. After all, the standard he gave was twice the internal recruitment standard of Kixing territory. I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. It was full in less than half a month, and there were still eliminations. My lord, the Knight Academy will start in September, and the Mage Academy will also start enrolling in September. Why don't we allow these young men to enroll in advance? Baird suggested. No, the school starts in September, not in advance. Wylan shook his head and refused. Send this batch of teenagers to the Praying Star camp first, and let Cassius do military training for 2 months to strengthen his body. By the way, tell him not to train him to death. These are the pillars of the territory's future. Looking at Baird, who was about to leave, Wylan hurriedly added, "Yes, my lord." After Baird left, Wylan thought about it and prepared to go to the construction site of the Mage Academy. As soon as he approached the construction site, Wylan saw a large pile of trees thrown into the open space in the distance. Many children around were sitting on the grass, watching a mage's performance intently. What's going on? Wylan was full of question marks. He remembered that the elemental mage was named Holmes, a wind mage. How could he be here? Seeing this, Kyle waved his hand to call an officer and asked him the reason. Sir, after completing his own research mission, Mage Holmes was hired by General Baird to help build the Mage Academy. Wylan was confused until Kyle told him the whole story. In other words, Holmes's own hard conditions were too poor to compare with other mages. When others were madly rolling inwards and earning points, he could only stare with wide eyes. Finally, he simply turned a blind eye and ran here to hide. The following is his guess, but it is almost right. Lord, do you want to find him something to do? It's a waste of talent to build a construction site here, Kyle suggested. Wylan thought Kyle was right. It was indeed a waste of talent for a mage to stay here as a hard laborer. Bring him here. After receiving the order, the officer ran to Holmes and invited him to Wylan. Hello, sir. Holmes took off his mage hat, looking a little embarrassed, and didn't dare to look Wylan in the eye. Mage Holmes, I have a task here. I wonder if you can do it. Wylan looked at the mage, who was over 70 years old, pondered for a while, and asked him. Holmes raised his head suddenly and said impatiently, Please tell me, Lord. In the past month, I hope you can replan the direction of water flow in the 3 areas of Kixing territory according to the wind direction. What do you think? Wylan really couldn't think of any task suitable for this wind mage to do, so he could only throw out this insignificant task. After thinking carefully, Holmes said, Although I have no relevant experience, I am willing to fulfill the task assigned by the Lord with due diligence. You will get 15 points for this task, and you can hand it over to Baird in September. Yes, Lord. After watching Wylan leave, Holmes returned to the construction site to start his own work. The new task will not start until tomorrow. The unfinished work today cannot be abandoned halfway. After circling the Mage Academy, Wylan was very satisfied with the progress of the project. The main part has been completed for the most part. 6 three-story teaching buildings have been completed for the most part. 22-story accommodation buildings have been basically completed. Various mage test sites have been completed for the most part, and other related supporting facilities are progressing normally and can be completed in mid-August. After the inspection, Wylan left this place and returned to the castle. Kixing City Life Church. Mage Academy and castle are connected in a line, from the southwest to the northeast, with a straight line distance of only 5 kilometers, and are slowly becoming the core area of Kixing territory. The 6-meter-wide avenue is surrounded by common plants such as white pine, which form a perfect landscape with the green grass beside the road. The horseshoe tower made a crisp sound on the stone road. Kyle, do you feel that there is something missing on both sides of the castle? Halfway up the mountain, Wylan pointed to the white castle in the distance and asked, I think we can build some gardens. You can hold an open-air banquet when you entertain guests. Kyle turned to look at Wylan and answered respectfully. You go to Eunice and let her have time to design some suitable buildings according to the terrain on both sides of the castle, and then hand it over to Baird to let him preside over the construction. Wylan touched his chin and thought that this plan was very good, so he gave the order. How long is the time limit? Kyle asked. Wylan thought about it and gave a specific time. Next time we return to the Praying Star Lake, I hope to see the results. I understand. Kyle estimated the time in his mind, about 2 to 3 months, and Eunice and General Baird would be busy. After returning to the castle, Wylan began to deal with the follow-up matters. In order to make money, this trip will take at least half a year. Therefore, before leaving the Praying Star Lake, he must deal with the relevant matters of the Knight Academy and the Mage Academy. In addition, he also needs to tell Raymondo to select a suitable candidate to go to the commercial camp outside the Brazilian, a camp to take over Duke's work in 3 months. In addition to some other important matters, the specific departure time is postponed to mid-July. On the morning of July 15, 9724 of the Glorious calendar, 12 bronze knights rode on purple horses, wearing simple clothes, with knight swords on their waists, and lined up neatly in the open space in front of the castle. Kyle held the purple horse in his left hand and the red phosphorus horse in his right hand, waiting quietly at the gate of the castle. The red phosphorus horse nudged the purple horse next to it from time to time, asking her to stay away from its second owner. As a horse with red dragon blood, it has a natural suppression on the purple horse. In the face of the other party's behavior of snatching his master, he could only choose to give in and pile up a position next to him. Okay, stop making trouble. Kyle touched the head and neck of the red phosphorus horse, asking him not to bully his little purple anymore. Seeing the second owner's submissive look, the red phosphorus horse looked at him proudly, nodded and agreed, allowing the blue-purple horse to stand in place without moving back. 10 minutes later, Wylan put some necessary things into the space ring and came to the gate of the castle. Touching his little red, Wylan couldn't help but sigh. The care is good, the hair is smooth. The red phosphorus horse approached Wylan with a docile face and instantly abandoned his second owner. It's getting late, try to reach the Brazilian at camp before dark today. Wylan jumped on the horse and ordered Kyle and the 12 followers. Yes, everyone answered loudly. At the order, 13 people rushed south to the Brazilian at camp. At this moment, it has been half a year since the end of the second military operation of the Serop Corps. The rotation has begun again. The second batch of troops have left one after another, and the third batch of troops have arrived at the Brazilian camp to report. The army is always changing, and only the kingdom's 16th Knights, as a long-term garrison in the Brazilian camp, have stayed here. Except for the first time when they directly participated in the military operation, they stayed behind as a reserve force and would not be dispatched unless there was an emergency. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after traveling nearly 700 kilometers, the group finally arrived here. After riding for 10 consecutive hours, the red phosphorus horse was still very active, but the mounts of others were constantly panting and had reached their limit. Wylan here. Looking at the female knight a few hundred meters away, Wylan stroked the neck of the red phosphorus horse and let it move forward. Aunt, how are you recently? Everything is fine, but staying in the barracks every day is a bit boring. Flora said with a smile and took Wai Lin into the barracks logistics camp. Familiar places, familiar people after a year. The logistics camp has not changed much, and it still looks the same. An officer took Kyle to the left area to rest, and Wai Lin followed Flora to her residence. Lifting the curtain, Layla knelt on the carpet, and the low table was full of delicious food. Wai Lin sat down without hesitation. Sister Layla, long time no see. It's been a year. While greeting, Layla picked up the wine next to her and poured it for Wai Lin and Flora, and finally filled it for herself. Come on, cheers. Flora raised her glass and said to the two.